Genshin Impact, Fishing the League of Legends lottery system at the start. Chapter 1. Ying sat on the flat reef, holding a plain wooden fishing rod in her hand. The hook had been thrown into the sea long ago, but her eyes were looking at the guy next to her in confusion. "What are you doing?" After looking at him in confusion for a long time, Ying finally asked curiously. "Me?" Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the blonde girl, and then started to pouring a large bag of fruit wine bait into the sea. Instantly, the clear sea water around the reef became turbid, and even the bait floated to Ying, who was 5 or 6 meters away. "I'm making a nest." After pouring a large sack of fruit brood bait into the sea, Lin Yuan finally straightened up and clapped his hands in relief. "Making a nest?" Ying was even more confused. "Yes," Lin Yuan nodded. "Let me ask you, how long have we known each other?" 1 month. Lin Yuan took out the fishing rod he made and threw it into the sea. "We have been fishing here for a month, why can't we catch a single fish?" Click, as he was talking, Ying pulled the rod back, and a 3-pound real fruit pufferfish was thrown out from the hook. Ying turned her head and looked at Lin Yuan, smiling. "You can't catch a single fish?" "Lin Yuan? Okay, this is how we play, right?" Lin Yuan fished harder, and Ying got hooked more and more times. Finally, when the time passed from 6 in the morning to 12 at noon, when Ying's fishing net was full, Lin Yuan didn't catch any fish. "Ying, Lin Yuan, let's go. According to the usual practice, I will give you half of my fish, but you have to help me grill it." "Lin Yuan, no, I must catch one today." Ying looked at Lin Yuan's serious and stubborn face, thinking that the repeated Air Force was too much of a blow to this kid. Air Force refers to not catching a single fish and returning empty-handed. Well, then I'll fish with you for a while." Ying put the bait on the hook and threw it out again. As soon as Ying threw the hook, the fishing rod felt a heavy shaking. At this moment, Lin Yuan, who had been in Air Force for thousands of years, suddenly felt the shaking of the fishing rod. "Oh! Good! I got it!" Lin Yuan was stunned at first, as if he was unfamiliar with the strange feeling coming from the fishing rod. Then he realized that he had caught a fish, and immediately began to reel in the rod. "This fish is so heavy, at least more than 10 pounds, Lin Yuan felt that it was extremely difficult to reel in the rod. "It's almost the same here, it's so heavy." Ying also had a lot of effort to reel in the rod. Bang! As the two tried to reel in the rod, when the fishing rod was bent to the limit, 2 things broke through the sea surface and were hooked out by the transparent fishing line, drawing beautiful curves in the air, and then hit the heads of the 2 people respectively. Bang! Ying was hit by a small white creature, while Lin Yuan was hit by a huge panel. Ouch! Ying was hit by the small white creature, but she was not injured. The main reason was that the small white creature was very soft and it didn't hurt when it hit people. On the other hand, Lin Yuan was knocked unconscious. "Well, where is the thing?" Ying stood up, and before she had time to see what the small white creature was, she found that the thing Lin Yuan caught was gone. It turned out that the panel turned into a stream of data and flowed into Lin Yuan's brain a second before it hit him. And he was not knocked unconscious by the impact, but was stunned by the data. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for catching the League of Legends lottery system. This system can provide raw stones for lottery. 160 raw stones are used for 1 draw, and every 10 draws guarantee a purple item, and every 90 draws guarantee a gold item. Gold prizes are mainly League of Legends skills, and purple prizes are mainly League of Legends equipment. Of course, this system will also draw prizes from other places, not limited to League of Legends. Skills are divided into proficiency levels, from bottom to top: entry, proficient, master, king. Using a skill 10 times can be upgraded to proficient level, using a skill 100 times can be upgraded to master level, using a skill 1000 times can be upgraded to master level, and using a skill 10,000 times can be upgraded to king level. After a long time, Lin Yuan woke up slowly, only to find a huge panel in front of him, with a mechanical female voice speaking on it. "League of Legends? Is it the League of Legends I played before?" Lin Yuan seemed a little unbelievable. He had been here for half a year, but he didn't expect to encounter the game he played in his previous life. This reminded him of the scene in his previous life when he went to see a doctor for a headache. The doctor said that his headache was caused by playing too many games, and asked him to play less games, especially Genshin Impact. But he didn't listen, and continued to play Genshin Impact every day. Finally, he opened Genshin Impact late at night and a white light appeared on the screen. White light also appeared in his life, and the whole world turned white. Finally, 2 big black words appeared in the white light, Genshin Impact. As the 2 words Genshin Impact appeared, he fainted, and when he woke up, he was at the place where Yingmei was fishing. I should have listened to the doctor earlier. Now I really play Genshin Impact, Lin Yuan shook his head. Although he felt very novel after just crossing into this world, and he was excited at the thought of meeting various characters in the game. But after living here for a few days, he found that this world full of magic, dragons and adventurers was much more dangerous than his previous life. Not to mention the inconvenient transportation here, it takes an ordinary person a week to walk from Cape Lookout to Mondstadt. Even if you have great leg strength and can walk there, you can't stand the monsters harassing you along the way. The monsters in reality are not as cute as those in the game. They are real man-eating monsters. So since he crossed over, he and Yingmei have been living near Cape Lookout, fishing for a living every day. Although his fishing skills are not good, his grilling skills are not bad, which is why Yingmei shares half of the fish with him every day. Yes, this League of Legends is the League of Legends understood by the host. However, due to the world rules, some skills in this system will be appropriately adjusted to adapt to the world rules of TVT. The following is the host attribute panel, the host can view it. As the system's voice fell, a panel smaller than the lottery panel appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Name, Lin Yuan. Bond, none. Skill, none. Life, 100, ordinary healthy person. Defense, 0. Attack, 5. Stamina, 100, skill release, strenuous exercise, etc. require stamina. Lin Yuan carefully checked his panel and found that except for life and stamina, other values were very low. All creatures in TVT have panels, and the host can directly view everyone's panel. Directly view everyone's panel? This is a good skill, Lin Yuan felt like he had turned on a perspective cheat. By the way, system, how do I draw a lottery? Lin Yuan put away his personal panel and called up the lottery panel. The host cannot draw a lottery. Lin Yuan? I can't draw a lottery with my system? How do I use this lottery system? Except the host, everyone else can draw a lottery. Chapter 2. The host will be able to win the prize. After the other person draws the lottery, they will automatically form a bond with the host. The bond depends on the other person's favorability towards the host, with a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 5 levels. When the bond reaches level 3, the host can obtain any ability or item of the other party. When the bond reaches level 4, the host can obtain half of the other party's ability or item. When the bond reaches level 5, the host can obtain all the other party's abilities and items. All of the above acquisition behaviors will not cause the other party to lose the ability and item. If the host chooses a gold skill type, the corresponding proficiency will be obtained according to the other party's proficiency. So it's to let me play the development system, improve my favorability, and make myself stronger. After the system explained, Lin Yuan understood the gameplay. Others can bring the original stone to him for a lottery, and the lottery will automatically form a bond. The higher the bond, the more things he can get. And the system did not say that this ability and item must be obtained by lottery, which means that he can even get other people's unique abilities and items. Original stones can upgrade the system and update the card pool. Please try to form bonds with more people and collect original stones. After the system said this, it fell silent and there was no sound. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Are you okay? Just as he was checking the lottery panel, Ying's anxious voice suddenly rang in his ears. I'm fine. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at Ying, and then he found that there was also a panel floating above Ying's head. Name, Ying. Skills, none. Life, 100. Defense, 0. Attack, 10. Stamina, 100. I'm glad you're okay. I saw you kept talking to yourself after you woke up, and I thought you had a broken head. Ying was relieved to see that Lin Yuan was okay. By the way, what did you just catch? How did you get knocked unconscious? And the thing is gone. I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Do you believe me when I say I caught a system? Lin Yuan looked at the floating panel above Ying's head and said with a strange expression. System. Ying tilted her head and thought for a while. I caught a light novel published by Inajima Ito before, in which the protagonist got a system at the beginning. Is that what you are talking about? Almost, Lin Yuan nodded, and then he remembered something. By the way, I remember you seemed to have caught a strange thing. It's there, Ying pointed at a reef. Lin Yuan looked over and saw a small white creature with a bulging belly lying on a reef that could get some sun. It should be a small creature that accidentally fell into the water. I squeezed out some of the water in her abdominal cavity, and then when she recovered her breathing, I put her on the reef to dry, Ying said as they walked over. At this moment, Lin Yuan did not hear what Ying said clearly, because he was looking at the panel floating above the white creature's head. Name, Paimon. Skills, none. Life, 60. Defense, 0. Attack, 0. Physical strength, 0. Wow, even Paimon has a panel, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. What are you talking about? Ying asked when she saw Lin Yuan talking to himself. Ye Chen pointed to the top of Paimon's head, can you see what's on it? What's that? Seeing that Lin Yuan did not seem to be joking, Ying took a special look, but he did not see anything. Are you stunned? Ying reached out and touched Lin Yuan's forehead, you don't have a fever either. I'm serious, Lin Yuan slapped Ying's little hand away, not only is there something on her head, there is also something on your head. Then he told Ying in detail what the thing showed. Ah! Panel. After listening to what Lin Yuan said, Ying touched her head and felt itchy. She felt like she was going to grow a brain. Cough cough. At this moment, Paimen coughed, and after spitting out a few mouthfuls of sea water, she gradually regained consciousness. Lin Yuan glanced at Paimen's panel. Life, 63. Where am I? Paimen opened his eyes and first saw the blue sky, mushroom-like white clouds, and the scorching sun. Then the crisp cry of seagulls and the sound of waves hitting the rocks came to his ears. Finally, her retina reflected two people. One has blonde hair, white dress, and golden eyes, eyes like waves, eyebrows like peaks, skin as delicate as white jade, and a Cecilia flower on her head. The other has black hair, black clothes, and black eyes, eyebrows like swords, eyes like stars. Tall and well-proportioned. I heard that small animals will regard the first person they see after birth as their mother. Who do you think she saw first? Just as Paimon was thinking with his small brain, the black-haired man suddenly spoke. I don't know, but isn't that the behavior of small animals? Is she, a small animal? The blonde woman said uncertainly. Hey! I'm not a small animal. Paimon immediately understood what the two were talking about. They actually regarded her as a small animal. Now even if they are her saviors, she will not be in a good mood. Humph! Paimon put on a stinky face and flew up. Sure enough, I can fly. Although Lin Yuan knew that Paimon could fly a long time ago, it was still a bit novel to see it with his own eyes. Of course I can fly. Paimon raised his chin proudly. Lin Yuan, then how did you fall into the water? Paimon scratched his head, oh, I haven't eaten for a long time, I was too hungry, I couldn't fly without energy, so I fell into the water. By the way, you saved me, thank you, if it weren't for you, I might have died, Paimon said embarrassedly in the air. It's okay, my name is Ying, his name is Lin Yuan, I don't know what your name is. Ying waved her hand. My name is Paimon. Paimon's stomach growled as she spoke. Oh no, I'm so hungry. I can't fly again. Paimon swayed in the air, and finally fell into Ying's arms and fainted. Ying said to Lin Yuan, let's go, let's grill some fish, otherwise this little guy will starve to death. Damn it, I didn't catch a single fish today. Lin Yuan took a last look at the fishing rod. Although he caught a system, he was still a little unwilling. Shaking his head, he gave up the last struggle and followed. The two lived in a cave below the Zaixing cliff. The entrance of the cave was narrow, but the inside was spacious and bright. It was divided into two areas by a curtain, which was cool in winter and cool in summer. Ying carefully placed Paimon on the straw mat, and then Lin Yuan built a fire outside the cave, gutted the fish, washed it, and roasted it on the fire. Roasting fish is not too difficult, as long as you control the heat and sprinkle the seasoning. But I don't know why Ying can never roast fish well, just like Lin Yuan can never catch fish. One is born to roast fish and insulate the body. The other is born to fish and insulate the body. Fish, so you are just trying to make things difficult for me, right? Chapter 3. The fish was grilled quickly, the skin was crispy and the inside was tender. The fish was grilled soon, with a crispy skin and tender inside. Lin Yuan sprinkled salt, cumin, and pepper on it and it was done. He didn't know where Ying got these seasonings from, he only knew that he had them when he first came here. It was obvious that Ying had lived here for a long time. Poor thing. Lin Yuan suddenly thought, if Ying had lived here alone for a long time, wouldn't she have eaten all the fish that was grilled like charcoal before? No wonder on the first day of his crossing, as soon as he showed off his grilling skills, Ying couldn't wait to share half of the cave with him, as if she was afraid that he would run away. Eating charcoal every day, who can stand it? Here, grilled fish. Lin Yuan handed 2 grilled fish to Ying. Smells so good, what delicious food, give it to me. Paimon twitched his nose in a daze, and his 2 little hands fluttered in the air. What a greedy kid, Ying pinched Paimon's chubby face. Wow, it's grilled fish. Paimon opened his eyes and saw the delicious food in Ying's hand, and his eyes were full of stars. I don't know where Paimon's small body has such a big stomach. He ate a grilled fish in no time, and then he finished 3 grilled fish in a whirlwind, and then he patted his stomach in satisfaction. Lin Yuan glanced at the panel above Paimon's head. Life, 100. It seems that life has been fully restored. Is this the power of grilled fish? By the way, Paimon, where are you from and where are you going? Ying asked curiously while chewing a grilled fish. Where are you from? Where are you going? Paimon scratched his not-so-smart head in confusion, and finally spread his hands. I don't know, I can't seem to remember anything except my name. I'm afraid you're not a spy. Lin Yuan interrupted at the right time. What? I'm not a spy. Paimon stamped his feet in the air angrily. Then you don't know where to go, what are you going to do next? Ying asked. Next? Paimon looked at Ying, then at Lin Yuan, and finally at the grilled fish in his hands, swallowed his saliva and said, I'll live with you from now on. The food allowance is 200,000 mora per month. Lin Yuan stretched out his hand and joked. Paimon stamped his feet. What? How can I have money? Then you have to do something, right? Lin Yuan smiled. For example, Ying is responsible for fishing, I'm responsible for grilling fish, then how about you be responsible for cleaning up the garbage? After that, he handed the fish bones and wooden sticks to Paimon. Well, I'm not a freeloader, hey. Paimon folded his arms and raised his chin, snorted and then picked up the garbage left by the 3 people. Ying looked at the 2 people who were arguing and smiled without saying anything. Paimon, can you see the panel on Ying's head? Lin Yuan asked after Paimon finished cleaning up the garbage. Panel. Paimon flew to the top of Ying's head and turned around. No, I didn't see anything. It seems that only I can see this personal attribute panel at present. I don't know if I can see it after I form a bond with you. Lin Yuan directly called up the lottery panel, which Ying and Paimon could see. However, the content they saw was the same except for their personal information. For example, what Ying saw was Name, Ying. Number of draws, 0, newcomers get 10 free draws. Draw record, none. What Paimon saw was Name, Paimon. Number of draws, 0, newcomers get 10 free draws. Draw record, none. Except for these personal information, Ying and Paimon see the same things. Wow! I can draw a lottery. Let me see, 160 ore for 1 draw, 10 draws guarantee purple, 90 draws guarantee gold. Ying looked at the lottery description. Is there anything delicious? Paimon also got excited. This lottery is so expensive, 160 ore for 1 draw, Ying smacked her lips. Ore is a specialty ore of Tivat, which has a wide range of uses, such as alchemy, replenishing elemental power, or as a gem collection. It is almost as hard currency as gold. After touching her pocket, Ying found that she didn't have any original stones, but the panel showed that she had a free 10 draw. She first looked at the prizes and clicked on the prize pool information. Gold, Swift Swordsman Yasuo, Way of the Rurouni, Passive, Introduction, the host can accumulate energy while moving. When the energy reaches 100, you will get a shield that absorbs damage. Note, the shield absorbs damage related to proficiency. Entry level absorbs 10% of damage, proficiency level absorbs 20%, master level absorbs 40%, master level absorbs 70%, and king level absorbs 100%. Wow, absorbing 100% of damage, isn't that directly immune to damage? What a powerful skill! Ying took a breath. This is almost a conceptual ability, because no matter how high the opponent's damage is, you can be directly immune. Then her eyes turned to the next golden prize. Gold, Ultra Sword Saint Yi, Meditation, W Skill, Introduction. The host consumes 40 physical points, restores health within a certain period of time, and has damage reduction within 1 second of releasing this skill. This skill, like the previous one, will gradually improve as proficiency increases. For example, the entry level is, restore 10% of health within 60 seconds, and the damage reduction is also 10%. The king level is, restore 100% of health in 1 second, and the damage reduction is also 100%. However, the physical strength consumed by the entry level and the king level is 40, which has not changed. Lin Yuan is also observing these skills. He found that they are basically similar to the skill descriptions in the game League of Legends, but they are different. This may be what the system said, changes made to adapt to the rules of the world. The three people's eyes moved to the next golden prize. Gold, Desert Death God Nasu's, Soul Draining Strike, Q Skill, Introduction. The host consumes 10 points of physical strength, and the next attack causes additional damage. If the enemy is killed with this skill, the attack power will be permanently increased. Gold, Void Terror Cho'Gath, Feast, R Skill, Introduction. The host consumes 100 physical strength, devours enemies below a certain health value, and permanently increases the host's size and health value. Note, the enlarged size will only appear in combat state, and the normal size will be in non-combat state. Gold, Daughter of Darkness Annie, Tiber's Fury, R Skill, Introduction. The host consumes 100 physical strength and temporarily gives the soul to his favorite doll, allowing it to gain life, defense, attack, and other attributes. These three skills also have different proficiency levels. After Ying carefully read them, he slid down and had reached the bottom. It seems that there are only these 5 gold prizes. Lin Yuan looked at the upgrade button on the lower left corner of the lottery page. It is obvious that the card pool will be updated and upgraded only if this button is pressed. However, the button is grey at the moment, and it seems that only a certain amount of raw stones can be obtained to upgrade. Chapter 4. After the three of them looked at the purple prizes, they found that the prizes were not worth the money. The purple prizes were mostly equipment and runes. For example, Life Potion. After use, it permanently increases life by 10 points. Theft Omen. There is a chance to steal a certain amount of mora from the opponent. Cloth Armor. After equipping, it increases defense by 15 points. Of course, there is also a strange item. Clock Trick. Consumes 10 points of physical strength and can change other people's emotions. Note, this item comes from the Collapse Star Train universe. Lin Yuan looked around. At present, the purple prizes only have ordinary equipment and a small number of runes, except for the Clock Trick, and no epic and legendary equipment. I don't know if it will appear after updating the system. After Ying and Peimen looked at the prize pool, their expressions froze. This is too outrageous. If I can draw any golden prize, my combat power can almost be improved by several levels, Ying said foolishly. Peimen also nodded, yes, although there is nothing delicious, I think the skill of the Void Terror is good. If I draw it, I can eat a lot. Amazed face, / Do you want to draw a lottery? Newcomers can get 10 free draws, Lin Yuan asked, seeing that the two were deeply attracted by the prize pool and looked like they would spend a lot of money if they could use mora to buy raw stones. Draw. I want to draw a lottery. I want to draw a lottery. Peimen turned around excitedly in the air, and then clicked the panel, pray 10 times. As Peimen clicked the wish button, 10 meteors streaked across the panel, one of which was particularly bright. Wow! I got gold in the first wave of 10 consecutive draws. I'm so lucky. Peimen clenched his fists, with stars in his eyes. Let me see what skills you got, Ying asked curiously. As Peimen clicked on the panel, an image of Void Fear appeared in the center of the panel, with a line of words written below, congratulations on getting the skill, Feast. It's actually a feast. Lin Yuan touched Peimen's head, you're lucky. You know, skills with growth attributes are very powerful. The entry-level Feast can directly devour enemies with health values below 10%, and can also increase size and health values, ordinary enemies, 10 points, elite enemies, 30 points, epic enemies, 100 points. The King-level Feast can directly devour enemies with health values below 100%, and permanently increase its own health values, Ordinary enemies, 100 points, elite enemies, 300 points, epic enemies, 1000 points. I'm going to eat a lot now. Payman puffed up his chest. It's a pity that food doesn't count as an enemy, otherwise I would be invincible. Hehe. Wait. I seem to be able to see my panel. Payman was suddenly surprised. When Lin Yuan heard Payman say this, he quickly called up his own panel. Name, Lin Yuan. Bond, Payman, level 1. Skill, none. Sure enough, as long as I draw a lottery, I will have a bond with me. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that he was a bit like a lottery platform. Really? Payman can actually see the panel that Lin Yuan mentioned? Is it only possible to draw a lottery? Ying was very smart and immediately associated it with the relationship. Ying, by the way, Payman, what is the purple prize you drew? Oh, I was so busy looking at the gold prize that I forgot to click down. Payman scratched his head, and his chubby little fingers clicked on the lottery panel a few times. After skipping a few thank you for patronage interfaces, the screen turned purple. Stamina potion, permanently increase 10 points of stamina. It's actually a stamina potion. This thing is quite rare, Lin Yuan said. This thing reminded him of a potion that restored mana in the previous version of League of Legends, but it was later deleted by the designer. The thing you drew, Paimon, is quite suitable for your skills. Feast consumes 100 mana at a time, and your current upper limit is 110. This way, you won't fall directly to the ground after releasing the skill, Ying said. Indeed, Paimon nodded. She opened her own panel. Name, Paimon. Skill, Feast, entry level. Life, 100. Defense, 0. Attack, 0, setting, Feast has no attack power bonus. Physical strength, 110. Great. I, Paimon, also have a panel. It's my turn. It's my turn. Ying also shook her fist excitedly. Let's get started, Lin Yuan. After adjusting the lottery panel, he looked at Ying. Ying excitedly pointed to the lower right corner of the panel. Pray 10 times. Swish. Swish. 10 meteors appeared on the lottery panel. Wow. Ying. You also got a gold. Great. Paimon saw a flash of golden light. I didn't expect you two to be so lucky. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the first time he got a gold in Genshin Impact, 89 draws, and it was crooked. I don't know which skill I will get, will it also be a feast? Ying found herself a little nervous. As Ying clicked, a golden figure with a human body and a dog head appeared in the center of the lottery panel. It turned out to be the Q skill of the desert death god Nasu's, Soul Draining Strike, another skill with growth attributes. Lin Yuan looked at the detailed introduction of Soul Draining Strike. Entry level, consume 10 stamina each time, strengthen the next attack, and cause an additional 10% of the attack power damage. If you kill the enemy, the attack power will be permanently increased, normal enemy, 1 point, elite enemy, 3 points, epic enemy, 10 points. King level, consume 10 stamina each time, strengthen the next attack, and cause an additional 100% of the attack power damage. If you kill the enemy, the attack power will be permanently increased, normal enemy, 100 points, elite enemy, 300 points, epic enemy, 1000 points. So that's it, Ying also understood, my current attack power is 10. If I use Soul Draining Strike, my next attack can cause 10.1 damage. If you kill a normal enemy, you can also permanently increase 1 point of attack power. That's right, Lin Yuan nodded, I just don't know if the proficiency must be eliminated by skills, or just release it. Try it later on a slime, Ying was eager to move. First, see what your purple prize is, Lin Yuan reminded. Okay, under the gaze of Lin Yuan and Payman, Ying clicked on the panel, and 3 purples appeared. Anger Potion, after use, gain 30 attack power increase, 1 hour. Life Potion, after use, permanently increase 10 points of life. Clock Trick, consume 10 points of physical strength, can change other people's emotions. Ying directly clicked to use Life Potion, and then opened her own panel. Name, Ying. Skill, Soul Draining Strike, entry level. Life, 110. Defense, 0. Attack, 10. Physical Strength, 100. Ying, why can't you see each other's panel? Payman saw Ying staring at the front, and knew that Ying was checking her own panel, but she couldn't see it. Really? It seems that I can't see it, Ying asked Peiman to open the panel, and found that she couldn't see Peiman's either. Then it seems that only I can view each of your panels. Lin Yuan looked weird, so this is what it feels like to play a development game. He opened his own panel and found a few more words in the line of bond. Bond, Ying, Level 2, Peiman, Level 1. Chapter 5. The fisherman was so busy that he was caught in a car accident. Let's go, I want to go out and try out my new skills. Ying took out a sword without a sharp edge and said excitedly. Lin Yuan took out a piece of craft paper, which was the map of Mondstadt that he had caught on the sea a few days ago. It detailed the roads in Cape Lookout, Star-Picking Cliff, Lookout Mountain, Starfall Lake, Whispering Forest, the gathering of monsters, and the distribution of some specialties. There was a small Adventurers Association logo in the lower right corner of the map. It seemed to be an internal map of the Adventurers Association. For some reason, it fell into the sea and was caught by Lin Yuan. I think we can head to Mondstadt now. What do you two think? Mondstadt. Peiman seemed to remember something when she heard these three words. She looked at the two of them. By the way, I don't know what you two are going to do. As for me, I'm going to find my brother. Ying talked about her past, which was basically the same as the setting in the game. 500 years ago, when she was leaving Tibet, she was stopped by a strange god and then sealed. It was 500 years later when she woke up. Strange god? Peiman pondered. Mondstadt is the kingdom of the god of wind, so it's not wrong for us to go to Mondstadt as our first stop. The wind is the freest and can detect a lot of information. Maybe the god of wind knows the whereabouts of your brother. Lin Yuan looked at Peiman. Peiman, you can't remember other things, right? How do you know this? I don't know, but when you mentioned Mondstadt, these memories suddenly emerged in my mind. Peiman scratched his head and said awkwardly. Sometimes when people with amnesia come into contact with familiar words or things, they may find some memories. Peiman should be one of them, Ying said. Peiman nodded, it should be. Anyway, I don't know too much, but some memories about Mond have indeed emerged in my brain. Then now we have the same goal. You want to find your brother, and I'll find my memory. Go. Peiman turned in the air and flew out of the cave. Let's go. Lin Yuan simply packed up the things in the cave and followed him out. The three of them embarked on the journey to Mond. By the way, Lin Yuan, what are you going to do? Peiman flew over and asked. Ying also pricked up her ears. She had known Lin Yuan for more than a month, but she had never known his past. Me? Lin Yuan thought seriously. When he first came here, he was curious and wanted to meet the characters in the game. After seeing the dangers of this world, he was hesitant. He wanted to go back and stay. As for now, Lin Yuan turned to Ying and Peiman and smiled, let's go on a trip. Go see the birds, poems and city-states of Tibet, the queen, fools and monsters. Go to the kingdom of wind to feel freedom, go to the kingdom of rock to feel the contract, go to Inajima to feel, maybe that's what I'm thinking now. The sunset gradually fell, and the fiery red sun was reflected on the sea level, casting afterglow on the boy's face, so hot. Well, I have to admit that this is a good idea. Peiman stretched out his little hand and gave a thumbs up. Ying also nodded, yes, let's go on a trip, it sounds good. When your life is a mess, then go on a trip. Measure the world with your eyes, appreciate every new and strange scenery, or go to the pier to get some fries and enjoy the sea breeze. This may be the meaning of life. Sometimes the end is not important, the process is important. The three walked on the beach in the sunset, listening to the sound of waves hitting the shore. Wait, there are slimes over there. Suddenly, Lin Yuan found several blue spherical creatures jumping on the beach in front. It's a water slime. It doesn't look too big. We should be able to deal with it, Ying also found it. The three of them approached quietly and found that they were three small water slimes with three panels floating on their heads. Name, Water Slime, Small. Level, Normal. Life, 50. Defense, 0. Attack, 1. Leave these three water slimes to me and Peiman. It's just right to try out the new skills I drew. Ying picked up the edgeless sword and rushed up in a few steps. With a puff, the edgeless sword chopped the water slime. Life, 40. The water slime's life was reduced by 10 points. It seems that the attack power directly affects the life value. Lin Yuan has been observing the water slime's panel. Water slime. After being hit by a sword, her body felt pain, and she reacted immediately, bouncing and trying to hit Ying. The attack power of the water slime is 1 point, although it is not high, but Ying feels that there is no need to get hurt. She slid to the side and slipped to the side of the water slime, avoiding the attack of the water slime, and then 2 more swords. Life, 10. Soul-sucking strike. Ying saw that the water slime had only 10 points of life left, and knew that the opportunity to use skills had come. She roared, and a layer of mysterious aura was immediately attached to the edgeless sword. Bang! With a sword swing, the water slime was directly shattered into pieces, turning into pools of slime condensate. Lin Yuan looked at Ying's panel. Name, Ying. Skill, Soul Draining Blast, Entry Level. Life, 110. Defense, 0. Attack, 11. Physical Strength, 88. The attack power has indeed been permanently increased. Paimon, we will each take one of the remaining 2. Ying held a sword and confronted the remaining 2 water slimes. Paimon nodded, okay, and then scratched his head and asked, what is 10% of 50 health? The entry-level feast can only devour enemies with less than 10% health, but it's a pity that Paimon is stupid and can't count. It's 5, Lin Yuan blurted out. Yes, it's 5 health points. Paimon nodded as if he had suddenly realized something. Ying had already cut the health of the 2 slimes to 10 points, and then she used Soul Draining Blast again to kill one. Paimon, the other one is yours. No, it's 5. Paimon saw that the water slime had 10 HP left, and she couldn't start the feast. Her attack power was 0, so it was impossible to hurt the water slime with normal attacks. Ah! What should I do? My attack power is 10. If I attack again, the water slime will be killed by me. Ying didn't know what to do. I'll do it. Lin Yuan looked at his 5 attack points and felt that it could finally come in handy. He picked up the wooden stick on the coast, took a few steps to grab it, and hit the water slime with a stick. Lin Yuan felt that the wooden stick was like hitting a ball of jelly, and it bounced. The water slime only had 5 HP left. Paimon, it's up to you. Lin Yuan retreated a few steps after hitting the water slime, not giving the water slime a chance to fight back. Feast. Start. Paimon also shouted like Ying. Paimon opened his mouth and the space around the water slime was abnormally distorted, and then it was swallowed directly into the stomach. So this is the effect. I thought you would chew it one mouthful at a time. Ying looked at Paimon and pinched her face. It doesn't seem to have grown any bigger. Chapter 6. The big man was so angry that he was forced to leave. Lin Yuan looked directly at Paimon's panel. Name, Paimon. Skill, Feast, Entry Level. Life, 110. Defense, 0. Attack, 0. Stamina, 10. Life is permanently improved, and there is no problem with the skill description. Lin Yuan walked towards Paimon and checked it carefully. The size does not seem to have changed much, but I guess it's because the water slime is not at a high level. If you swallow more, or directly swallow a high-level monster, the change should be obvious. By the way, Paimon, can you still fly after you become bigger? Ying suddenly looked at Paimon curiously. Lin Yuan said, I guess if I grow bigger and have to fly, I'll consume more energy. The two of them were talking back and forth, like they were performing a crosstalk. Paimon looked left and right, and finally stamped his feet in annoyance. Hey, you two guys. The 3 of them bickered and soon walked out of the huge beach below Cape Lookout. Lin Yuan took out the map. There is a path that leads directly to Mondstadt. It's here. As he said that, he pointed his finger at a canyon between the Star-Picking Cliff and Cape Lookout. Cape Lookout and Star-Picking Cliff are steep and difficult to climb. Only this road can pass through the 2 mountains. But there are many monsters on this road, so we have to be careful. It should be better when we get to Starfall Lake and Whispering Forest. I heard that there are Mondstadt guards patrolling there regularly, Ying said while looking at the map. Lin Yuan shook his head. He knew that the elite of Mondstadt had been taken away by Captain Falger. Now the Mondstadt guards were almost all old, weak, sick, and new recruits, with little combat power. Even the city defense was almost taken over by the Fatui, not to mention patrolling in the Whispering Forest and Starfall Lake. If there was anyone he could meet in Starfall Lake, it would probably be Clay, who was secretly frying fish. Let's go. Let's go forward before the sun sets. Lin Yuan put away the map. The three of them walked in the afterglow of the sunset and crossed the Grand Canyon between Cape Lookout and Star-Picking Cliff. During the period, they encountered a few monsters, but they were of relatively low levels and scattered in number, and did not pose any threat to the three of them. When the three of them just stepped out of the Grand Canyon, the sky was completely dark. Let's set up camp here tonight. Lin Yuan walked to the edge of a flat cliff and looked forward. He could vaguely see the extremely wide Starfall Lake and the distant windmill. Next to this cliff is the path leading to Starfall Lake. Lin Yuan remembered that when he first played Genshin Impact, he didn't see the road and jumped directly from here and died. Recalling the past, Lin Yuan laughed twice, then picked up some dry firewood from the surroundings, built a bonfire, and planned to roast the last 8 fish. The night in Tibet is not particularly dark. Not to mention that there is an extremely bright moon in the sky. Even if the moon is hidden in the clouds, the Milky Way that stretches across the entire starry sky is enough to illuminate the earth. Ying and Paimon lay on the grass, admiring the starry sky of Tibet and watching the occasional meteors in the sky. The aroma of grilled fish gradually came into the air. Paimon flew up and said, "I can't take it anymore. I'm so hungry." "Lin Yuan, have you finished grilling?" Lin Yuan handed a grilled fish to Paimon. "Try it. Today's seasoning is only salt, so the taste may be a little off." He handed another one to Ying. "Ha ha ha ha, it's so hot." Paimon grabbed the end of the bamboo skewer with one hand and the tip of the bamboo skewer with the other hand. He grimaced when he took a bite and exhaled to cool down. "Eat slowly." Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly. He now understood why Paimon drew feast, which was exactly in line with Paimon's character. Soon, the three of them finished 8 grilled fish in the evening breeze under the starry sky. Lin Yuan and Ying each had 2, and Paimon had 4. "Burp, my physical strength is almost recovered. I still have to eat delicious food." Paimon patted his belly. He opened his own panel. Physical strength, 98. "In the future, Ying will be eaten out of money by you," Lin Yuan joked. Paimon shook his head. "No, I will also work hard to make money." Ying sat by the campfire and smiled. "Okay, I want to see how little Paimon makes money. There should be an adventurers association in Mondstadt. I heard that you can make money by taking commissions there." "Not only Mora, but also raw stones," Paimon pointed out. "It seems necessary to register as an adventurer in the Adventurers Association." Ying nodded. "After all, the lottery system requires raw stones to draw, it seems. I have to work every day in the future." "Work, work. Work to make money." Paimon took off his crown excitedly and turned in the air. Lin Yuan couldn't help laughing and said, "Paimon, working is not a comfortable thing, why are you excited? Working can make money, and making money can buy delicious food, of course I'm excited." "Well, it seems that you haven't experienced the beating of society." "Humph. Who is society? Why does it beat me?" Paimon turned his head. Okay, go to sleep, get up early every day and continue on the road," Ying stretched. Go to sleep, good night." Speaking of sleeping, Paimon was a little sleepy, yawned, and snuggled into Ying's arms. Lin Yuan also lay on the felt, picked a dandelion from the side and played with it, looked at the Milky Way in the sky, and gradually fell asleep. What's the sound? After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Lin Yuan vaguely heard the sound of the earth shaking. He opened his eyes, and the first rays of morning light shot into his pupils. It was just dawn. What's that sound? Ying and Paimon were also awakened, and they all got up sleepily. Lin Yuan pricked up his ears and listened carefully, only to hear a babbling sound coming from the bushes in the distance. He stood up and looked towards the source of the sound. Oh no, it's the Hilliards. 10 hillbillies rushed out of the bushes in the distance. These hillbillies were hunched over, holding shields and sticks in their hands, and wearing twisted masks on their faces, which looked very strange and scary. Hillbillies are one of the most common monsters in Tibet. Compared with the gentle slimes, hillbillies are more brutal, so they basically attack humans. And it is said that hillbillies are transformed from cursed humans, so compared with slimes, hillbillies often have a certain IQ. Although the IQ is not very high, it is enough to make the threat level of hillbillies ahead of some more powerful monsters. Just like these hillbillies, they can not only make shields and sticks, but also stand. The hillbillies holding shields walked in front, followed by the hillbillies holding sticks. Get ready for battle. Lin Yuan picked up a stick and whispered. Ah! A stick hillman seemed to think that Paimon would be easier to attack, so he rushed over and raised his stick to hit Paimon. But Paimon was not a fool, so how could he just fly and let it hit him? Paimon flew much higher in an instant, and flew directly out of the stick hillman's attack range. Ha! Ying seized the opportunity and took advantage of the stick hillman's distraction to stab out with a sword, cutting off 15 drops of blood from the hillman. Ying had previously killed 2 water slimes with the soul-sucking attack and gained 2 points of attack power, and then solved 3 ordinary monsters in the canyon and gained 3 points of attack power. So her current attack power is 15 points. And the health points of these hillmen are all 60 points. The difference is that the wooden shield hillman has 15 points of defense and 5 points of attack, the stick hillman has 0 points of defense and 10 points of attack. Chapter 7. The sword was broken, and the sword was broken. Ying quickly stabbed out 2 more swords, reducing the health of the wooden stick hillman to 15 points, and then used the skill soul draining strike, preparing to take down the wooden stick hillman in one fell swoop. Ah! Seeing his companion being attacked, a wooden shield hillman rushed over with a shield. Lin Yuan naturally couldn't let it interrupt Ying's spell casting, so he took a few steps to grab it, pulled out a stick, and hit the hillman's wooden shield. Click! The wooden stick hit the hillman's wooden shield, and Lin Yuan felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He looked at the wooden shield hillman's panel and found that the defense value was reduced by 5 points, and the health value did not change. It seems that defense has a higher priority than health, and attacking first deducts defense value. With the few seconds of Lin Yuan's delay, Ying had already used soul draining strike to destroy the wooden stick hillman, and once again gained a permanent increase of 1 point in attack power. Then she rushed forward in one step and aimed at the shield of the wooden shield hillman with a sword. With a click, the wooden shield was directly cut in half. Ying's current attack power is 16 points, and the wooden shield hillman's defense is only 10 points, so naturally he can't withstand Ying's attack. Moreover, Ying's sword did not run out of strength after splitting the wooden shield, but instead chopped the wooden shield hillman with one go. Lin Yuan saw that the health of the wooden shield hillman became 54, obviously the excess attack power after breaking the defense was applied to the health value. He smacked his lips, this really didn't waste any attack power. From the wooden stick hillman rushing up to attack Paimon to Ying and Lin Yuan working together to eliminate the 2 hillmen, it took only a dozen seconds. The 8 hillbillies behind them saw this and immediately made a sound of ah and rushed forward. Ying and Lin Yuan looked at each other, nodded, and then rushed into the hillbilly pile. A sword on the left and a stick on the right. Although the 2 had low attack power, they were flexible and moved like butterflies in the hillbilly pile. With 1 sword and 1 stick, several hillbillies returned to the earth veins. However, the 2 were also hit by the hillbillies several times. Fortunately, the attack power of these hillbillies was not high, so Ying and Lin Yuan were not knocked down by one move. Swish! Lin Yuan eliminated 2 hillbillies, and Ying eliminated 5 with soul draining strike. In a blink of an eye, only the last wooden shield hillbilly was left on the field. Ying stabbed out with a sword, and the attack power of up to 24 points directly penetrated the wooden shield with a defense value of only 15 points. Then 2 more swords cut the hillbilly's health to 3 points. Paimon! Ying shouted. Here we go! Paimon activated Feast directly. He swallowed the last hillyman in an instant. Hey! Finally, all 10 hillymen on the field were eliminated, and Lin Yuan and Ying breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 checked their own panels. Lin Yuan's life became 70 points, and stamina became 90 points. Ying's life became 65 points, and because she also released soul draining strike 7 times, stamina was only 20 points. Paimon didn't suffer much injury while flying in the air, but after releasing the skill feast, there was not much stamina left. Although the skill feast has a percentage kill, its disadvantage is that it consumes too much stamina and cannot be released frequently. Lin Yuan did observe that Paimon was indeed a little bigger this time, but with the end of the battle, her size returned to normal. My skill proficiency has improved, Ying exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yuan looked at her panel. Name, Ying. Skill, soul draining attack, experienced level. Life, 65. Defense, 0. Attack, 24. Physical strength, 20. Soul draining attack at the expertise level can cause 20% extra damage, and killing ordinary enemies can permanently increase the attack power by 2 points. Using the skill 10 times can upgrade to the expertise level. Since Ying met the slime, she has used soul draining attack to kill enemies 12 times in total. So her last 2 times were at the expertise level, which directly increased the attack power by 4 points. Just as Ying was concentrating on checking the panel, the bushes in the distance shook again, making a rustling sound, accompanied by a huge ground shaking. Then Lin Yuan saw a hillock man who was more than 2 meters tall rushing out of the bushes, holding a huge flaming axe in his hand, and dozens of hillock men followed behind him, some holding arrows and some casting spells. Name: Fire Axe Hill Thug. Level: Elite. Life: 10. 00. Defense: 30. Attack: 300. Kill the little one, here comes the old one. Lin Yuan looked at the panel and knew that the 3 of them were no match for him. Ah! The fire axe hillman threw the more than 1 meter long axe in his hand from a long distance, spinning it in the air like a wind and fire wheel, and the flames burned the air with crackling sounds. Not good. Lin Yuan saw that the fire axe hillman was actually aiming at Ying. Obviously, its IQ is higher than that of ordinary hillmen, and it knows who has the highest combat power among the 3 opponents. To capture a thief, you must first capture the leader. The fire axe hillman actually understands this principle. No wonder hillmen can rank at the top of the monster threat rankings issued by the Adventurer Association. Ying, be careful! Lin Yuan yelled, and it was too late, so he flew forward and threw Ying away at the critical moment when the fire axe was about to hit her. Lin Yuan's powerful attack directly threw the 2 people 5 or 6 meters away. The 2 rolled on the ground for several times before stopping, covered in dust. From the appearance of the fire axe hillock thug to the throwing of the axe, it took only 1 second. Ying was concentrating on checking the panel and had no time to react. If Lin Yuan had not ignored his own safety and thrown her out, she would have been directly reduced to ashes. The 2 stood up in dust and looked at the place where Ying had just stood. There was a deep pit there that had been smashed by the fire axe. Ying looked at the big pit with lingering fear, and she looked at Lin Yuan gratefully. Lin Yuan felt that his panel had changed a little, and Ying's bond was upgraded from level 2 to level 3. However, there was no time to check the panel carefully. The fire axe hillock thug saw that the axe did not hit him, and rushed up again with a roar. The rocket hillock man and water hillock shaman behind him were also drawing bows and casting spells. Run! Lin Yuan yelled, pulling Ying towards the Starfall Lake. Paimon also used all his strength to fly up quickly, following closely behind the 2. Good guy, it even triggered an elemental reaction. Lin Yuan looked back as he ran, and saw that the place where he had just stood was hit by the rocket hillman and the water hillman at the same time, producing bursts of white smoke that only evaporation reactions can produce. The 3 of them ran desperately in front, and the fire axe hillman and his subordinates chased them hard behind. Soon everyone ran to the vicinity of the Starfall Lake. Originally, Paimon was planning to let Ying touch the statue of the wind god, but now there was no time for that, and escaping was the most important thing. Chapter 8. The 3 of them bypassed the vast Starfall Lake and ran directly into the Whispering Forest. During this period, they also encountered some monsters such as slimes and ordinary hillmen, but when those monsters saw the fire axe hill thugs behind the 3 people, they shrank back directly. Monsters will also attack each other. The fire axe hill thugs are obviously a more powerful existence in this area, and those ordinary monsters dare not touch them. The Whispering Forest is not a palm-sized piece of land in the game, but a huge forest covering an area of thousands of kilometers. There are not only huge trees as thick as mountains, but also umbrella-shaped tree canopies that cover the sky and the sun, and some specialties and treasures. Of course, there is no shortage of large numbers of monsters gathering, which makes some adventurers stay away. If you want to go to Starfall Lake and Cape Lookout in the northeast of Mondstadt, the Whispering Forest is the only land route. Another route is to take a boat from Mondstadt, pass the Fruit Wine Lake, reach the west side of the Lookout Mountain, and then turn to land. However, the Lookout Mountain has not been developed yet, there are more monsters, and the terrain is undulating. Therefore, although the Whispering Forest is more dangerous, some adventurers and Mondstadt citizens have opened up a road. Lin Yuan and the other 2 are running on this small road about 2 meters wide at the moment, and the fire axe hill thug and its subordinates are more than 10 meters behind them. No, I'm so tired, I can't fly anymore. Paimon was shaky in the air, looking exhausted. After releasing Feast, she only had 10 points of physical strength left, and she had been flying all the way just now. At this moment, her physical strength is already very little, and it will soon be used up. Although Lin Yuan and Ying are better, if the fire axe hill thugs behind them chase them relentlessly, they will probably end up exhausted in the end. No, we have to think of a way. Running all the time is not a solution. Lin Yuan ran wildly, frowning as he thought about a solution. Fighting head-on is definitely not an option. The fire axe hillock thugs are too high level. The three of them together are not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Running is not an option either. The fire axe hillock thugs are full of energy. They will definitely be the ones who will be exhausted to death in the end. Ask for help? It's still far from Mondstadt. Where can I ask for help? Wait. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of someone. At present, the development of this world is basically the same as the setting in the game. Although there are some deviations, it's almost the same. So according to the current development, who will Ying meet when she enters the Whispering Forest? The answer is obvious, that is the Great Wind God, Lord Barbatos. Although Wendy in the game behaves very weak and is knocked down by the Fatui executive madam, Lin Yuan knows that this is just Wendy acting. In terms of real strength, it is estimated that only the rock god Morix among the 7 gods can suppress him. Follow me. Lin Yuan decided in his heart and had an idea in an instant. He ran in one direction based on his memory. Although the Whispering Forest in reality is much larger than the one in the game, the general direction should not have changed. Such a big movement behind him should attract Wendy's attention. Lin Yuan, where are we going? Seeing Lin Yuan abandon the flat road and plunge into the undeveloped bushes, Ying wondered while running. Help! Lin Yuan shouted behind him, Paimon, hold on, you will be safe soon. Okay. Paimon replied weakly. She only had 1 point of physical strength left at the moment, which was extremely dangerous. Lin Yuan vaguely found a huge blue creature in the gap between the bushes in front. If he guessed correctly, it should be Taverin. At this moment, the Fire Axe Hill thug seemed to be furious because he could not catch up with the enemy for a long time. He roared and threw the fire axe in his hand again. The fire axe spun in the air like a knife wheel, tearing the air, pulling out a flame, and smashing it hard in front. Get out of the way! Lin Yuan had been paying attention to the situation of the Fire Axe Hill thug behind him, and captured its behavior a second before it threw the axe. Lin Yuan suddenly stopped, grabbed Peimen with one hand and Ying with the other, and dodged to the side. The three of them fell into the open space with fallen leaves piled up next to them. The fire axe swept past the 3 people, continued to move forward, passed through the bushes, and smashed in front of a blue creature. Oh no, we are in danger. Ying and Peimen saw the Fire Axe Hill thug rushing towards the 3 people immediately after throwing the axe. They almost had no time to get up and run away, and their faces turned pale instantly. No, it's the danger. Lin Yuan saw. The flaming axe hillock thug was about to rush to his face, but his face remained calm. 3. 2. What? Ying and Paimon looked at Lin Yuan in surprise. Why did this kid suddenly count down? Was he scared silly? 1. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, a dragon roar came directly before the flaming axe hillock thug was about to attack the 3 people. Roar! Then there was a strong wind around, sand and rocks were flying, the sky went dark, and a huge blue body flapped its wings and flew into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Damn it! An angry voice came from the bushes. A guy wearing a green hat looked at the flaming axe on the ground, and then looked at the blue dragon flying away, and the braids behind him lit up. Then a strong wind rolled out directly, tearing the air, making a humming sound, and instantly tore the flaming axe hillock thug and its subordinates behind it into pieces. The strong wind did not stop after tearing the Fire Axe Hill thugs apart, but circled in front of the 3 people before dissipating in the air. Lin Yuan knew that the last strong wind circled in front of them because Wendy was thinking about whether to attack them. After all, this moment was the most angry Wendy had ever been. But fortunately, he made the right bet. Hey! Lin Yuan took a long breath. After experiencing a wave of life and death escapes, and finally calculating a wave of wind gods, he also felt exhausted and physically exhausted at this moment. Are we safe? Ying was still frightened by the strong wind just now. She could clearly feel that the strong wind brought some faint murderous intent. Paimon fell directly from the air, fell into Lin Yuan's arms, and fell into a deep sleep. The 2 of them sat on the ground and rested for more than 10 minutes before they recovered a little strength. Then Lin Yuan held Paimon under his armpit, and he and Ying walked through the bushes that had been blown to pieces by the strong wind, and came to the place where the huge blue dragon had just been entrenched. There was no one here at the moment, only the mess on the ground and the huge axe of the Fire Axe Hill thug. What is this? Ying found a fist-sized teardrop-shaped transparent stone in the middle of the open space, floating in the air, emitting a strange red light, like a ruby. She walked over and gently held the stone in her hand. How is it? Do you feel uncomfortable? Lin Yuan was also a little nervous at this moment. Although he knew that this was the cursed poisonous blood crystal of Taverin, Ying could purify it, although the reality was basically consistent with the basic veins in the game, there were still some deviations. At this time, Ying's life and physical strength were relatively low. Even if the poisonous blood had only a slight effect on her, it might cause unpredictable effects. Chapter 9. The old man was very happy. Nothing happened. Ying shook her head. I feel that the red aura emanating from here is both evil and familiar. As she spoke, her mind moved, and the red aura gradually dissipated, and the stone turned into a light blue transparent teardrop. Nothing happened. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Ying purify the pollution. By the way, Ying and I have a third-level bond. Logically, I should be able to obtain an ability or item from Ying. Let me see. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered this and called up his personal panel. Name, Lin Yuan. Bond, Ying, Level 3, Paimon, Level 2. Skills, none, selectable. It seems that I chose it myself. I thought it was automatically assigned by the system. He clicked the skill column, and then a message popped up on the panel. Selectable target, Ying. Selectable number, 1. Selectable skills, Soul Draining Strike, Proficient Level, Purifying the Abyss, Unknown. Selectable items, Clock Trick, Anger Potion, Edgeless Sword, Taverin Crystal, Purified Version, Skirt, Boots. Lin Yuan? Is your system serious? Ahem. Lin Yuan coughed twice, and then decisively chose Soul Draining Strike. As he pressed the selection button, Lin Yuan felt as if there was a special power in his body, and he could use this power as long as he moved his mind. He looked at his panel. Skill, Soul Draining Strike, Proficient Level. Now that he also has a means of attack, with power, Lin Yuan feels a little more at ease. In this land full of magic and dragons, sometimes power is the foundation of everything. People with power will have a certain confidence whether they are talking or doing things. Before, Lin Yuan's attack power was only 5 points. To be honest, let alone confidence, he didn't even have the qualifications to rush. But now, the skilled level Soul Draining Strike can increase the extra damage by 20% after use, and it can also permanently increase the attack power by 2 points after killing an ordinary enemy. This is confidence. As long as he survives and develops, who can be his enemy in the later stage? I'm so tired. I'm so hungry. At this time, Peimen, who was held in Lin Yuan's armpit, also opened his eyes slowly. Peimen, how are you? Ying put away the crystal, walked over and touched Peimen's head. I'm so hungry. My stomach is growling, I'm going to faint from hunger. Let's go, this place is not far from Mon City. If we walk a little further, we should be able to meet humans and see if we can exchange some food. Lin Yuan took out the map, studied it for a while, and found that it was only a day's journey from Mon City. Let's go. Ying picked up Paimon, who couldn't fly, and Lin Yuan dragged the axe of the Fire Axe Hill Thug. This thing is probably worth a lot of money. The three walked for a whole day, and in the early morning of the next day, they finally saw the edge of the Whispering Forest and the looming outline of Mondstadt. Just then, a crisp voice sounded behind the three. Hey! You three, wait a minute! Then a lively girl with brown hair, a rabbit headband, and red clothes rushed out from the bushes behind. The girl turned a 360-degree circle in the air and landed steadily on the ground. So handsome! Although Paimon was so hungry that he was weak, he still applauded. Hey, thank you! Hearing the little mascot praising herself, Amber was embarrassed. Oh, no, Amber remembered her mission, stood up straight, and saluted. May the wind god fool you! Oh no! Protect you, stranger! I am Amber, the scout knight of the Knights of Favonius. You three are not citizens of Mondstadt, right? Then, please state your identities. Lin Yuan, such a familiar line. Hello, my name is Ying, this is Lin Yuan, and this is Paimon. Ying introduced the three people's names to Amber. Well, none of them sound like locals, this gentleman sounds like a Laiho person. Amber looked at Lin Yuan. I guess so, Lin Yuan thought for a while, I have a connection with Laiho. Then you and I are quite predestined. My ancestral home is also Liu. Amber smiled. She looked at the axe dragged behind Lin Yuan. Oh my god, it's the axe of the fire axe Hillock thug. You actually killed a fire axe Hillock thug. It doesn't count as ours, Lin Yuan thought for a while. It counts as. Pick up the leak. That's pretty impressive. Amber gave a thumbs up. Anyway, I don't have the ability to do that at the moment. Only Jean, Lisa, Kaya, and Eula in the Knights can kill a fire axe hill thug. Of course, if you really count, Clay and Noel can do it. Then he turned to look at Paimon. I've never seen a flying mascot before. Ying, it's emergency food. Lin Yuan, but now I can use others as emergency food. Feast. Paimon? What the hell? Not even as good as a mascot. She looked at Ying and Lin Yuan angrily. These two guys are really hateful. Amber, although I don't understand what you are talking about, it's a foreign traveler anyway. It's not very safe around Mondstadt recently. It's better for you to get into the city as soon as possible. Does not safe mean the blue dragon? Lin Yuan said. Hey? Lin Yuan, how did you know? That's right. Amber looked at the whispering forest behind him. You came out from here, didn't you run into that dragon? Indeed, it did, but the dragon was frightened and flew away again, Ying said. Ying, can you show me the specific location of the dragon's habitat on the map? Amber took out a map, which was more detailed than the one Lin Yuan caught, and was obviously an internal map of the Knights. Probably here, Ying pointed to a place. Okay, thank you very much for the clues you provided, I will report your contribution truthfully. Amber performed another knight's salute. You're welcome, Ying waved her hand. By the way, let's go into the city first, I'm so hungry, Paimon protested in Ying's arms. Are you hungry? I have some food here, I'll give you some first. Amber lowered her head and took out a piece of barbecue from the small bag on her waist, with a small rabbit ear on it. I call it Scout Night Barbecue, but it's my specialty, try it. Amber handed the barbecue to Paimon. Wow! It smells so good! Paimon's eyes were full of stars, looking at the bloody and charred barbecue steaks, he immediately started to eat with relish. Let's go, I'll escort you into the city. Amber said. By the way, as a scout knight, don't you have any other tasks? Paimon asked in the air after eating the barbecue and regaining his vitality. Of course, helping travelers, cleaning up garbage, eradicating small groups of hillbillies, and detecting information are all my tasks. So many, they look so busy, Paimon said. Because the knights are short of manpower, I am the only scout knight left, and the recent rampage of the wind dragon has caused great chaos around Mondstadt, so my tasks have increased. Especially the hillocks, they may have sensed the disorder of the earth veins and began to gather around Mondstadt. Hillocks have established small-scale pioneer camps in several places around. One of my tasks this time is to eliminate one of the pioneer camps. Hillock camp? We may be able to help, Lin Yuan looked at his skill panel, and his heart suddenly moved. If we don't seize the time to develop now, when will we? You. Amber looked at the three people hesitantly, and then seemed to realize that her words were inappropriate. She waved her hand and said, Excuse me, this is not the way a good knight should speak. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but, if you get hurt accidentally, it will be too embarrassing, because this is my mission. Trust us. Ying drew out the edgeless sword and showed a powerful smile. Chapter 10. The two of them were very busy, and the two of them were very busy. Okay, then I'll make an exception, Amber nodded in the end, looking at the three people's confident look. Although it is against the Knight's Guidance Manual to bring non-knights to perform tasks, it should be okay now that the wind dragon is rampant. Let's go, it's okay, Paimon flew up in front. After she had experienced being chased by the fire axe hillock thugs, she was much braver. Soon, the three of them came to a depression. Let me see, 3 wooden shield hillocks, 3 thug hillocks, 2 rocket hillocks and a water hillock shaman, the 4 hid behind a big rock, and Lin Yuan observed secretly. The panels of the wooden shield hillman and the fighter hillman were the same as those encountered before. This was the first time that he carefully observed the panels of the rocket hillman and the water hillman shaman. Name, Rocket Hillman. Level, Normal. HP, 50. Defense, 0. Attack, 10. Except that the HP of the Rocket Hillman was 10 points lower than that of the Fighter Hillman, the other data did not change. The only difference was that it could attack from a distance. Then Lin Yuan looked at the Water Hillman again. Name, Water Hill Shaman. Level, Normal. HP, 100. Defense, 0. Attack, 30. Not bad, except for the Water Hill Shaman, which has relatively high attributes, the other hill people are average. Amber looked at Lin Yuan in confusion. What panel? Why can't I understand what you are talking about? Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously. You will understand later, it's hard to explain it now. He glanced at Amber's panel. Attack, 15. Amber, listen to my command, long-range attack. Then he and Ying looked at each other and rushed up. Paimon also flew over, ready to launch feast when she had the opportunity. After eating the barbecue given by Amber, she rested for a while and her physical strength had been fully restored. Hey! You three, be a little smaller. Amber had to set up his bow and arrow, ready to provide long-range support at any time. Amber, shoot the Rocket Hill people on the left. Lin Yuan shouted. Swoosh! Amber shot an arrow, directly hitting the Rocket Hillman standing on the tower and sending him to the ground. Ah! This arrow was like a spark thrown into an oil pan, instantly igniting the Hillman camp. The Hillmen made a groaning sound and rushed towards the few people. But Lin Yuan and Ying were one step faster, and the two of them rushed over in a few steps. Ying raised the edgeless sword and stabbed the Rocket Hillman, who fell to the ground. The Rocket Hillman's life was instantly reduced to 11 points. Ha! Lin Yuan seized the opportunity, raised the wooden stick and made two general attacks. Life -5, life -5. Soul-sucking strike. Lin Yuan roared, and his mind moved, and then his physical strength decreased by 10 points, and he felt a mysterious aura shrouding the wooden stick. Bang! A stick hit the Rocket Hillman's head, sending it directly back to the earth vein. Lin Yuan checked his panel. Attack, 7. Physical strength, 89. Good. Directly added 2 points of attack power. Lin Yuan used a skill for the first time, and felt very refreshed, and every cell in his body was cheering. Amber, shoot the Rocket Hillock man on the right. Seeing that the Hillock man inside was about to rush out, Lin Yuan did not dare to delay and shouted hurriedly. Good. Seeing that Lin Yuan and Ying had solved a Hillock man so quickly, Amber was a little stunned. Then he quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow, and the arrow shot out, shooting the Rocket Hillock man on the right from the high tower. Ying, this is up to you. Lin Yuan helped Ying block the attack of a Thug Hillock man and shouted hurriedly. Then he slid to the left, grabbed the left side of the Thug Hillock man, and took advantage of the situation to hit him with another stick. Bang! Life -7. Ying had already dealt with the Rocket Hillman, and then slashed with one sword and then another, reducing the hit Hillman's life to 1 point with 2 consecutive swords. Lin Yuan, leave it to you. Ying had long known that Lin Yuan had skills. Okay, Lin Yuan was not polite, and launched Soul Draining Strike again, receiving 2 points of attack power. What the hell? The Water Hillman said something that several people couldn't understand, and began to shake his body and cast spells in the void. A dark cloud suddenly appeared out of thin air where Lin Yuan and Ying were standing, and it seemed that it was about to rain. However, the Water Hillman took too long to cast the spell, and Lin Yuan and Ying were. He was not a fool. He jumped out of the range covered by the dark clouds. However, the 2 wooden shield hillocks and 1 thug hillock who rushed over were hit by the magic rain. The thug hillock lost 30 health points. The wooden shield hillock was better, with 15 points of defense offset. The 3 hillocks rushed out of the magic rain while cursing. Good opportunity. Lin Yuan and Ying looked at each other, rushed up directly, and killed 3 hillocks in a few strokes. Then the 2 of them quickly killed the remaining 2 hillocks, and only the frustrated Water Hillock shaman was left. Amber, shoot it! Lin Yuan shouted. Then the 3 people's violent attacks fell on the Water Hillock shaman. Although the Water Hillock shaman has higher health and attack power than ordinary hillocks, but its casting time is too long, so when there is no hilly churls to support it, the threat it can cause is not as good as that of ordinary hilly churls. Paimon, it's your turn. Seeing that the health of the Water Hilly Churls shaman has reached the killing line, Lin Yuan shouted to the sky. Here it comes. Feast is activated. Paimon swallowed the Water Hilly Churls shaman into his stomach with a single swallow, and then burped. Fuck. Paimon, you are so awesome. Seeing that the little Paimon actually swallowed the Water Hilly Churls shaman who was almost as big as her, Amber was shocked and even uttered obscene words. Hey, it's okay. Paimon scratched his head. So this is what it means to treat others as emergency food. Amber looked at Paimon in shock. You won't swallow me when you're hungry, will you? No. No. Paimon waved his hands quickly. My skill can only swallow enemies, not other things. Skills? Amber looked at the three people. You three are so amazing, don't you all have skills like Paimon? The knights are short of people recently, do you have? Amber became more and more excited as she spoke, and even started recruiting people directly. Speaking of Amber, the knights should not be easy to join, Paimon interrupted Amber and asked. Amber nodded, that's right, but with your strength, it should be no problem to pass the assessment. Amber, actually you also have a chance to get these skills. Lin Yuan walked up to Amber and then told her about the lottery. What? Lottery? Amber didn't believe it at first, but when she saw Lin Yuan's lottery page with her own eyes, she had to believe it. Free 10 draws for newbies. She looked at her information on the lottery page. Okay, let me try. Come on. Lucky draw. Paimon came over and watched Amber curiously click pray 10 times. Chapter 11. The prize was awarded in the lottery. Swish. 10 shooting stars streaked across the lottery page, but unfortunately there were only purple and no gold. Well, no gold, Amber's rabbit headband shrank. But it doesn't matter, there's a guarantee anyway. Then she cheered up again, let me see how many purples. Ying and Peimen were just about to comfort her, but they didn't expect Amber to become lively so quickly, and then they smiled at each other. Lin Yuan also smiled. As expected, she was a passionate and lively girl just like in the game. But in reality, you can feel Amber's vigorous vitality more directly. As Amber clicked on the panel, 2 purple items appeared in front of everyone. Life Potion, used to permanently increase life by 10 points. Strong Attack, talent hitting the enemy 3 times in a row will increase the host's subsequent attack power, 10%, until the host leaves the battle. Strong Attack? This talent is quite suitable for shooters, Lin Yuan nodded after looking at the talent introduction. It looks really good, hey! I can see my panel! Amber exclaimed, and a small personal attribute panel appeared in front of her. Name, Amber. Life, 100. Defense, 0. Attack, 15. Stamina, 100. I'll try this life potion to see if it works. Amber clicked on the use, and then saw that her life increased by 10 points, it's really useful. Lin Yuan also checked his panel and found that Bond had Amber, and attack was increased to 15 points. He just used Soul Draining Strike to kill 5 hillbillies, so it increased by 10 points. By the way, why do I feel that Paimon seems to have grown bigger? Amber asked in confusion, is it my illusion? Lin Yuan and Ying also looked at Paimon. Ying pinched Paimon's fat face, it has indeed grown visibly. Then Paimon will swallow more and more in the future. Will he become like a giant in a battle? Lin Yuan laughed. Ying and Amber imagined it and felt a little strange. A huge doll. That's the feeling. It feels very inconsistent. Oh. It's all because of this skill. It's fine to increase life, but why increase the size? Paimon stomped his feet. It's okay. Think about it. How powerful it is to grow bigger in battle. I'm afraid no one will dare to bully you at that time, Lin Yuan comforted. He was thinking, if Paimon kept swallowing, would he be bigger than what? However, at the current rate of growth, if it wants to be larger than Tivat, it will have to devour hundreds of millions of enemies. Okay, the task of clearing the hillock camp is completed, let's go to Mondstadt, said Amber. Paimon rubbed his stomach, let's go, I seem to be hungry again. The few people looted the spoils of the hillock camp, and then set out on the road to Mondstadt. After walking for about half an hour, the few people saw an extremely wide moat from a distance. As they looked up, they saw the towering walls made of grey bricks and stones. There were uniformed guards standing on the walls, and looking further inside, there were huge windmills that worked day and night. The 4 walked along the road to the edge of the moat, looking at Mondstadt protected by the wind from a distance. It's really spectacular. Paimon said with his hand on his forehead. Lin Yuan also nodded, the real Mondstadt is indeed much more magnificent than the one in the game. Will there be news about my brother here? Ying also stared blankly at the city in the distance. Amber knew the purpose of the 3 people's trip just on the road, so he patted Ying on the shoulder and said, don't worry, we will find him. When I report the mission to Captain Qin, I will help you post a missing person notice in the city. Thank you, Amber, Ying nodded. Amber put his hands on his hips. It's okay, you helped me too, didn't you? As they talked, they walked onto the bridge in front of Mondstadt. The bridge is more than 100 meters long, paved with blue stone bricks, and is as wide as 4 carriages. But there were no people on the bridge at this time, and it looked very deserted. Mondstadt used to be very lively, and the industry represented by wine was very developed, but unfortunately the commercial prosperity was completely gone after the dragon disaster, Amber introduced. As they talked, they walked to the huge city gate. Ahem, Amber walked up to the 3 of them and cleared her throat. Okay, now. I will formally introduce you. The pastoral city of wind and dandelions, the capital of freedom. Travelers protected by the Knights of Favonius, welcome to Mondstadt. Great. Lin Yuan, Ying and Paimon clapped their hands tactfully. Ah ha ha ha, thank you everyone. Although Amber had practiced these lines for a long time, it was the first time she said them so fluently. She was also very happy to receive everyone's support. The 4 of them walked into Mondstadt, passed through the city gate, and the inside suddenly opened up. Lin Yuan looked up and looked forward. In the middle was a road as wide as the bridge, with various businesses on both sides. For example, the most famous Adventurers Association was located on the left side of this road. However, unlike in the game, the Adventurers Association in reality has booked a 6-story building and adventurers and clients are constantly entering and leaving the gate. Opposite the Adventurers Association is the Margaret Luxury Store on the right, which has 5 floors and a large transparent glass exterior. Very luxurious. Looking further inside, there are taverns, banks, pawn shops, all kinds of shops. But most of them are closed, and there are not many people in the shops that are open, except for the Adventurers Association. Looking to the left, the first thing that comes into view is a weapon shop, and you can hear the sound of iron forging inside. There is also a road on the right, winding inward, but there are not so many businesses along the street, mostly residential buildings. It's all because of the recent dragon disaster. Many businesses in Mondstadt have stopped. If it were before, this main street would be very prosperous, Amber explained to a few people. But strangely enough, the Adventurers Association's business is getting better and better. Lin Yuan said, maybe the trouble caused by the dragon disaster is too big. Many people have posted commissions in the Adventurers Association to seek help. You really mean it, Amber nodded, the knights are short of manpower. It's okay at ordinary times, but the dragon disaster has magnified this problem infinitely. Those who can't find help from the knights can only go to the Adventurers Association to post commissions. It seems that I have to report this problem to Captain Qin, Amber said thoughtfully. Everyone, it seems that I have to go out and get busy. You can go around the city first. If you need any help, you can come to the knights to find me. After Amber went out to perform the task, he had to go back to report the problem to Captain Qin. Okay, Amber, you go and get busy, Lin Yuan nodded. Goodbye. Amber, Ying and Peimen also waved. Where are we going next? After Amber left, Ying and Peimen looked at Lin Yuan. Chapter 12. The next step is to solve the dragon disaster. Next. Lin Yuan listened to Ying and Peimen's questions and fell into deep thought. If we follow the main plot, the next step should be to solve the dragon disaster. But this is the real world after all. Taverin is a follower of the wind god, and his combat power is not something that a little Karami like them can compare to. In the game, you can revive infinitely, but now it's really a big deal. Solve the dragon disaster? How many lives do they have? Even if Ying has the ability to purify the abyss, he must first have the ability to ensure his own safety. He won't allow Ying to take this risk now. If the sky falls, there are tall people to support it. Barbados is not in a hurry yet, so he won't volunteer to solve the dragon disaster. If he really volunteered to solve the dragon disaster, he might be regarded as a foreigner with bad intentions by the citizens of Mondstadt, which would be a loss. In his opinion, the most urgent thing is to stay alive and grow. As long as they are given 3 times, Taverin is nothing, and justice can destroy him. So, Lin Yuan glanced at Ying and Peimen. Next, let's find a place to live, and then slowly inquire about your brother's news. Ying and Peimen looked at each other. This seemed to be the best solution, so they nodded. Okay. Then where can we find a place to live? This place is so big. I will starve to death when I find it. Paimon looked up at the huge and glorious city and sighed. Lin Yuan smiled and said, of course, go to the Adventurers Association. Adventurers Association. Ying was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted, that's right, we go to post a commission for renting a house, and naturally someone will contact us. Smart. Lin Yuan gave Ying a thumbs up. Okay, then let's go to the Adventurers Association. Peimen took the lead and flew in. There are 2 stone lions in front of the gate of the Adventurers Association, which look majestic and domineering. The gate is a gilded solid wood door, more than 3 meters high. The 3 people stepped over the threshold, and the floor tiles inside were paved with glazed stones, bright and reflective. The lobby is very wide, with a total of 12 halls. Lin Yuan observed and found that each hall was marked with a big letter. There are 3 halls marked F and E, and there are the most people there. The next are the halls marked D and C, each with 2, and there are also many people there. There is only 1 hall marked B and A, on both sides of the central reception desk, and there are almost no people there. There was a short-haired woman in green at the central reception desk. When she saw the 3 people coming over, she said, towards the stars and the abyss, welcome to the Adventurers Association. I am Catherine, the receptionist of the Mond Adventurers Association, who is responsible for providing mission release and intelligence support for Mond adventurers. Is this your first time in Mond? I wonder what kind of missions you are going to release. Lin Yuan wanted to go to the back to see if there was a keyhole on Catherine's neck, but he held back. He said, Hey? Catherine, how can you be sure that we are not here to accept missions? Catherine smiled slightly. According to the regulations of the Adventurers Association, only those who have passed the assessment of the Adventurers Association can accept missions. Your information does not appear in the database of adventurers who have passed the assessment, so you can only release missions, not accept them. So that's the case, Lin Yuan nodded. It seems that the technology in Tibet in reality has developed even more outrageously, and even a database has been built. It's just not balanced. In the game, Sumi, Fontaine, and Zhaidong have higher technology levels. Judging from the current situation, they should be similar in reality. Then I'll post 2 tasks. One is to rent a house, which requires at least 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, facing north and south, clean and hygienic. The other is to sell things. Lin Yuan pointed to the giant axe of the hill thug behind him, and took out some slime gel, broken masks, energy-conducting scrolls, and solid arrowheads from his bag. These are all spoils of the previous battle. Okay, Catherine nodded, then I'll deal with the second task first. It just so happens that I have a commission here to collect these monster materials. Catherine took out a document and then drew some strokes. The Hillock Thug axe is an elite material, and the material of your axe is good. I can give you 50,000 mora, plus 100 raw stones. As for the materials behind, they are all ordinary grade, and the quantity is too small and the quality is not good. I can only give you 2,000 mora at most. Okay, sure, Lin Yuan. Nodding. This is 52,000 mora and 100 raw stones, keep it. Catherine took out a large sack, and there was a crisp sound of money shaking inside. Wow! It's mora. Paimon's eyes were shining, and he took the sack very greedily. Ouch, it's so heavy. The sack was so heavy that it dragged Paimon to the ground in an instant. Little Paimon can't lift the money bag, let me do it. Ying lifted a sack of mora, but it was obviously not easy. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He didn't feel anything when he had a universal backpack in the game before, but now how to carry a large amount of mora has become a troublesome problem. Catherine seemed to have expected this and continued with a smile, you 3 can consider applying for a membership card of the Adventurers Association. All mora and rough stones can be stored in the membership card, and the card holder can exchange mora and rough stones at the Adventurers Association of various countries. You can also pay directly by swiping the card at relevant cooperative stores. And we also have cooperation with banks in various countries, and the card can be used in banks in various countries. Okay, then apply for one for the 3 of us, Lin Yuan nodded, and it could only be done this way. Okay, here are the membership cards for the 3 of you, please keep them. After a while, a service staff brought 3 cards with the Adventurers Association logo printed on them. The 3 of them took their membership cards and put them away. Ying and Paimon each received 15,000 moras, and Lin Yuan received the remaining 22,000 moras. However, he did not share the 100 raw stones, and directly let Ying and Paimon split them equally. Okay, then I will handle your rental entrustment now. Catherine took out a form after handling the membership business for the 3 people. This is your entrustment application form. After filling it out, pay a deposit of 1,000 moras and wait for notification. Lin Yuan nodded, took the form and filled in various conditions and requirements, and then deducted 1,000 moras from the membership card. By the way, are you 3 interested in joining our Adventurers Association? If you pass the assessment and become an adventurer certified by our association, you can get discounts when issuing commissions, and you can also accept commissions to earn extra money, said Catherine. Lin Yuan, Ying, and Peimen looked at each other. The 3 of them were about to ask Catherine about becoming an adventurer, but she didn't expect the other party to speak first. Chapter 13. The test was completed in a hurry. Lin Yuan looked at Catherine. I don't know what the assessment content and standards are. Catherine said, the assessment content is divided into 2 parts, one is a written test and the other is a practical test. The written test mainly examines your cultural level, common sense reserves, etc. We set the questions. The full score is 100, and more than 60 points are qualified. The practical test mainly examines your physical fitness, hands-on ability, etc. We will issue a small task to you, and you will be qualified if you complete it. If you pass both assessments, you can become an F-level adventurer of the Adventurer Association, and you can accept F-level commissions. At the same time, you can enjoy a 10% discount on commissions. At the same time, we also have a complete promotion route. You can complete a certain number of F-level commissions. After that, you can participate in the promotion assessment, and you can be promoted to an E-level adventurer if you pass it. E-level adventurers can accept E-level and F-level commissions at the same time, and they can enjoy a 20% discount if they issue commissions themselves. The same applies to A, B, C, and D levels. Lin Yuan nodded, so that's how it is. I didn't expect that the system of the Adventurer Association in the real world is so perfect. Catherine, when can we take the assessment? Catherine smiled slightly and took out 3 forms. You can take the assessment after filling out the application form. Then Lin Yuan, Ying, and Peimen filled out the application form and entered a room under the leadership of Catherine. There were many single tables and chairs in it. The 3 of them sat down, but Peimen could only stand on the chair because of his small size. Peimen, it's really abominable. 3 of you, this is your test paper. The test time is 60 minutes. It is a closed book test. Please answer as soon as possible and don't whisper to each other. Catherine took out 3 sets of test questions and gave them to the 3 people. Lin Yuan took the test paper and scanned it from beginning to end. There were not many questions, 10 multiple-choice questions, 5 fill-in-the-blank questions, and 2 big questions. It didn't look difficult, but he didn't expect that he would have to take the test after his rebirth. Question 1. Tibet has a long history, and each country has its own gods. Who is the god of Mond? A. Morux, B. The Lone King of the Tower, C. Tavarin, D. Barbados. The first question was very simple. Lin Yuan chose option D without hesitation. He glanced at Ying and Paimon without leaving a trace. They also made their choices quickly. The god of Mond is Lord Barbados. This is a well-known fact, and it is not difficult for the 3 of them. Then he looked at the second question. When adventuring in Tibet, we will encounter various mechanisms. Using different strategies can help us solve the puzzle. Which statement about decryption is correct? A. Use water element to light up the fire element monument. B. Use Mondstadt's shrine key to open the Anajima shrine. C. Use fire element to burn vines. D. Use thunder element to smash rocks. This question tests the common sense of adventurers and is also a free point question. Lin Yuan was a level 60 rookie in his previous life, so he naturally couldn't be stumped and chose C directly. Ying also made a choice quickly. Paimon hesitated between C and D for a while, and then made the right choice. Question 3. Tibet has a variety of specialties. Which of the following specialties will not appear in Mondstadt? A. Luoluberry, B. Gibellion, C. Xiadenko, D. Mufeng mushroom. Gibellion is a specialty of Sumi and only grows on the edge of cliffs. When Lin Yuan was cultivating the little grass god, he was looking for this thing all over the world. Fortunately, the little grass god's elemental combat skills allowed him to avoid climbing cliffs everywhere, so this question was not difficult for him. Question 4. During the adventure in Tibet, we will encounter various monsters. Defeating monsters will drop different items. Which of the following is the drop of mushroom beasts? A. Fluorescent spores, B. Glimmering nectar, C. Floating dry core, D. Alien sea condensed beads. Lin Yuan chose A without hesitation. Question 5. Having a certain amount of geographical knowledge will help us adventure. Which of the following options is correct? A. The safest route from Mondstadt to Liauport is through the Snow Mountain, B. The western part of Sumy has a rainforest climate, dense vegetation, and rich products, C. Fontaine is lower than other countries, D. Inajimata sand is seriously polluted and not suitable for adventure. Option A is definitely wrong. The Snow Mountain is extremely dangerous and it is impossible to be the safest route. The safest route should be through the Stone Gate. Option B is also wrong. The western part of Sumy has a desert climate. Option C is the opposite. The terrain of Fontaine is higher than that of other countries. By elimination, only. Choose D. Question 6. The 7 nations of Tibet have their own power structures. In the process of adventure, it is inevitable to deal with the power agencies of various countries. Which of the following is the highest power agency in Liu? A. 7 stars, B. General Affairs Department, C. Moon Sea Pavilion, D. 8 gates. The difficulty of question 6 is obviously increasing. If you don't know Liu, you may not be able to answer this question. However, it is not difficult for Lin Yuan. He knows that the government agencies of Liu are 8 gates, General Affairs Department, Moon Sea Pavilion, and 7 stars. Among the 7 stars, Ningguang, the star of Tianquan, is the most respected. So choose A for this question. Question 7. The Adventurers Association can accept and issue commissions. Suppose you are an E-level adventurer, and you complete an E-level commission and receive a reward of 3,200 moras. At the same time, you issue a commission with an original price of 900 moras at a 20% discount. Then you complete the promotion assessment and become a D-level adventurer. You complete another D-level commission and receive a reward of 5,600 moras. You issue a commission with an original price of 1,400 moras at a 30% discount. How many moras does the Adventurers Association need to pay you in the end? A. 1,700 moras, B. 6,500 moras, C. 7,100 moras, D. 7,820 moras. This is the first time a math problem has appeared, but this simple arithmetic is not difficult for Lin Yuan. He calculated the result in his mind in a few seconds. 7,100 moras, choose C. Looking at Ying, the arithmetic problem was also quickly calculated. Peimen was miserable. He scratched his head, not knowing what to do, and finally could only guess at random. Question 8. With the Eye of God, you can deal elemental damage, and the elements can react with each other. Which of the following statements about elemental reactions is correct? A. The reaction of the fire element and the lightning element is called overload, which can cause a violent explosion and cause lightning element range damage. B. The wind element can react with any element to cause diffuse damage. C. The reaction of the rock element and the fire element is called crystallization, which can produce a shield that provides a defensive effect. D. The reaction of the grass element and the lightning element is called intensification. In the intensified state, the reaction produced by releasing the grass element again is called super-intensification. This question examines the basic elemental reaction theory. Lin Yuan glanced at the 4 options. A is definitely wrong. Overload deals fire element range damage. The wind element cannot react with the rock element or the grass element, so B is also wrong. As for D, releasing the grass element again in the intensified state is called creeping intensification, so this question chooses C. Chapter 14. The first step is to make a living. Question 9. Making food is an essential skill for survival in the wild. Mond potato pancakes have a unique taste and are easy to make, and are loved by Mond citizens. Which of the following options are essential ingredients for making Mond potato pancakes? A. Pine cones, potatoes, jam, B. Flour, potatoes, shrimp, C. Animal meat, sedge, potatoes, cheese, D. Cabbage, apples, bird eggs, potatoes. Lin Yuan filled in his answer on the test paper, A. Although each option of this question has potatoes, it is very confusing. But option B is the raw material for making golden shrimp balls, option C is the raw material for making piles, and option D is the raw material for making satisfying salads. These knowledge are still a piece of cake for Lin Yuan. Glancing at Peimen, although he didn't answer the question, his saliva was already flowing out, and his stomach was still rumbling. Lin Yuan shook his head. This is very Peimen. Looking at the next question, question 10, if you and your companions encounter an invincible monster during the adventure, which of the following practices is correct? A. Knowing that it is impossible to do it, you should fight the enemy head-on. B. Quietly move away with your companions without disturbing the monster, and report to the nearest adventurer association. C. Abandon your companions and slip away alone, and die with your friends rather than the poor. D. Stun your companions and offer them to the monster. Eat him and he can't eat me. This question is purely to test the character and quality of the adventurer. Lin Yuan chose option B without hesitation. All the multiple choice questions have been completed. The overall difficulty is relatively easy, but this is the content of the novice assessment, so it can't be too difficult. Next are 5 fill-in-the-blank questions. Lin Yuan glanced over. Question 11. Wine industry is one of the pillar industries of Mondstadt, and Don Winery is an important wine production base of Mondstadt. To transport the dandelion wine of Don Winery to Liauport, the land route needs to pass through Don Winery, Liauport. There is no map in hand, but Lin Yuan has a general geographical location in his mind, so he filled in the 4 blanks: Shimen, Daihuazhu, Wangshuin, Gai Liwan. Although there are other routes from Mondstadt to Liu, this one is undoubtedly the safest and fastest. Question 12. Mondstadt's power organization is called the Knights of Favonius. The supreme leader is the head of the group, who is called, and the current actual person in power is the deputy head of the group, who is called. There are various organizations within the Knights, among which, is the cavalry captain of the Knights. Lin Yuan wrote 3 names on the paper: Falger, Qin, and Kaya. Question 13. There are a large number of monster bosses in Tivat. Defeating them will earn you corresponding rewards. If you want to get the best amethyst fragment, you can challenge, in Mondstadt. The correct answer is obvious. The best amethyst fragment is a material that can only be dropped by the thunder element, and the only thunder element boss in Mondstadt is the thunder without form. This kind of big boss will be marked on the most basic map, so it is also a common sense question. Question 14. The Wings of Wind is one of the necessary equipment for adventurers. If you want to use the Wings of Wind legally, you must pass the Wings of Wind assessment. Who is responsible for the Wings of Wind assessment in Mondstadt? Lin Yuan thought about it. In the game, Amber is responsible for the Wings of Wind assessment. It should be almost the same in reality, so he wrote down Amber's name. Question 15. Adventurers can accept and issue commissions in the Adventurers Association, but if the commission they accept is not completed, they should pay the Adventurers Association a penalty of % of the commission price. Lin Yuan was not really sure about this question, so he just guessed a number. After finishing the fill-in-the-blank questions, the next 2 big questions were: Question 16. Suppose you are an F-level adventurer, and someone wants to issue a commission in your name and enjoy a 10% discount. What should you do? Question 17. Please briefly talk about why you want to join the Adventurer Association. These 2 questions are not difficult, and they are both subjective questions that can be freely expressed. Lin Yuan wrote down the answers quickly. His 16 years of student life in the previous life made him much better than the natives of Tivat in answering questions, so that when he finished the test paper, Ying started to do the subjective questions, while Paimon was still writing on the fill-in-the-blank questions. Lin Yuan sat in his seat and waited for a while. Soon an hour passed. Catherine took away the test papers of the 3 people. Please wait for 10 minutes. The results will be announced after the correction. Lin Yuan, how do you feel? Are you confident? Ying asked. I think there should be no problem. Lin Yuan looked at Ying and smiled slightly. 60 points or more. Even if you pass the exam, the conditions are still relatively loose. Ying nodded. I hope so. I don't know how to answer a few questions, so I just guessed them. I hope I can pass. Peimen rubbed his stomach. I'm hungry after taking the exam. I really want to eat Mond potato pancakes. What a greedy baby. Ying hugged Peimen in her arms and rubbed her chubby cheeks. I'll take you to eat Mond potato pancakes later. Don't say, I'm a little hungry too. While the 3 were talking, Catherine walked in. 3 people, the results are out. Mr. Lin Yuan scored 91 points in the written test, and Miss Ying scored 76 points in the written test. Congratulations on passing the written test. You can participate in the practical test next. Then Catherine looked at Payman. Payman's score is 39 points. I'm sorry that you failed the test. Paymon, I can't work and earn money anymore. Lin Yuan patted Paymon's head. It's okay, Paymon, these are some common sense in life. You will learn them when you travel with us in the future. You will definitely pass the test next time. Yes, Paymon, let's go eat Mond potato pancakes first, Ying also comforted. Okay, Paymon's mood improved when he heard about eating. Lin Yuan said, Miss Catherine, let's go eat first and come to you to participate in the practical test later, okay? Of course, Catherine smiled. Okay, Lin Yuan nodded, and the three of them walked out of the Adventurers Association and came to the street. Where can I eat? It won't be closed, will it? Paymon flew up and turned around, and found that the street was empty, with few shops open. Let's go up and take a look. It was noon, the sun was at its peak. Lin Yuan put his hand on his forehead, and looked up along the steps of the main street. According to the layout in the game, the Deer Hunter restaurant is at the end of the main street, but in reality, the area of Mondstadt is much larger than in the game, so you can't see the Deer Hunter restaurant at a glance when standing at the door of the Adventurers Association. Let's go, Ying climbed the steps. The three of them walked for more than 10 minutes and finally saw a huge fountain. On the left was a 2-story restaurant with 5 big words on the sign, Deer Hunter Restaurant. Paymon sniffed the air. Great! It's delicious! I finally found a restaurant. Fortunately, it's not closed. Chapter 15. The guests were sitting outside, but the table was still open. 3 of you, would you like to sit in the lobby or in the private room? Seeing that there were finally guests coming, the waitress Sarah hurried out to greet them. Just sit outside, Lin Yuan sat at the table of the Deer Hunter restaurant on the street. Sarah poured 3 cups of tea and recommended, you 3 have finally come to the right place. The Deer Hunter restaurant is the most authentic restaurant in Mondstadt. The main dishes are medium-rare deer steaks and satisfying salads. We have a long-term supply relationship with the hunters in Qingchuan town. All ingredients are transported on the same day to ensure absolute freshness. Then she took out a menu. You 3 guests can take a look at the menu first, and I will recommend it in detail. Lin Yuan said, then 3 Mondstadt potato pancakes, 3 medium-rare deer steaks, and a satisfying salad. Do you have any drinks? Sarah nodded, yes, you 3 are new here, so you can try our sunset apple wine. Mondstadt has a pleasant climate and excellent water quality, which breeds the famous delicious apples in Tibet. Okay, then 3 cups of sunset apple wine, Lin Yuan said. Okay, wait a moment, Sarah hurried to the kitchen, and soon, a series of delicious dishes were served. Steaming fried potato cakes, sizzling medium-rare venison steaks, brightly colored satisfaction salad, and sunset apple stuffing full of apple fragrance. Wow! It smells so good! Paymon rubbed his hands, drooling uncontrollably. Lin Yuan looked at the table full of delicacies and was actually a little greedy. He picked up the Mond potato cake and took a bite. The dense potato taste instantly jumped on the tip of his tongue. The aroma of potatoes mixed with a little pine cone flavor instantly filled his mouth. Ying and Paymon also ate with relish. After finishing the Mond potato cake in a few bites, Lin Yuan cut a medium-rare venison steak with a knife and fork. The juice splashed in his mouth. The seasoning was only salt and cumin, but the meat was very tender and the meaty aroma was fragrant. Then he picked up a chopstick of satisfaction salad. The cold mixed cabbage, eggs, apples, and potatoes were refreshing and delicious, and very greasy. Finally, after finishing the meal, I slowly took a big sip of sunset apple wine, feeling the feeling of the apples full of sunshine bursting in my mouth, which was so refreshing. The 3 of them touched their bellies, leaned back in their chairs, and showed a satisfied expression. Especially Lin Yuan and Ying, who had been eating grilled fish on the beach of Cape Lookout for nearly a month and were about to vomit. Today, they finally ate different delicacies. It's delicious. I will come here to eat every day in the future. Paymon said, touching his bulging belly. Okay, we're full and it's time to go to the practical assessment. Lin Yuan stood up and greeted Sarah, hello, check out. Here I come. Sarah trotted over with a bill. The total consumption of the 3 of you is 267 mora. Do you want cash or card? Lin Yuan took the bill and looked at it. Mond potato cakes cost 20 mora, 7-minute rare deer steaks cost 50 mora, a satisfying salad cost 30 mora, and a sunset apple wine cost 9 mora. The price was quite standard and not too expensive. Then she took out a membership card of the Adventure Association, swiped the card. Okay, Sarah took Lin Yuan's membership card, swiped it on a machine, and then printed out a receipt, 3 receipts, welcome to come next time. Lin Yuan nodded. The real Tibet continent is more formal than he imagined. Even Mondstadt, a novice village, can pay by swiping a card. It has begun to have a sense of modern society. It's just that the development is a bit uncoordinated. The buildings and folk customs along the way are all ancient, but there are some modern technologies. Lin Yuan, who has just arrived, feels a little awkward. It's mainly because he is used to the settings in the game, so he is not very adaptable. After paying the bill, the 3 returned to the Adventurers Association. Catherine, we are back. Paimon waved. Catherine smiled slightly. Okay, I have submitted the application form for the practical assessment of Mr. Lin Yuan and Miss Ying. Now Mr. Sarius, the president of our Adventurers Association, will lead the 2 to take the assessment. President Mond. Is our reputation so big? The branch president actually came in person. Paimon was surprised. Catherine, you can understand it this way. Another reason is that there are too many people who have applied to join the Adventurers Association recently. We are short of manpower, so the president has to go in person. Okay, I understand, Paimon scratched his head awkwardly. At this time, a man in green clothes with a chest full of the middle-aged uncle with the Adventurers Association badge came over. My name is Sarius, and I am the president of the Adventurers Association Mond branch. This time I will be responsible for the practical assessment of the 2 of you. Please follow me. Lin Yuan, Ying, and Paimon followed Sarius, walked out of the city gate, and came to a grassland. Sarius stood still. This practical assessment is divided into 3 parts. The first is to make food in the wild, the second is to find special products, and the third is actual combat. Lin Yuan nodded. These are all about the ability to survive in the wild. The practical assessment is indeed worthy of the word practice. Ying asked, can you do anything randomly when making food and finding special products? Sarius, yes, anything is fine, but we don't provide raw materials for making food. You need to find all the raw materials yourself. Start the assessment now. You have 3 hours to complete the first 2 items, and then we will start the 3rd item. After that, Sarius found a cool place, lay down and began to sleep soundly. Lin Yuan and Ying smiled at each other and shook their heads helplessly. This Sarius is really a man of temperament. He can even fall asleep. They are not far from Mondstadt now, beside a main road, and occasionally see other adventurers and scattered patrolling guards, so there is no need to worry about monsters. Hey, there is an apple tree over there, Ying trotted over. Lin Yuan and Paimon followed. By the way, can a single apple be used for cooking? Paimon flew up, picked 2 big and red apples, took a bite and said. Lin Yuan shook his head. A single apple can only be used to squeeze juice, and other seasonings are needed for cooking, but look, I found this. After that, he climbed up the tree with his hands and feet and took down 2 bird eggs. Bird eggs? It seems that they can be used to make Tibet omelets. Paimon said. Yes, this is the simplest food in the recipe. Now we just need to find an iron pot to complete the first test. Lin Yuan looked around. He remembered that there was an adventurer named Lin waiting here. Sure enough, he found a tent on a flat place with an iron pot and a woman in green standing next to it. Chapter 16. The 2 of them were busy, and the 2 of them were busy. Let's go cook, Lin Yuan walked over. You 3 are adventurers who are taking the practical test, the woman in green said as the 3 walked over. Paimon, hey, you know all this? The woman in green, of course, my name is Lin, but I'm a survival expert of the Adventurers Association, a D-level adventurer, and I'm completing the Wild Survival Challenge. I can't even remember when I last went back to Mondstadt. But I heard there was a dragon disaster recently. Is it really okay for you to stay in the wild for a long time? Paimon said with some concern. The dragon disaster is nothing more than adding a little difficulty to my Wild Survival Challenge. Lin showed a powerful smile. Go and complete your first assessment with the iron pan. I can't remember how many newcomers like you I have helped. Okay, thank you, Paimon nodded. The 3 of them quickly fried the Tibet omelette in the iron pan, and then found 2 windmill chrysanthemums around, and completed the first 2 tasks directly. President Sarius. President Sarius. Paimon shook the strong arms of the middle-aged uncle who was sleeping soundly. Ah? What's wrong? Sirius rubbed his sleepy eyes. It's you, what's wrong? Have you finished it? Lin Yuan said, President Sirius, this is the Tivat simple we made and the special windmill chrysanthemums we found, please take a look. Okay, follow me, we will start the last assessment. President Sirius took the three to a training ground after checking. The training ground is located in Mondstadt, where many adventurers are training, some are lifting weights, some are fencing, and some are shooting arrows. Sirius brought the three to a sunken fighting field, which was paved with stone. There were even spots of blood rust on the ground, and there was a faint murderous atmosphere. There were several large iron gates around the fighting field, and there was a faint breath of monsters inside. You two, this is the place for the last test. You only need to defeat a hillman to pass the level. After that, Sirius waved his hand, the iron gate opened, and two ordinary hillmen ran out. Hillmen. Level, ordinary. HP, 60. Defense, 0. Attack, 5. What a big deal, there is such a large training ground in Mondstadt, and monsters are raised there. Lin Yuan glanced at the data of the hillmen and had a deeper understanding of the background of the Adventurers Association. Ying heaved a sigh of relief. I thought it would be some difficult monster, but it turned out to be just two ordinary hillbillies. One for each of us, a quick fight and a quick decision, Ying said. Lin Yuan nodded. Two ordinary hillbillies were a piece of cake for them. With a step and a rush, they rushed to the hillbillies in a few steps, and then punched them, dealing 15 points of damage. Then two more punches, directly killing the hillbillies by 45 points of health. Soul-sucking strike! Lin Yuan roared, and his right hand was instantly covered with a layer of powerful power. With a bang, the hillbillies were beaten to ashes and dissipated into the earth veins. Attack power +2. Lin Yuan's attack power reached 17 points. Ying eliminated the hillbillies faster than Lin Yuan, and his attack power also increased by 2 points, becoming 32 points of attack power. You two are really good at it. Sirius' eyes lit up when he saw the two of them destroy the hillbillies so quickly and without injury. It seemed that the Adventurers Association had found a treasure this time. Hehe, they are really powerful. Just two ordinary hillbillies are not worth mentioning, Paimon raised his head and said proudly. Very good, the Adventurers Association is in need of talents like you. Here is your assessment pass form. Just take it to find Catherine. Sirius nodded with great satisfaction. Okay, please trouble President Sirius, Lin Yuan took the form and said. Ha ha ha, no trouble, if you don't understand anything in the future, you can always go to Catherine, or find me, I'm usually in the training ground. Lin Yuan and Ying nodded, and the three of them walked to the Adventurers Association again. Soon, Catherine certified the two as F-level adventurers and distributed a set of green clothes, but Lin Yuan and Ying agreed that the clothes were too ugly, so they didn't wear them. By the way, the rental order you posted earlier has been accepted by someone. Here is the person's information. You can find him at the address, Catherine said. Okay, Lin Yuan took the letter and. The address is, Windmill Street, Southwind District, Mondstadt. Windmill Street, Southwind District, Lin Yuan really didn't know how to get there. Fortunately, after asking a few passers-by, he finally found the place, a 3-story wooden building, located in the south of Mondstadt, with several large windmills next to it. No wonder it is called Windmill Street, Southwind District. 3. You guys want to rent a house, right? A little old man stood up from a bench and walked over. Lin Yuan nodded. Yes, are you the landlord? I am the landlord, my name is Godwig, you can just call me Gerda, come on, I'll show you the house. The little old man hunched over and led the three people to the 3rd floor. This house has very good conditions for its accessories. It is not far from the Deer Hunter Restaurant and the Adventurers Association. The 1st and 2nd floors are rented out. You are lucky to be able to catch up with the 3rd floor. Come in, Gerda opened the door, and the layout inside jumped into the eyes of the three people. Lin Yuan took a look and found that the layout was a warm European-style decoration, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, bright sunshine, and good conditions. How is it? Are you satisfied? Gerda said. Are you two okay? I think it's pretty good, Lin Yuan looked at Ying and Peimen and asked. Okay, let's do it here, Ying and Peimen nodded. Gerda took out a contract, the rent is 3,000 mora a month, 1 deposit and 3 payments, Water and electricity are at your own expense, sign here. Lin Yuan signed his name quickly. Finally I can rest, I'm so tired. Payman fell on the sofa after Gerda left. The house price in Mond is really expensive. Lin Yuan paid 1 month's rent and deposit, and Ying and Payman each paid half of the remaining 2 months' rent. Even so, he only had more than 10,000 mora left in his pocket. Ying said, yes, we still can't rest. We have to earn money by doing commissions while looking for my brother's whereabouts. Let's rest today. Let's go to the Adventurers Association tomorrow to see if there are any commissions. Lin Yuan returned to his room and fell asleep. The next morning, the 3 of them washed up, had breakfast, and came to the lobby of the Adventurers Association. Like yesterday, there were many people in the lobby, but most of them gathered in the F&E halls. There were fewer people in the halls above. Chapter 17. The more you go, the more you will be rewarded. This is a very normal phenomenon. After all, most people are ordinary people and can only accept commissions of F&E levels. The requirements for strength are higher. Even C level requires adventurers with divine eyes. It is already amazing for ordinary people to reach E level. There are 3 F level halls, with large and small commissions hanging on them. Lin Yuan squeezed forward and took a look. Commission type, finding things. Commission content, help Miss Margaret find the lost black cat, the little prince. Commission funds, 300 mora. As soon as this commission was posted, it was taken by an F-level adventurer. Lin Yuan looked at the next commission. Commission type, help. Commission content, Cat Tail Tavern is looking for temporary workers, mainly responsible for cleaning and placing goods. Commission funds, 100 mora a day. After looking at several of them, they were all small commissions of this type. Lin Yuan wanted to take commissions to kill monsters, so that he could improve his level, but it seems that there are very few commissions for F-level commissions to kill monsters. But this is normal. After all, the strength of F-level adventurers is limited. It is already very strong to be able to barely beat an ordinary hillbill. Most people can only do this kind of daily commissions. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He found a very good commission. Commission type, help. Commission content, the Knights of Favonius are looking for non-staff personnel to assist the knights in clearing monsters. Commission funds, 500 mora a day. Although Mora gave a lot of money for this commission, no one accepted it. After all, clearing monsters is not like defeating a hillbill that has lost its magic in the training ground of the Adventurer Association. This may cost your life. However, others did not dare to accept it. Lin Yuan did not have so many concerns. He thought that if he could not get the commission to kill monsters in the Adventurers Association, he would go out to find monsters. Without thinking, he accepted the commission. Let's go, let's report to the Knights of Favonius, Lin Yuan said to Ying and Paimon with the commission of the Adventurers Association. Yeah, Ying and Paimon nodded. The Knights of Favonius were in the West Wind district of Mon City. The 3 walked for more than half an hour before they saw a magnificent building. Stop, who are you? When they were about to approach the gate of the knights, 2 guards stopped the 3. Hello, we are adventurers who have accepted the commission of the Knights of Favonius. This is the certificate. Lin Yuan took out the adventurer's token. Okay, you wait here, I'll go in to report. A guard took a look, and then trotted in. After a while, a man wearing a pirate eye mask, dark blue hair, and brown skin came out. You 3 are the adventurers who accepted the commission. The man looked at the 3 people and seemed to have some distrust in their strength, especially the elves flying in the sky, who seemed to have no fighting power at all. Paimon certainly didn't know what the man was thinking, otherwise he would definitely say, "Hey! Underestimate me? Then you are right." "That's right," Lin Yuan nodded, his face calm. Just as the man was about to speak, a lively voice suddenly came, "Lin Yuan, Ying, Paimon, you are here." Amber jumped out of the knights. "Why? Amber, do you know these 3 people? Could it be that they are the 3 people you said who reported the coordinates of Te Valen, held the weapons of the Fire Axe Hill culprit thugs, and helped you clear the hill culprit camp?" Kaya narrowed his eyes and looked at the 3 people suspiciously. His attitude changed from not believing in the strength of the 3 people to doubting their identities. The stranger who suddenly appeared during the dragon disaster had the strength to defeat the Fire Axe Hill thugs, and enthusiastically helped Amber. Now he has to assist the Knights of Favonius to clear the monsters. Kaya stroked his chin, thinking of the recent advances of the Fatui in the city, and looked at the three people with an increasingly unfriendly look. However, he misunderstood a little. The three did not have the strength to defeat the Fire Axe Hill thugs. This was just a pretense. Lin Yuan keenly caught the change in Kaya's mood and smiled lightly. Sir, you posted the commission on the Adventurers Association. I am also an authentic adventurer certified by the Adventurers Association, and I received the commission through formal channels. Do you think we are spies? Kaya narrowed his eyes, and then laughed. Your Excellency is joking. How could I doubt the Adventurers Association? My name is Kaya, and I am the cavalry captain of the Knights of Favonius. Welcome to join us temporarily. Amber saw the Adventurer Association certification badges of Lin Yuan and Ying. Wow, you two are great. I haven't seen you for a day and you have become adventurers. You have also accepted our commission. Now we are also temporary colleagues, haha. Let's go. Originally, your duties were to act as temporary guards, but in view of your strength, I decided to treat you equally. Kaya led a few people into the office of the knights. Lin Yuan glanced slightly and saw that there were three people in the office at this moment. One was wearing an elegant and dignified uniform, with golden hair and a ponytail, a fair face, a firm look, and looked very capable, with a noble and gentle temperament, but the fatigue and light dark circles at the corners of his eyes showed his physical and mental fatigue. The other person was wearing wavy brown long hair, a purple witch hat, and a purple rose magic robe. Although it was a robe, it was difficult to cover his legs in black silk. His eyes were charming, and his temperament was like a streamer. Purple roses with nectar. The last one was wearing a tight uniform, with long boots on the lower body, the boots extended to the thighs, and a circle of flesh was squeezed out. Her hair was short blue, and her face was like 1,000-year-old ice, spotless, beautiful, but revealed an atmosphere of strangers not to enter. Her temperament was like a frozen wave, with a hint of fragility in her perseverance. Let me introduce you. These three people are the travelers introduced by Amber before, and they are also the adventurers I hired from the Adventurers Association. Kaya walked in and introduced the three people. Then he turned around and introduced the identities of the three people in the office to Lin Yuan, Ying, and Paimon. First, the golden-haired woman, this is the deputy leader of the Knights of Favonius, Qin. Then the woman in the purple robe, this is the librarian of the Knights of Favonius, Lisa. Finally, the woman with short blue hair, this is the captain of the guerrilla squad of the Knights of Favonius, Eula. I have heard of you for a long time. I am sorry for my disrespect. Ying and Paimon were surprised to hear Kaya's introduction. They didn't expect that they would meet the big man, decision-maker, and legendary deputy leader of Mondstadt just by accepting a commission, Jean. Then they greeted the librarian Lisa and the guerrilla team leader Eula warmly. On the contrary, Lin Yuan was neither humble nor arrogant, and was very calm. He just smiled and nodded. Kaya had been secretly observing the reactions of the three people. Seeing Lin Yuan's changes, his eyes narrowed again. Lin Yuan pretended to be curious and said, Mr. Kaya, are your eyes uncomfortable? Oh, no, no. Kaya coughed awkwardly after being discovered, and laughed. Chapter 18. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Ch and Bndch. Qin said, You are welcome, the three of you. I heard about your help to Amber, and thank you very much for providing the coordinates of the Wind Demon Dragon. We have obtained very important clues through analysis. Lisa nodded. The Wind Dragon had been wreaking havoc in Mondstadt and its surroundings, causing the flow of the earth veins to become very chaotic. Although I am a magician that is rare in a century, I still have a headache facing this situation. But through the clues you provided, I calculated the reason why the Wind Dragon's strength increased greatly. Qin nodded. Yes, under Lisa's magic detection, the hurricane covering Mond has exposed its source. Kaya, oh? Then the answer is Lisa, the abandoned Four Winds Guardian Temple. The Wind Dragon was injured. Its power is not enough to stir up a storm of this magnitude. This it was entirely with the remaining power of the temple. But who abandoned and dug up the Four Winds Guardian Temple? We still need to continue investigating, but the most urgent task is to find the Wind Dragon crystal inside. At this time, Eula spoke, but we don't have the power to destroy the Wind Dragon crystals at the moment. Those crystals are contaminated by the curse of the Wind Dragon. Qin rubbed her temples. I can't think too much for now. Let's find the Wind Dragon crystals first. As for how to destroy it, and then we will find another way. Ying and Lin Yuan looked at each other, and took out a pure teardrop-shaped gem in a strange way. Is the wind dragon crystal you are talking about similar to this? Everyone looked at Ying, their eyes widened, their pupils were shaking, there was a long silence, the atmosphere was as thick as mercury. What's wrong? Isn't it? Ying was shocked by the atmosphere. It made me feel a little uncomfortable. Oh my god, where did you get this from? Lisa looked at the purified wind dragon crystal and was shocked. This is something cursed by the wind demon dragon. If ordinary people touch it, they will be contaminated immediately and turn into a half-human, half-ghost monster. Even if I have the eye of God and magic, I can't touch it for a long time, let alone purify it. But Ying, unable to hear Lisa's inner voice, she explained, I met a wind dragon in the Whispering Forest before. It flew away and left this thing there. But it was still scarlet at that time. After I touched it, it has become like this. It can actually purify the curse of the wind demon dragon, it's too outrageous. Even Qin, who has always been dignified and steady, was shocked at this moment. Kaya, on the other hand, calmed down quickly after a brief shock. Haha, it seems that we really picked up a treasure this time. There is finally hope for controlling the dragon disaster. Yes, there is hope for controlling the dragon disaster, Ember also murmured. If it is delayed any longer, Lord Barbatos will definitely be unhappy. Eula also gradually recovered from her state of shock and uttered a few words. May the wind god bless you. Ying. Awesome. Paimon quietly gave Ying a thumbs up. Qin calmed down and said, Dear Knights of Favonius, there is no time to lose. The storm is raging, and passive defense is meaningless. Moreover, we have now found a way to alleviate the dragon disaster. Next, our goal is to four Wines Guardian 3 of the temples. The reason for choosing only 3, I think everyone knows. Paimon, I don't understand. Lin Yuan, this may be the tacit understanding of the locals. Of course he knows the reason, because one of the 4 Wind Guardians is Te Valin, the East Wind Dragon, so we only need to deal with the other 3 temples to reduce its power. Qin continued, now I will assign tasks. Amber and Eula will be in one group. The 2 of you will be responsible for the Temple of the Eagle of the West Wind. Eliminate the monsters gathered inside and find the Wind Dragon Crystal. Kaya will be in a separate group, responsible for the Wolf of the North Wind Temple, eliminate the gathered monsters, and find the Wind Dragon Crystal. Lisa is in a separate group, responsible for the South Wind Lion Temple, eliminate the gathered monsters, and find the Wind Dragon Crystal. Now, do you have any questions? Lin Yuan raised his hand. I have a question. Everyone looked at him. Qin asked, what's your question? What are the 3 of us doing? Aren't we helping you to destroy the monsters? Lin Yuan asked. He had already seen I understand. Kaya originally wanted to recruit adventurers temporarily when he issued the commission, but when everyone saw Ying's ability, they naturally wouldn't let them take risks. According to his guess, Qin's plan should be that the knights first cleared the monsters in the temple, then let the fluorescence be purified one by one. But, the purpose of him, Ying and Paimon is to kill monsters and level up. If they are not allowed to kill monsters, then they have come here in vain, right? Well, the original plan was to help us clear the monsters, but Ying has the ability to purify curses, and we cannot afford to lose, Qin explained. Captain Qin, let's let the 3 of us join in and clear the monsters, Ying also said, to be honest, we have a special ability. The more monsters we kill, the stronger we will be. Then, Lin Yuan and Ying explained the League of Legends lottery system to everyone. What? There is such a thing? Qin felt that she felt more shocked today than she had felt in the past year. Lisa was also shocked. Although she was a rare magic genius in the Order Academy in 100 years, things like systems and lotteries were obviously beyond her common sense. Although Kaya and Eula were slightly calmer with the blessing of the ice system, it was only slightly. After all, no one could remain indifferent to such things. I testify that this is true, Amber jumped out and said. How about it, do you want to try it? Newbies can get 10 draws for free. Lin Yuan smiled lightly, his tone like a devil full of temptation. It's really hard to resist, then I'll give it a try, I hope I can satisfy you. Lisa walked in front of Lin Yuan with her legs wrapped in black silk stockings. Then click pray 10 times on the lottery panel. Then 10 meteors slid by. Unfortunately, no gold was paid, the purple prize was, life potion. What a pity, it seems that I can only work hard to earn raw stones and continue to draw the lottery, Lisa said pitifully. Lin Yuan smiled slightly, Sister Lisa, 90 draws are guaranteed, don't worry, you will definitely get gold. Lisa glared at Lin Yuan charmingly, you little rascal, 90 draws are guaranteed, that requires 14,400 raw stones, where can I get so many raw stones? I now suspect that you are a suspicious raw stone dealer, confess quickly, leniency for confession, and severity for resistance, Lisa joked. However, joking aside, she was not idle. She opened her panel and used the bottle of life potion she drew. Seeing that her life value did increase by 10 points, she nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 19. After a while, the two sides of the battle were in chaos. Lin Yuan also took a look at Lisa's panel. It must be said that the panel values are very good. Name, Lisa. Life, 110. Defense, 0. Attack, 200. Stamina, 100. As expected of a magician, the attack power is high. Let me try. Yula, who has rarely spoken, stood up, walked in front of Lin Yuan, and clicked pray 10 times. As the meteor slid by, no gold was paid. Obviously, it is a very lucky and rare thing to pay gold after 10 consecutive draws. Amber came over, let me see what your purple prize is, Yula. When Yula clicked on the lottery page, a purple prize appeared, Conqueror, talent after attacking the enemy 10 times, subsequent attacks will produce a 10% blood-sucking effect until you leave the battle. Same as me, also a talent, not bad, Amber said. Then, Qin also came forward and clicked pray 10 times. This time, unlike the previous times, a golden meteor was mixed in, flashing golden light. Wow! As expected of Captain Qin, you are so lucky! Amber exclaimed, and the others also set their eyes on the lottery screen. When Qin clicked, a green figure appeared in the center of the screen, congratulations on obtaining the skill, meditation. Qin carefully looked at the introduction of the skills on the screen, the one I drew is the skill of Wuji Jiansheng. The entry level consumes 40 physical strength, can restore 10% of health within 60 seconds, and has damage reduction within the first second of release. It looks good, it's a defensive skill. It seems that I am the only one who didn't draw a prize here, Kaya smiled lightly and clicked the draw without hesitation. Wow, another golden prize, Amber saw the draw page glowing with gold again, and his eyes widened. Lin Yuan's eyes focused, and he saw a few big words on the screen, congratulations on getting the skill, Way of the Wanderer. It turned out to be Yasuo's passive skill. This skill does not consume physical strength and is automatic defense. He was very envious. Kaya also laughed after reading the skill introduction, well, it seems that my luck is really good. Qin calmed down, then let's do this, the actions of the others remain unchanged, Kaya, you take Lin Yuan, Ying and Pei Men to the Temple of the Wolf of the North, and then go to the other two after a quick battle. Does anyone have any questions now? Qin looked around, if not, then let's go without delay. The crowd walked out of the city in a mighty manner. Lin Yuan noticed that there were some adventurers following behind them, acting as guards, soldiers and the like. If Ying and I had not shown special abilities, we should be the same as those adventurers. Just as the crowd was walking towards the three temples in a mighty manner, a drunken bard was sitting on the second floor of Mon's Angel's Gift. He drank the cider in his hand, and then climbed on the wine table with blurred eyes. Bards are a profession that does not require any threshold. In Mondstadt, which is blown by the wind of freedom, there are simply too many of them to count. In some people's minds, the name of bard is almost synonymous with wanderers. But this green guy is a little different. For some reason, a warm and majestic breeze suddenly appeared in the closed tavern, entwining between his fingers. The color of the wind is emerald green, almost turning into a physical entity. The man's originally intoxicated eyes gradually became clear. A system beyond common sense, the power to purify curses, and the elves connected to it, such incredible abilities, where do you come from? Golden hair, with the power of purification, well, I have seen such a person, standing in the sun will surely make him a hero, standing in the shade can also guide disasters. 500 years ago, the one who chose the shade, what about you? What will you choose? It seems that I have to find an opportunity to come forward and guide appropriately. Although the birth of such a person indicates a change in the world, it may not be a bad opportunity for me. The wear and tear is too serious, the green guy stretched out his palm and looked at it with round eyes. It just so happens that I will use your hand to completely purify Taverin, otherwise, I, who am getting more and more worn, will find it difficult to save my old friend. Thinking of this, the green guy laughed easily. Charles, another glass of cider. You kid, settle the previous bill first. The bartender Charles said a little unhappily. Oh, Charles, please, I forgot to bring money this time, I will do it next time. You guy. This green guy actually has the ability to control the wind and get information from the wind. This is simply an incredible supernatural power. In other words, as long as there is wind, nothing can be hidden from his eyes. This ability is only possessed by one person in Tibet, and that is the wind. We are here, this is the temple of the Wolf of the North Wind. After coming out of the city gate, everyone split into 3 groups. Lin Yuan, Ying, and Paimon followed Kaya to a place near the Thousand Wines Temple. Lin Yuan looked up and saw that the temple was built of huge and neat stones, and the stone door was carved with complicated patterns and designs. Although it had been abandoned for many years and neglected, it still revealed a mysterious atmosphere. Kaya seemed to see the curiosity of the 3 people. When this temple was still performing its guardian duties, it was not in such a dilapidated state. But something happened later. The East Wind Dragon Taverin, which is now known as the Wind Dragon, suffered a disaster for various reasons. The guardian of the 4 wines began to fail to perform his duties, and the temple began to fall into disrepair. Then he spread his hands, but I am not very knowledgeable, and I don't know much about some things. For things in this regard, you can ask Lisa, she is a librarian, and she has 100 times more knowledge than me. At this time, Lin Yuan had a question that he had been holding in his heart for many years, and he urgently needed Kaya to answer it, so he asked, Mr. Kaya, I heard that you are the cavalry captain of the Knights of Favonius. Kaya nodded, yes. Lin Yuan asked in confusion, but I didn't see any horses. Ahem. Kaya coughed awkwardly. The cavalry captain had no horse. It would be easy to make a fool of himself if he said it out loud, and it would lose the face of the Knights of Favonius. So he quickly explained, it's a long story. Back then, when Captain Falger went on an expedition, he took away all the war horses and cavalry. As a cavalry captain without any horses, I naturally don't need any horses. But I have recruited some new people and the war horses are being retrained. It won't be long before I am a real cavalry captain. Okay, let's go in without delay. I can smell the magic in this temple. Kaya took the lead and walked in through the dilapidated stone door. Lin Yuan, Ying, and Paimon looked at each other and followed him in. Behind them were the Mond guards and temporarily recruited adventurers. There were not many people, only a dozen people in total. From this, it can be seen that the Knights of Favonius are really short of people, so they have to issue a commission to the Adventurer Association. Entering from the stone door is an empty, dilapidated, and deep stone corridor. Chapter 20. Although it was a closed environment, the walls around the corridor were inlaid with light blue gems, which silently emitted light in the quiet environment. As soon as everyone entered, they saw the monsters entrenched in the corridor, 3 ordinary hillocks. 3 of you, I won't fight with you for this. Kaya slightly turned sideways, he knew that several people had skills. Okay, Ying nodded, and the 3 of them instantly had a tacit understanding. Swish! Ying took the edgeless sword, attack power +5, rushed forward in a few steps, used the soul-sucking attack to eliminate a hillock in 2 moves, and then cut another one to residual blood. Paimon saw the opportunity and released the swallowing it into his stomach in one go. Lin Yuan was not idle either. He picked up the edgeless sword he received from the knights and cut off 44 drops of blood from the hill culver with 2 swords. Then he used soul-draining strike and successfully stacked another layer. His attack power rose rapidly to 19 points, excluding the edgeless sword bonus. However, this was still a little worse than Kaya's attack power. Lin Yuan glanced at Kaya's panel. Name, Kaya. Skill, Way of the Wanderer, entry level. Life, 100. Defense, 0. Attack, 100. Physical strength, 100. However, the one with the highest attack power was Lisa. Kaya and Eula had the same panel data. Jean's attack power was second only to Lisa, at 180 points. Kaya stood behind and carefully observed the actions of the 3 people. Especially when he saw the little Paimon open his mouth and swallow the hill culver directly, although he was mentally prepared in advance, he couldn't help but be shocked. After dealing with the monsters in the corridor, everyone continued to move forward. The demonic energy around them became more and more dense. Some guards and adventurers without the Eye of God could no longer withstand the influence of this environment, so Kaya asked them to retreat to the temple gate. Everyone, we are here. It seems that things are quite troublesome. After several winding corridors, a huge and wide room appeared in front of everyone. There is a stone statue in the center of the room. Although it is broken and covered with moss, it can be vaguely seen that it is a wolf. This should be one of the 4 wind guardians, the North Wind Wolf. In addition, there are 10 thugs, 10 wooden shield hills, 3 water hill shamans, a fire axe hill thug, and a water abyss mage in the room. The water abyss mage floated under the stone statue, seeming to be chanting something. In front of it, the first one was the fire axe hillock thug, followed by 3 fire hillock shamans, and finally 20 hillock people standing in a neat row. Every time the water abyss mage chanted, the hillock people below made a move, twisting their arms or dancing their lower limbs. Each move was very strange, like some evil sacrificial ritual. As these monsters moved, the broken stone statue gradually began to emit a thick black aura, which slowly flowed out along the cracks in the room. Lin Yuan's eyes focused. Although he had already prepared to face many monsters, he still didn't expect there were so many monsters here. The most important thing is that there are actually 2 elite monsters, a fire axe hillock thug and a water abyss mage. They had experienced a fire axe hillock thug before, and its strength was not something they could eliminate. And the panel of this abyss mage is not bad. Name, Water Abyss Mage. Level, Elite. Life, 300. Defense, 700. Attack, 100. I didn't expect to meet the Abyss Cult in addition to the Hill Cult. What a surprise, Kaya said, pulling out the standard sword of the Western Knights at his waist, the West Wind Sword, attack power plus 100, physical strength plus 30. The group of monsters also discovered them, but they did not rush up, but showed strong discipline, which made them more difficult. The Water Abyss Mage stopped chanting and turned to look at the 4 people. Oh, look who's here, it's the cavalry captain of the Mondstadt Knights of Favonius, and 3 strangers, how are you? Kaya took a step forward, the Eye of God on his waist flashed with light, and a stream of icy air poured out, instantly attaching a layer of frost to the sharp blade. I was wondering why Taverin suddenly went crazy, it turns out that your Abyss Cult is behind it. Lin Yuan, Ying, and Paimon also got ready for battle and prepared to attack. No, no, no. Mr. Kaya, you may have misunderstood, Water Abyss Mage spoke slowly, but his voice was like a chaotic signal, a bit harsh. How can our Abyss Cult's work be called mischief? Really? The Abyss Cult has been notorious in Tibet for many years, why don't you have any self-awareness? Do you think that you and these gathered hill tribes can overthrow Mondstadt's rule? Kaya smiled, maybe your greatest skill is to make people have rheumatism. Paimon, wow, Kaya's mouth is so poisonous, if I were the Abyss Mage, I would definitely be angry to death. The voice of the Abyss Mage became a little sharper, Mr. Kaya, we have no intention of subverting the country of Mondstadt. Perhaps we can talk about cooperation. After all. Swish. Kaya disappeared before the Water Abyss Mage finished speaking. The next second, he appeared in front of the Water Abyss Mage, and the ice-enchanted West Wind Sword was pointed at him and stabbed fiercely. And where Kaya just stood, a bubble the size of a person appeared. The Water Abyss Mage actually took advantage of the time to talk and used words like cooperation to secretly paralyze everyone, intending to sneak attack Kaya. It can be seen that he was vicious. Fortunately, Kaya was not a kind person. He did not fall for it. Instead, he took advantage of the trick and was one step faster than the Water Abyss Mage. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. If the Water Abyss Mage had trapped Kaya with a bubble first, the battle could almost be declared over. But unfortunately, Kaya saw through its trick directly. The ice-enchanted Zephyr Sword pierced the shield of the Water Abyss Mage. Only a crackling sound was heard. The ice spread to the water shield with the tip of the sword and froze it directly. At the same time, Lin Yuan saw that the defense of the Water Abyss Mage dropped by 200 points, and the defense value was only 500. At the moment when Kaya took action, Lin Yuan, Ying, and Paimon also moved. In addition to the Water Abyss Mage, there were 10 thugs, 10 wooden shield hillocks, 3 fire hillock shamans and one of the most dangerous fire axe hillock thugs. However, the fire axe hillock thug did not attack the 2, but chopped Kaya fiercely with an axe. Obviously, it knew who was the biggest threat. Kaya dodged and avoided the attack of the fire axe hillock thug, and then another sword froze the ice that was about to melt again, and the Water Abyss Mage only had 300 defense points left. Chapter 21. The two of them were surrounded by the hillocks, but they didn't get hurt at all. Lin Yuan and Ying rushed into the hillocks, basically killing 3 hillocks each with 2 swords. After killing 3 enemies with soul-draining strike, Lin Yuan's attack power increased to 25 points. With the 5 points of additional attack power from the edgeless sword, he now has a full 30 points of attack power. Lin Yuan and Ying looked at each other. They were agile. Although they were surrounded by the hillocks, they didn't get hurt at all. They flew left and right, and after a few swords, 4 more hillocks returned to the earth veins. Of course, the main reason was that Kaya attracted the hatred of the Fire Axe Hillock thugs and the Water Abyss Mage, and took the greatest pressure, allowing the two to kill the enemies without scruples. There was nothing that could be done about it. Kaya was the strongest of the 4 people on the scene. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Moreover, this was the mission of the Knights of Favonius. Just as Lin Yuan and Ying were killing people in the hills, Kaya had already broken the shield of the Water Abyss Mage. Then he cut off 200 HP of the Water Abyss Mage with a sword. "You two, this is up to you." "Okay," Lin Yuan and Ying nodded, and then Ying directly used Anger Potion, and the attack power soared by 30 points. In one step, he used Soul Draining Strike to quickly eliminate the Water Abyss Mage who had no power to resist. Elite Monster, directly add 6 points of attack power. Lin Yuan glanced at Ying's panel, and the attack power had risen to 80 points. Excluding the bonus of Anger Potion, that is, the actual attack power has reached 50 points. Bang! The Fire Axe Hillock thug saw the Water Abyss Mage quake, and roared, swinging his axe and smashing Ying hard. At the same time, the 3 Water Hillock Shamans also finished the precasting swing, and a huge black cloud appeared above Ying and the Fire Axe Hillock thugs, and the magic raindrops were about to fall. However, after so many battles, Ying's body movements have become very graceful. The muscles on her legs moved, and her body jumped back, and she jumped 7 or 8 meters away in an instant. At the moment she jumped out, the Fire Axe Hillock thug's giant axe and the Water Hillock Shaman's magic raindrops fell at the same time. Especially the Fire Axe Hillock thug, the giant axe hit the ground, making a deafening sound, the whole hall shook, and a dust storm rolled up, blinding everyone. Lin Yuan, Ying, Paimon, and Kaya quickly jumped out of the center of the dust storm. When the dust cleared, they saw that the Fire Axe Hill thug had lost 90 drops of blood by his 3 Water Hill Shamans, and was enchanted by the water element. Kaya saw the right opportunity and rushed forward in a few leaps. "Freeze it!" Kaya roared, and the West Wind Sword shone with the light of ice crystals, and chopped the Fire Axe Hill thug at once. There was only a sound of snapping, and the Fire Axe Hill thug was frozen. However, this freezing could not last for a long time, and it could only control the Fire Axe Hill thug for about 5 seconds. But this time was enough for the two to eliminate the remaining monsters. Lin Yuan and Ying rushed into the battlefield again, holding the edgeless sword as if they were in an empty space, and they eliminated the remaining hill people and 3 Water Hill Shamans in a few seconds. After the two eliminated the monsters, they kept moving, and chopped the Fire Axe Hill thug who had just thawed with a sword. Originally, the monster had already lost 800 drops of blood by Kaya, and with the 2 swords of Lin Yuan and Ying, the elite monster's blood volume was instantly reduced to the bottom. "Paimon, it's your turn!" Lin Yuan shouted. "Here we go!" Paimon, who had been supervising the battle on the ceiling, flew down. "Feast! Start!" Paimon cast a spell directly, opened his big mouth, and swallowed the Fire Axe Hillock thug into his stomach. Burp! After swallowing the monster, Paimon patted her stomach and burped. At the same time, her body size increased directly. She used to be only 1/3 of Ying's size, but now she is half of Ying's size. However, as the battle ended, Paimon's size returned to normal. Hey! This battle was really hard. Kaya took a long breath and sat on the steps of the hall. When he was fighting with the Water Abyss Mage and the Fire Axe Hillock thug, he was also attacked by a few ordinary Hillock people, but the attack power of those Hillock people was not high, and he had Yasuo's passive Way of the Wanderer, so he didn't lose much blood. Lin Yuan also sat on the ground, resting while observing his panel data. In this battle, he released Soul Draining Strike 9 times, almost consuming all his physical strength. However, the reward was also very generous. His current attack power was 37 points. Ying was also exhausted and panting. Although the use of the Anger Potion could greatly increase the attack power, it also consumed a lot of physical strength. She sat next to Lin Yuan and rested on his shoulder. Lin Yuan glanced at Ying's panel, attack, 56, physical strength, 1. Paimon was not very tired. After swallowing an elite monster, her life increased by 30 points, reaching a terrifying 170 health points. Unexpectedly, Paimon, who looked the weakest, became the one with the thickest health. After everyone rested for a while, Kaya walked to the dilapidated statue of the Northwind Wolf. I don't know what he did. A fist-sized, scarlet, teardrop-shaped gem exuding an evil aura slowly flew out of the statue and floated in the air motionlessly. Kaya turned around, Ying, it's up to you. Ying nodded, okay. Then she walked forward, gently held it with one hand, and closed her eyes slightly. As time passed, the evil aura on the teardrop-shaped gem gradually disappeared, and the color changed from scarlet to sky blue. What a magical ability! Kaya was amazed to see that Ying had indeed purified the power of the curse. Lin Yuan walked forward with concern, how is it, Ying, is there anything uncomfortable? After all, this is the power of the abyss, a power that neither Barbatos nor Morix can completely eradicate. Although he knew that Ying was very special, Lin Yuan was still afraid of accidents. I'm fine, Ying smiled at Lin Yuan, very grateful for his concern. Okay, without further ado, let's go to the other two temples. Kaya put away the purified teardrop-shaped gem and said to the three people. Lin Yuan nodded, well, let's go. The four came out of the Northwind Wolf Temple and rushed to the Westwind Eagle Temple in charge of Amber and Eula. You are here. Amber saw the four people coming, we have cleared out the monsters, now we just need to purify them. Ying nodded, without hesitation, walked to the cursed teardrop-shaped gem floating in front of the Westwind Eagle statue, and quickly completed the purification with the same action. The group rushed to the Southwind Lion Temple in charge of Lisa. Chapter 22. The two of them were so busy that they had to wait for each other for a long time. Oh, you are finally here. The flowers I have been waiting for are about to wither. Lisa was playing magic in the temple out of boredom. Little cutie, I will rely on you this time. I will definitely treat you well when I return to Mondstadt. What a pity. My brain will hurt when I get close to this crystal contaminated by filth. Otherwise, I really want to study it carefully. Ying walked forward, Sister Lisa, leave it to me. What a good child. If the conditions did not allow it, I really want you to be my magician. Lisa walked aside and carefully observed the whole process of Ying purifying the filth. Hey! Finally, everything is done. Now the power of the wind dragon will be weakened a lot. Ying breathed a sigh of relief after purifying the crystals. Lisa nodded, yes, not only the power of the wind dragon will be reduced, but also the elemental flow and earth vein circulation of Mond will return to normal. It's a pity. Even if the power of the wind dragon is greatly reduced, we are not its opponent and cannot completely solve the Mond dragon disaster. Lisa added, and even if we have the power to kill the wind dragon, we can't do it. After all, the wind dragon that everyone avoids now is the East Wind Dragon Te Valen, one of the four wind guardians of Mond. At this point, we can only hope that Lord Barbatos, the god of wind, will take action. Kaya said, but this time we solved the hidden dangers of the three temples and reduced Te Valen's Lin's strength can be regarded as a relief for Mondstadt. Next, we need to slowly strengthen the city defense and wait for Lord Barbatos to take action. Eula nodded, yes, especially this time we also discovered that the Abyss cult is behind Taveron's madness. We will report to Captain Sheen when we go back. There must be a deeper conspiracy behind the Abyss cult's planning of the Wind Dragon incident. Amber said, okay, let's go back and discuss it slowly. It's very cold here. Everyone returned to Mondstadt. Kaya, Amber and Eula had other tasks to do, so Lisa took Lin Yuan, Ying and Paimon to find Sheen and report the situation. Captain Sheen, we are back. Paimon pushed open the door of the office and flew in first. Welcome everyone to return triumphantly. Sheen in the office was burying her head in front of the pile of government affairs. When she heard that everyone was back, she took a breath for a moment. Thank you very much for your efforts. The flow of elements around the city is finally normal, and Taveron's strength has been greatly reduced. He will not come to Mondstadt to destroy it in the short term. We can also take this opportunity to strengthen the city defense and prepare more things. Okay, Sheen, you can slowly tell the three little cuties. I'm going to take care of the library first. Lisa's fingers passed over Lin Yuan and Ying's arms, and pinched Paimon's face again. Finally, I can do magic projects in a stable state of the earth veins. Thank you three little cuties this time. Qin smiled helplessly, don't mind it, Lisa is just like this. Just then, a guard trotted in, report. Captain Qin, go ahead, what's wrong? Guard, report to Captain Qin, Fachui diplomats are here. Who is coming? Qin frowned slightly. Guard, it's someone named Anastasia. Anastasia. Qin pondered, it seems to be a small staff member in the Fachui embassy in Mondstadt. Guard, yes. Qin waved, let her in, and then apologized to Lin Yuan, Ying, and Paimon, I'm very sorry, three of you, I can't entertain you for the time being. It's okay, Lin Yuan nodded. Since Qin had to deal with government affairs, they would leave. It was just right to stroll around Mondstadt. At this time, the guard said, Captain Qin, the Fachui envoy asked you to go to their embassy, to explain in person when to hand over the defense of Mondstadt. Hey! Qin was stunned for a moment, and then he took a long breath, okay. Lin Yuan just walked to the door, and frowned when he heard this. This Fachui is too arrogant. A small staff member of the embassy can let the supreme leader of Mondstadt personally go to the embassy to explain the handover of the city defense. If this happened in other countries, he would have been chopped up and thrown into the sea to feed sharks. He can only be so arrogant in Mondstadt. First, he relied on Mondstadt's lack of successors and weak national strength. Second, he was sure that Qin's gentle personality was not good at negotiation. Negotiation is like fighting. Strength is the key. On the one hand, momentum is another. If Qin went to the embassy of Zhaidong in Mondstadt in person today to explain the bullshit city defense problem, no matter how powerful Mondstadt is, the Fachui will have absolute momentum and will be able to overwhelm the Western Knights in one go. Moreover, the Fachui are not sure about Mondstadt's strength. Although most of the elite knights have been taken on an expedition by Captain Falger, this is a world with gods. The wind god is still in Mondstadt, so they have to think twice before they want to use force. So the Fachui want to solve the problem through negotiations, and through the pressure of momentum, they can take down the defense of Mondstadt in one go. So when Qin was about to go to negotiate in person, Lin Yuan suddenly turned around and blocked Qin. What's wrong? Lin Yuan? What's the matter? Qin asked in confusion. Captain Qin, are you going to explain in person? Lin Yuan emphasized the two words in person, explain. Qin sighed, since the dragon disaster, the knight's string has been stretched to the point of being about to break. Not only the city defense, but also the pressure from trade, food, energy, education, and other aspects has been increasing. The pressure from the Fachui mission has become so great that it is difficult to ignore. If we can resolve the dragon disaster through negotiations, relieve the pressure on the knight's order, and allow Mondstadt to develop further. Lin Yuan shook his head helplessly, Captain Qin, sovereignty is only sovereignty when it is in your own hands. Not to mention whether the Fachui taking over Mondstadt will make the people of Mondstadt live better, what reason do you have to believe that they have the ability to resolve the dragon disaster? And if this is a negotiation, you personally explain to a small staff member, isn't this self-weakening? I'm afraid that by then. I'm afraid no one will look down on the knights. Ying also nodded, yes, Captain Qin, you must not succumb to this group of people. Paimon also said, I agree, the tone of this guy's speech is very annoying. Qin waved his hand and asked the guards to retreat, then sat on the sofa a little tiredly, rubbing his temples, but, if we don't do that, what should we do? The Fachui are very strong. If we are also strong, will the negotiations break down? Lin Yuan was a little helpless about Qin's gentleness, Captain Qin, gentleness is reserved for friends. When dealing with enemies, only a big stick and sweet dates can achieve your goals. There is a saying that thunder and rain are all grace. I don't want you to negotiate with an absolutely tough attitude, but to be moderate, but don't be too gentle and weak. Chapter 23. The two of them were in a mess, but the two of them were in a mess. How about this, I'll help you get her in, and then you can slowly negotiate with her, how about that? Lin Yuan suggested. Qin nodded, that's fine, but it's too much trouble for you. It's okay, please call me Mr. Lin, the enthusiastic citizen, Lin Yuan joked, and then walked out. Outside the knights, there was a woman dressed as the Fachui. Seeing someone from the knights come out, but it was not Jean, but a boy she had never seen before, Anastasia frowned, where is Jean? Is she a coward? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, took out the sword without a blade, and directly put it on Anastasia's neck, oh? Who are you? How dare you speak nonsense at the gate of the knights? He waved to the guard standing guard at the gate of the knights. Tell her what the price is for provoking trouble and insulting the deputy leader in the important place of the knights. The guard trotted over and swallowed his saliva. Report, 30 strokes of the cane, 7 days of imprisonment, and a fine of 100,000 mora. Did you hear that? Lin Yuan patted Anastasia's cheek with the sword without a blade. Anastasia is a diplomatic civilian of the Fatui. Her panel attributes are only slightly stronger than ordinary people, and her attack power is only 5 points, so Lin Yuan can completely control her as long as he ignores her Fatui background. You. Anastasia's face turned pale with anger, and her whole body was shaking with anger. She didn't expect that in Mondstadt, someone would point a sword at her neck and hit her cheek with a sword blade. She has been assigned to work at the Winter Embassy in Mondstadt for so many years. Every day, she was high and mighty. Now she was humiliated in front of the knights, which made her furious. Do you know who I am, kid? You are very good. You dare to point a sword at me. I will make you regret it. Anastasia gritted her teeth and said. Isn't it just the Fatui? I have killed at least 1,000 of them. Oh, sorry, I'm off the stage, Lin Yuan said sorry, but his actual actions did not show any apology. He continued to slap Anastasia's face with the blade. Don't you want to negotiate? I'll invite you. Anastasia sneered. Boy, you know my identity and still dare to treat me like this? Is this what Jean meant? If this is the attitude, then I think there is nothing to talk about. Let Mondstadt destroy itself. Lin Yuan looked at Anastasia with an idiotic look. Hey, do you understand the situation? Now you are begging us to give us the right to hand over your city defense, although this is impossible. We beg you. Anastasia snorted, if you don't quickly hand over the city defense to the Fatui, when the Wind Dragon destroys Mondstadt, you will cry. Wind Dragon. Lin Yuan smiled even more, but didn't you notice that the elemental flow and earth vein circulation in Mondstadt have returned to normal? Anastasia didn't react on the surface, but she was shocked in her heart. It was indeed the Knights of Favonius who did it. How did they do it? We are obviously secretly allying with the Abyss cult. Even if they can discover the secrets of the 3 major temples, it is impossible to purify the power of the Abyss. Could it be that the wind god Barbados took action? No. As mentioned above, even if it is the wind god, it cannot be. Countless thoughts flashed through Anastasia's mind in an instant. She just got the news that the Mondstadt veins have returned to stability, so she was in a hurry and wanted to blackmail Jean while the Knights of Favonius did not know the news. But she never expected that this was done by the Knights of Favonius. The Riot of the Wind Dragon is the most important card for the Favonius to threaten the Knights of Favonius. If this card falls into her hands, then when the lady comes, Anastasia shuddered when she thought of this. In fact, she was not afraid of death. Even if the man in front of her put the sword on her neck, she did not panic at all, but when she thought of the lady's anger after she messed up, she felt it was more terrible than death. Anastasia's eyes flickered for a long time before she took a deep breath and said, but so what? Maybe it's just that the earth veins occasionally return to normal. The dragon disaster is not completely over, and the wind dragon will return again. If you don't hand over the city defense, the destruction of Mondstadt is inevitable. Seeing that Anastasia was still so stubborn, Lin Yuan pointed his sword at her head. I now doubt whether your head is filled with brains or is it a paste? Do you think your collusion with the Abyss cult is flawless? Do you think that no one can purify the power of the Abyss? Do you think that the wind god Barbados will not care? I know what you are waiting for, the executive officer madam, but if I say now that you have messed up this matter, let me guess, what will madam do to you? At the end, Lin Yuan grinned like a big devil, while Anastasia looked pitiful. If someone who didn't know the truth saw her, they would think that Lin Yuan was a big villain. Anastasia's face turned pale and green. Seeing that her big stick worked, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to sweet dates. But you are not without a chance. Go in and apologize to Captain Qin and talk nicely. The task that Madam gave you to explore the wind god heart of God may still be completed. Lin Yuan put away his sword and whispered to Anastasia's ear. Anastasia's pupil shrank. At this moment, she finally felt the real fear. Who is this man? How could he know such a top-secret thing? That's right. As a confidant of Lady in Mondstadt, taking over the defense of Mondstadt was just a cover. Her real mission was to explore the wind god's heart. If this matter was leaked, not to mention the Knights of Favonius, even the Church of Favonius and the entire Mondstadt people would not forgive them. And it would also alert the wind god. If Lady could not get the heart of God, her fate would be unimaginable. At that time, death would be forgiven. Please. Lin Yuan stepped aside and bowed slightly, like a real knight. Guard A, wow. So handsome. Even the Fatui were subdued. Mr. Lin Yuan will be my idol in the future. Guard B, wait for Mr. Lin Yuan to come out later, and I must get an autograph. Anastasia's brain was numb, and before she could even react, she walked to Qin's office. In addition to Qin, there was a beautiful girl with golden hair and a floating object with white hair. Qin saw Lin Yuan inviting Anastasia in, and was about to stand up and say a few polite words. Unexpectedly, Anastasia bowed 90 degrees and said first, "I'm sorry, Captain Qin, it's my fault recently, please forgive me." Qin? Ying? Paimon? Chapter 24. The three looked at Lin Yuan in confusion and shock, their eyes meant, "What did you do to this guy? He has changed his nature after less than 10 minutes of going out?" Lin Yuan smiled and spread his hands, looking like he was leaving after the matter was done and hiding his identity. Qin was originally prepared to face the tough attitude of the Fatui diplomats, but she didn't expect the other party to be so polite suddenly. Although she didn't know what happened, it must be Lin Yuan's credit. Glancing at Lin Yuan with gratitude, Qin was no longer overly gentle, and also learned to be even-handed and began to negotiate with Anastasia. Although Qin was too gentle before, her professional ability is still very strong. In just a short moment, she finalized a series of cooperation agreements with the Fatui on security, food, energy, trade, education, etc. Seeing Qin enter the state, Lin Yuan, Ying, and Peimen also left the office. After coming out, Lin Yuan accidentally glanced at the panel and found that Qin's bond had become level 2, Ying's bond became level 4, and Peimen's bond also rose to level 3. As for the others, except Amber who was level 2, they were all still only level 1. Since Peimon's bond has reached level 3, can I get feast? With a thought, Lin Yuan clicked the skill column, and the following information popped up. Selectable target, Peimon. Selectable quantity, 1. Selectable skills, feast, entry level, unknown. Selectable items, Adventurers Association membership card, mysterious crown, starry sky cloak, boots. Ahem. When he saw the last few items, Lin Yuan coughed lightly. This system is still as awesome as ever. In the end, Lin Yuan chose the skill feast, but he was a little curious. What is this skill? Looking at Peimon, it seems that he is not very clear. By the way, Lin Yuan, what did you do to change the temper of an extremely arrogant Fatui? Peimon asked curiously as the three of them walked on the streets of Mond. Lin Yuan chuckled, negotiation is very simple, as long as you have enough information gap, strength and momentum, so I just used 3 points of information gap, 1 point of strength, and 3 points of momentum. Peimon scratched his head and counted his fingers, 3 plus 1 is 4, 4 plus 3 is 7, and then looked at his remaining 3 fingers, what is the remaining 3 points? Of course it's my handsomeness. Oh. So narcissistic. Peimon flew in the air, but okay, I admit that you are really handsome. I admit it too. Ying Mei raised her hand with a smile. The three of them laughed and played, and came to the Adventurers Association. The commission of the Knights of Favonius was completed before, so they naturally came here to receive the reward. Lin Yuan and Ying each received 500 mora, and then had a big meal at the Deer Hunter restaurant. The sun was setting in the west, the sun was setting, and the lights in Mondstadt were also lit. Just when the three were about to go back to the room to rest, a gust of wind suddenly blew from nowhere, enveloping the three and heading towards a road. The wind was very gentle, wrapping around them like smooth silk, but the three had no ability to resist and could only be carried forward. What's going on? Ying and Peimen were shocked. Lin Yuan was very calm, he knew that it was the unruly guy who took action. As for whether it was a blessing or a curse, since he didn't kill him at the most angry moment of the Whispering Forest, it naturally couldn't be a curse now. So, Lin Yuan said to Ying and Peimen, just let it go, we may meet the most unruly guy in Mond. Seeing that Lin Yuan was not panicking, Ying and Peimen seemed to have a backbone and calmed down. Don't say, being carried by the wind without doing any effort is quite fun. Ying gradually discovered the blind spot and sat down directly in the air, just like treating the wind as a sofa. Finally, Feng led the three to the door of a noisy tavern, on which were written 5 big characters, Angel's Gift. AUV, please come in. The waiter Barton, who was serving wine, opened the door of the tavern in a genuine Mond accent. Lin Yuan nodded and led the way in. Under the influence of the dragon disaster, most of Mond's industries were shut down and most of the shops were closed, with only 2 exceptions. One was the Adventurers Association, and the other was the tavern. An Angel's Gift is a century-old brand in Mondstadt. It is the business of Master Diluc of the Dawn Winery. It sells the best quality cider, dandelion wine, and other Mondstadt specialties. Of course, these wines are directly from the Dawn Winery, and they are 100% guaranteed to be authentic, so the Angel's Gift has always been loved by Mondstadt alcoholics. Except for some extreme cat lovers and those who really have no money, most alcoholics like to come to the Angel's Gift to order a glass of expensive century-old wine, taste it slowly, or chat with other alcoholics. So when the 3 of them entered, they felt a completely different atmosphere from the quiet streets outside, a lively and noisy atmosphere. At the same time, there were all kinds of wine aromas floating in the air, with the smell of apples, cherries, and dandelions. Of course, Lin Yuan also smelled a sense of freedom inside. Wow! It's really lively in here, Paimon said excitedly. Ying, Paimon can't drink. Lin Yuan looked around and didn't find anything, so he went straight to the 2nd floor. As expected, he found the green guy in a corner. There were fewer people on the 2nd floor than on the 1st floor, but most of them gathered in that corner. At this time, the green guy was playing the piano while shaking the glass with his mouth to drink. As the whole glass of wine went into his mouth without a drop leaking, and the piano sound was not out of tune at all, the drunkards watching all gave warm applause. Some drunkards wanted to throw money to reward the green guy, but he refused. Sir, why don't you use the money to buy me a glass of wine? Suddenly, several glasses of wine were placed on the guy's table, including apple wine, cherry wine, dandelion wine. As the drunkards who were watching dispersed, Lin Yuan sat down in front of the guy, picked up a glass of apple wine casually, and took a sip carefully. The rich apple flavor was mixed with a faint wine aroma, and the taste was smooth like a delicate evening breeze. It must be said that Mond's wine is indeed unique. Hey! Sir! This is my wine. The green guy protested when he saw someone drinking his wine. Lin Yuan motioned Ying and Peimen to sit down as well, then he picked up the wine glass and touched it lightly with the wine glass in the green guy's hand, and chuckled, Your wine, I know, but you invited us to come, you can't let us pay for the wine ourselves. Chapter 25. The 2 of them were so busy that they had to wait for the next meal. Oh, of course, I'll pay for Peimon's drinks myself. Then Lin Yuan shouted downstairs, Charles, give me a non-alcoholic drink and some snacks. Okay. A voice came from downstairs. Soon, in addition to drinks, the table was also filled with Mond potato pancakes, satisfying salads, manner-baked muffins and other delicious snacks. Hey! You guys chat, I'm not polite. Paimon rubbed his hands and said excitedly. The green guy seemed to recognize the 3 people at this moment. You are, You are the ones who scared Taverin away at that time. It's you, Paimon's cheeks puffed up, by the way, isn't Taverin completely crazy? Are you familiar with it? You actually approached it. Green guy, guess. Paimon looked at the man suspiciously for a few times, then approached Lin Yuan and Ying and whispered, Hey, I feel this person is weird. Green guy, oh, I can hear you. Hey. Sorry. I disturbed you. Paimon hid behind Lin Yuan and Ying. Green guy, ha 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 ha. Okay, no more jokes. Hello, strangers who have only met once, let me introduce myself. I am the bard, Wendy. He then plucked the strings of his harp. To be precise, I am the champion of Mondstadt's most favorite bard for 3 consecutive years. What do you want to talk to me about? Lin Yuan took a sip of cider, exhaled a breath of alcohol and said, Didn't you come to us? Oh, you found out about this, Wendy laughed awkwardly. Okay, it's indeed me who came to you, but before you ask me, I have a question for you. Lin Yuan nodded. Wendy, where are you from, what are you going to do, and where are you going? Lin Yuan, these are 3 questions. Wendy, but I only used 1 question mark. Lin Yuan? Ying? Paimon? Okay, then I'll ask again. Wendy saw that the plan failed, and asked again, what do you want to do in Mond? Lin Yuan said lightly, I just want to travel, and other than that, I want to help her find her brother. Paimon focused on the food and said casually, I'm almost there too. Ying thought for a while and said seriously, my brother is missing, so I want to find the god of wind. I heard that as long as there is wind, he can know and reach a place. I think he must know about my brother. Wendy scratched his head a little embarrassedly when he heard Ying praising the god of wind. Hey! Paimon, what does hey mean? Lin Yuan stared at Wendy while drinking, wanting to see how this dishonest guy pretended. Wendy straightened her expression, ahem, but unfortunately, the wind god Barbados has disappeared from Mondstadt. The rock god of Liu and the thunder god of Inajima are still there, but the people of Mondstadt haven't seen their gods for a long time. Lin Yuan didn't say anything, just stared at Wendy's face, and his eyes seemed to mean, pretend, keep pretending. Wendy felt guilty under Lin Yuan's gaze, and quickly took a sip of cider, and continued, and as far as I know, the wind god Barbados is very worn out, and he can no longer do whatever he wants as long as there is wind. So, I'm sorry, he may not know about your brother either. Oh, so, Ying lowered her head a little disappointedly. Lin Yuan patted Ying on the shoulder, it's okay, this is just the first country, there are 6 more countries to come, there will always be news about your brother. Ying nodded, yet. Paimon had a blind spot at this moment, hey? Wendy, how do you know so much about the wind god Barbados? Oh, this, it's not surprising that the bard knows more when he travels all over the country, Wendy explained awkwardly. Lin Yuan looked at Wendy, make up, keep making up. Ahem, okay, after asking you about your things, I should talk about my things. I heard that you went to the temple of 4 Wind Guardian during the day and disintegrated the conspiracy of the Abyss cult, so you must have purified those polluted crystals. Paimon was surprised, you know all this, I thought it was a secret of the Knights of Favonius. Wendy, hey, but the Knights of Favonius have reached their limit by doing this. If we want to completely solve the hate in Taverin, we have to show up. Ying asked in confusion, hate? Isn't it a curse? You can also say it's a curse from the Abyss. This is a long story. In short, the reason why it went crazy was not because people no longer worshipped the 4 Winds Guardian. It was the Abyss a long time ago that gradually corroded its heart, tormenting it endlessly, making it sleep restlessly for many years. So this time when it woke up, its spirit was corroded by the curse of the Abyss Mage and turned into a beast without reason. Before this, I was also corroded by the curse like Taverin, but staying with you is like purifying dragon tears, dispelling the toxins in my body and slowing down my wear and tear. Wendy took a long breath, hey, I feel much better. Ying asked in confusion, dragon tears? Wendy nodded, yes, those teardrop-like crystals you purified are the tears that Taverin shed because of pain. By the way, Wendy, you are just a bard, how can you have a curse? Paimon found his blind spot again. Wendy, well, on the one hand, it was caused by something a long time ago, and on the other hand, it was because I tried to communicate with Taverin before, but was interrupted. The result is that not only did I fail to remove the curse for Taverin, but I was further corroded by the Abyss. Paimon scratched his head embarrassedly, that. Ying had a vague guess about Wendy's true identity at this moment. Wendy, then you came to us today, not just to say these, what did you mean by we appear before? Hey, the general meaning is that I have a way to completely solve Taverin's curse, but I still need your help and cooperation. Ying murmured, you can solve Taverin's curse. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Wendy, you are the wind god Barbados, right? Paimon, ah. Wendy scratched her head, sure enough, I can't hide it from you. Well, I am the great wind god, Lord Barbados. I finally met the legendary god. How is it? Are you shocked? Are you shocked to the point of wanting to cry? Lin Yuan, Ying, Paimon, what? You are not flattering me at all. I will feel like a failure if you do this, Wendy lowered her head in disappointment. Chapter 26. The two of them were busy, and the two of them were busy. Lin Yuan, if there's nothing else, we'll go back to sleep first. Wendy, hey. Don't go, we can discuss something. Pulling the 3 back to their seats, Wendy said, okay, I won't keep you in suspense. My plan is to use the sky harp to wake up Taverin, and then purify the Abyss curse in his body. What is the sky harp? Paimon asked in confusion. Wendy, Mondstadt's treasure, the wind god Barbatos, ahem, the harp I once played, as long as I have it, I can call back Tavern's true nature from the nightmare. Paimon, in this way, can the wind dragon really stop destroying? Wendy, of course, because I am the best poet in the world. There is no ballad in the past, present, and future that I don't know. Look at my eyes, don't you think I am trustworthy? The three of them stared at Wendy's big green eyes, suspicious. Wendy? Okay, let's talk business, Lin Yuan said, where is the sky harp? Don't tell me it's in the basement of the West Wind Cathedral, and don't tell me your plan is to steal it. In this life, he doesn't want to be a thief anymore. Stubborn, oh. Wendy's eyes widened, I'm starting to wonder if you're some old man who's transformed. How come you know everything I think? Ying said helplessly, Baba. Wendy, you really want to steal it? Aren't you the god of wind? Why don't you just go and take it? No, I don't want my disguise to be exposed. This look is my favorite. I won't be used to it if I change to another look. Besides, Mon doesn't need the god of wind anymore. I'll always face my future life as Wendy. Pai Meng was puzzled and asked, why doesn't Mond need the god of wind anymore? Don't the people of Mond like you anymore? That's impossible. Many people I met are devout believers of the god of wind. No, Paimon, it's not that kind of need. Lin Yuan drank the last of the cider in one gulp. Mond is the kingdom of wind, and the meaning of wind is freedom. Mond does not need the god of wind, and that is the real freedom. Wendy's eyes were straightened, and then she looked at Lin Yuan with affection. Oh my god, you are simply, my soulmate. Hey! Stay away from me. It's so corny. Lin Yuan had goosebumps. Ha ha ha. Just a joke. Wendy was happy that she had successfully made Lin Yuan corny. But Wendy, even if you don't want to reveal your identity, you can directly use your divine power to get the sky harp from the basement of the West Wind Cathedral, Ying asked. Wendy nodded, yes, I can, but since I became Wendy, I don't want to use my divine power unless it is necessary. And since I have decided to leave Mondstadt, I should not use my divine power to interfere with everything in Mondstadt. But although the sky harp is Mondstadt's treasure, it is not difficult to borrow it. All you need is the agreement of the leader, the bishop, and the people's representatives, and the signing of the documents. Lin Yuan, you call this not troublesome? Wendy begged, oh, as guests of the Knights of Favonius, you only need to tell them, it will definitely not be a problem. Besides, they will definitely be very active when they know there is a way to solve the dragon disaster. At that time, borrowing the sky harp will be just a small matter among small matters. Okay, Lin Yuan and Ying looked at each other and nodded. It would be a good thing for them to solve the dragon disaster as soon as possible. After all, the wind dragon is rampant, and the danger of them going out to fight monsters and level up has increased a lot. Wendy nodded happily, then we have a deal. You are responsible for lending out the sky harp, and I am responsible for calling back Tavern's true nature. Then Ying will purify Tavern's body of the curse of the abyss. Although I really want to rescue Tavern as soon as possible, it's getting late. Let's rest first. When you borrow the sky harp, you can come to this tavern to find me. By the way, just as the three were about to retreat, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the lottery system. Do you want to draw a prize? Wendy said pitifully, hey! I thought you forgot about me. Lin Yuan, okay, you don't draw. Wendy, hey, don't. I'll draw. I can't miss such a novel thing. Lin Yuan shook his head, what a dishonest guy, it's hard to imagine that Barbara would believe this guy after knowing that he is the god of wind. The back of the head was broken. As Wendy clicked pray 10 times, a golden meteor streaked across the lottery page. Hey! I'm so lucky, I got gold in the first wave of 10 consecutive draws. Wendy, let me see what skill it is. Ying and Paimon also came up curiously. Swish! A wanderer with a high ponytail and a one-handed sword appeared in the center of the screen. Congratulations on obtaining the skill, Way of the Wanderer. Wendy, it's this, it's great. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of something and couldn't help laughing and said, yes, it can reduce blood loss when being beaten. How can I be beaten? Wendy protested dissatisfiedly. Lin Yuan stood up, okay, let's go back and rest, see you tomorrow. Ying and Paimon also waved goodbye to Wendy, good night, Wendy. Good night. May you be surrounded by the breeze and have a good dream. By the way, you three, keep my identity a secret. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan, Ying, and Paimon got up and went to the Knights of Favonius. Good morning, Amber. Good morning, Kaya. Good morning, Eula. Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, Noelle. The heavily armored maid Noelle, who was cleaning, was stunned for a moment. Do you know me? Lin Yuan, who was greeting people along the way, smiled. Who doesn't know Noelle, the cute maid who is loved by everyone? Come on. You can definitely become a knight. Noelle blushed and nodded after being praised. Although she didn't know who this gentleman was, he could come to the Knights of Favonius without any obstacles and greeted every knight. He must be an incredible big shot. Lin Yuan, Ying, and Paimon didn't stop, pushed open the door of Jean's office and walked in. Paimon suddenly said, Lin Yuan, why do you feel that you are very familiar with this place? Not only do you know everyone, but you also feel relaxed as if you are at home. Lin Yuan smiled lightly, hey. Guess. Paimon stamped his feet in the air, what does hey mean? Why are you as frivolous as that guy Wendy? Ying watched the two people bickering and smiled without saying anything. Jean was working and heard a fight at the door of the office. She looked up and saw that 3 people had come. She quickly stood up, I was looking for you. Ying said, looking for us? Did something happen? Chapter 27. Bien Engzem Vn Bngc Cha Dch, Coth Kyo Sung Kwai Trang Ch and Bndch. Jean shook her head, that's not the case. I just want to thank you. I have an unreasonable request. I hope it won't be too much trouble for you. Paimon scratched his head, Captain Jean, you are so weird. Thank us and trouble us are not words that can be used together. Jean walked up to the 3 people and said sincerely, then please accept the gratitude of the acting leader and the title of Honorary Knight of the Knights of Favonius. Pai Meng's eyes widened, West Winds. Honorary Knight. Do I have one too? Jean nodded, of course, all 3 of you have the title of Honorary Knight. As for the specific title, you can choose it yourself or the knights can choose it for you. For example, Eula's title is called Wave Knight, Kaya's title is called Peacock Knight, and Amber's title is called Bunny Knight. Then what is your knight name, Captain Jean? Ying asked curiously. My name is Dandelion Knight. Paimon looked as if he had suddenly realized something, I understand. The name of the title should be consistent with each person's identity or characteristics, so I will be called Little Genius Knight. Hands on hips. Lin Yuan, I think Greedy Knight is more suitable for you. Paimon stamped his feet angrily, damn it. Please stop ruining the show like this. Ying has become accustomed to the bickering between the two. She looked at Jean, Captain Jean, this title must be used now. Do you want to? I have difficulty making choices. Jean smiled and shook her head, no, just tell me when you have made up your mind. Then I will ask the knights to make badges for the 3 of you, and in the knights system enter the 3 of you. Wow! There is a staffing, so I can get paid even if I just lie down in the future. Paimon immediately thought of a way to be lazy. Jean nodded, in theory, this is the case. Compared with our formally recruited knights, honorary knights have no other responsibilities except the obligation to save Monde at critical moments. But the salary and benefits are not discounted, it is distributed at the normal level, so Paimon's understanding is correct to a certain extent. Paimon was immersed in the title of honorary knight, but Lin Yuan knew that this title was not something that could be obtained by lying down and not doing any work. Although he could do some odd jobs, no, but just the one thing of saving Monde in distress is not just an ordinary obligation and responsibility. So, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and the gift given by fate has already been secretly marked with a price. But Lin Yuan would not refuse this title. After all, even if there was no obligation and responsibility, he would not leave it alone when Mondstadt was in danger. His bond with this world and these people had already been in the last life, they were already firmly bound together. By the way, the 3 honorary knights came to see me, there must be something important, Jean asked. Lin Yuan nodded, that's right, Captain Jean, we have a plan to solve the dragon disaster and need to discuss it with you. A plan to solve the dragon disaster. Jean's breathing stagnated, really? She was so busy with the dragon disaster that the development of Mondstadt also stagnated, although many people believed that she could eventually solve the dragon disaster. But, could she really solve it? She had no idea. Moreover, she couldn't imagine how the people of Mond would view the Knights of Favonius if they couldn't solve the dragon disaster. Disappointment? Scorn? Anger? Possibly all of them. By then, she wouldn't know how to control the situation. So much so that when the Fatui proposed to help the Knights of Favonius solve the dragon disaster, but the price was to take over the defense of Mondstadt, she almost subconsciously wanted to agree. Because she knew that Mondstadt and the Knights would not be able to hold on for much longer. Although yesterday here with the help of the three, Mondstadt's elements and ley lines returned to normal, and the Fatui gave up the idea of taking over the city's defense. But she knew that the dragon disaster problem had not been eradicated, and Taverin could fall into madness at any time and attack again. So when she heard that Lin Yuan had a solution to the dragon disaster, the joy and hope from the bottom of her heart, the emotions were like a wild horse that could no longer be controlled. This long-suppressed hope was like the faint light before dawn, which came too late. She was like a thirsty person who found the last source of water and stepped towards it. She stepped forward, grabbed Lin Yuan's hands, and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Lin Yuan. This must be true." The long-term pressure and hopeless dragon disaster made her a little out of control when facing hope. If it's something else. If someone told her that there was a solution to the dragon disaster, she might listen patiently and then consider whether it was feasible. After all, her subconscious mind did not believe that ordinary people could come up with such a plan. But when this plan was proposed by the Honor Knight, she had almost no doubt that this plan might fail. After all, the Honor Knight had shown her too many impossible wonders in one day yesterday. Lin Yuan smiled and looked at Qin, who was a little out of control. He gently took away the hand of the leader Qin, and then helped her to the sofa. Of course it's true, and according to my estimate, the feasibility is as high as 98%. Qin calmed down after being helped to the sofa by the other party. After realizing that she had lost her composure, Qin's cheeks flushed slightly. "Then I'll trouble you to tell me the specific content of the plan in detail." Lin Yuan nodded. "I believe you also know that the reason why Tawerin went crazy is because the Abyss curse has long polluted his blood, and then the Abyss cult took advantage of the opportunity to enter and control his mind. So, the key to solving the problem is, purify the Abyss curse in Tawerin's body. This was impossible before, but now you have seen that Ying has such ability." Qin nodded and thought seriously. "In fact, the plan you mentioned was also considered when I learned that Ying could purify the Abyss curse. But Tawerin is too powerful, especially in his current crazy state, and he can't get close at all. In this way, Ying can't purify it at all." Qin didn't say anything else, but Lin Yuan knew what she meant. "Captain Qin, this is only the core part of the plan. As for how to get Ying close to Taverin safely, I also have a plan." Qin looked at Lin Yuan, who slowly said, "We only need to use the Sky Harp to bring Taverin back to his lost mind." Sky Harp? But the Sky Harp is the treasure of the Wind God. No one else can play it. Only the Wind God Barbados can play it. And you don't know that the Sky Harp has been damaged. The Sky Harp now has only symbolic meaning, Qin murmured. Chapter 28. The old man was in trouble. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. "Captain Qin, I understand all the situations you mentioned, but I know a strange man who can not only repair the Sky Harp, but also play it." Strange man? Qin looked at Lin Yuan's eyes in confusion. After a moment, she seemed to understand something, and her pupils widened. Could it be? Lin Yuan interrupted her. "Captain Qin, due to my promise, I can't tell you the identity of that strange man directly, but I can swear as an honorary knight that he is really capable." Lin Yuan felt that he had hinted clearly enough. Qin was not stupid and could definitely peek into the true identity of that person from his words. In this way, he did not break his promise to keep it secret for him. Besides, according to the development of the plot, Qin would always know it. Qin nodded. "Okay, I will contact the bishop and the people's representatives now and ask them to sign the agreement to use the Sky Harp." It must be said that Qin's work efficiency is very high. After a while, the signed agreement between the bishop and the people's representatives was delivered to Qin's office. However, Lin Yuan also understood that the so-called agreement between the bishop and the people's representatives was nothing more than a process. There is only one real power institution in Mond, that is, the Knights of Favonius. Let's go to the Cathedral of Favonius to get the Sky Harp." After getting 2 agreements and writing another one, Qin led the 3 people to the Cathedral of Favonius. The Cathedral of Favonius was not far from the Knights. It took them more than 10 minutes to walk there. After climbing the last step, a magnificent building complex came into view. First, there was a wide square with a huge statue of the god of wind standing in the center, and a long corridor surrounding the square. Looking past the statue, what caught my eye was a huge and unique church. The church is a typical Gothic building, consisting of towering spires, straight isosceles pyramids, and tall wall facades. The overall design is very symmetrical, and the side has changed the design of leaving the wall blank, adding a large number of window panes. There are various complicated patterns on the windows. The sun shines through the windows, leaving strange light spots inside the building. Oh wow! What a magnificent building, it's even more magnificent than the knights. Paimon flew under the statue like a little bird. After Qin saluted the statue, he said, "The West Wind Cathedral is a place dedicated to the wind god Barbatos, so it is naturally more magnificent than the West Wind Knights." Everyone walked into the cathedral, and many people were praying inside. "Sister! Captain Qin, why are you here?" An ethereal voice like a yellow aureole sounded. Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person coming was a girl wearing a West Wind Church priest uniform on the upper body and white stockings on the lower body. The girl had the same golden hair as Qin, her skin was as delicate as white jade, and her lavender eyes seemed to hide a smile, which made people feel better when they saw her. "Barbara, I'm here to get the sky harp." Seeing the visitor, Qin's eyes became more gentle, and the fatigue in the corners of her eyes was slightly relieved. "Okay." Barbara looked at Qin's physical condition with some concern. "The sky harp is in the basement, I'll take you there." The crowd walked through the red carpeted corridor, stepped over the curved stairs, and entered the basement of the West Wind Cathedral. Lin Yuan remembered that he had some bad experiences when he first came here. The defense of the basement was very tight, with a mobile patrol every 10 steps, but with Qin and Barbara leading the team, they were not questioned. "What a tight defense," Paimon asked. "Isn't the sky harp damaged? Why is it so strictly guarded?" "Damaged?" Barbara turned around and asked in confusion. Jean quickly pulled Paimon aside and whispered, "The energy inside the sky harp is lost, and it can no longer be used, but it looks intact on the outside. Barbara doesn't know about this, so don't let it slip." Then Jean coughed and said to everyone seriously, "The sky harp is the treasure of the god of wind, and it should be protected in this way." Barbara also nodded, "Yes, Lord Barbatos, the god of wind, is a mysterious and powerful god. There are not many things he has used and left behind. The sky harp is the most powerful treasure among them. There are too many people who covet it, so it must be equipped with strong security." Lin Yuan noticed that when Barbara said this, she clasped her hands together on her chest, her eyes looking up at a 45-degree angle, and her expression was as pious as possible. He shook his head. Who would have thought that the great god of wind Barbatos would be so pious? "Toss, the most used item is the wine glass in the angel's gift." "Okay, we're here." Qin walked to the end of the basement, in front of a solid door. As the password was entered, the door came with the sound of hydraulic rod movement. With a swish, the door slowly opened, and Lin Yuan looked inside. The space was not big, only 3 or 4 square meters. In the middle was a glass display case, inside, nothing. "Sky harp." Barbara saw the empty display case, screamed, and then fainted as if the world was spinning. "Barbara!" Qin was also shocked to see the missing sky harp, and coupled with Barbara's fainting, the pressure accumulated for a long time burst out instantly, and she was a little at a loss for a while. At this time, Lin Yuan was the calmest. "Ying, Paimon, you carry Barbara out and find a priest of the West Wind Church for treatment. Qin, you go back to the Knights of West Wind immediately, gather people, and do your best to find the whereabouts of the sky harp. I'll stay here to see if the thief has left any clues." "Okay, then Paimon and I will treat Barbara first," Ying nodded. At the critical moment, there was someone who was not panicked and could control the overall situation, which made her feel very relieved. Qin took a few long breaths and suppressed her pounding heart. "I'll leave it to you here, Lin Yuan. I'll go back and gather people and search with all my strength." Lin Yuan nodded. "I remember that the sky harp will be confirmed once every 12 hours, which means that the murderer committed the crime within 12 hours. You pay attention to this time point." Watching the 3 people leave, Lin Yuan turned around and looked at a dark corner. "Come out." "Hey!" A green guy came out scratching his head. Lin Yuan frowned. "Wendy, did you steal the sky harp?" "How is that possible?" Wendy's eyes widened. "If I wanted to steal it, I would have stolen it a long time ago." Why would I wait until now? Then why are you here? Lin Yuan asked in confusion. I was mainly worried that you would get into an accident, so I attached a breeze to you. Wendy tapped her fingers lightly, and a wisp of clear wind flew out from Lin Yuan, entwined around his fingertips for a while, and then dissipated. Sure enough, my hunch was correct. Something happened to the sky harp, so I appeared here directly. Chapter 29. The old man was in a mess, but the old man was still alive. Lin Yuan did not continue to doubt Wendy, but walked closer to the glass display case where the sky harp was placed. Very strong glass, the appearance is intact, and the possibility of violent destruction is ruled out. Then he checked the room again. This is a closed space. Except for the door driven by the hydraulic rod, there is no other entrance or exit. In addition, Lin Yuan looked up at the ceiling, where there is a vent set up to maintain the air quality in the room. It is square and the size, well, can barely fit Paimon in. Wendy also came over. It seems that the thief climbed in from the ventilation duct, and then he sniffed the air. There is a familiar smell, it is the evil eye. But even if there is no ventilation duct, in this world with magic, I am afraid that it can't stop those who are interested. Evil eye. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and tapped the glass display case with his fingers. It seems that you and I have the same guess. The Fatui have tried every possible way to find my trace. Wendy sighed lightly. After Wendy finished speaking, she saw Lin Yuan still closing his eyes in deep thought. Aren't you curious about why the Fatui are looking for me? Lin Yuan opened his eyes. For the heart of God in you. Oh, how do you know this? Wendy was shocked. Lin Yuan smiled slyly. Hey. Guess. Wendy, this is my line. I know a lot. Lin Yuan looked at Wendy meaningfully. Okay, it is indeed the heart of God, Wendy admitted generously. However, I have already finalized the contract with the Ice God to give the heart of God, but I didn't expect that the executive she sent was actually Ms. Lin Yuan looked at him strangely. If it was any other executive, you would give them the heart of God openly, but if it was the lady, you didn't know how to face her, so you hid away. Wendy nodded, a slightly dejected expression on her face. After all, I'm also responsible for her current state, enduring the loss of her loved one and the burning pain of her heart. I didn't know how to face her before, but now I've made up my mind. I'll just reveal a flaw, let her beat me up, and then take the heart of God. That way, she can vent her anger. Lin Yuan shook his head. The lady's past isn't your fault. It was a war between the sky and the abyss. If there's any fault, it's theirs. Wendy sighed. Who can really say? After all, I'm somehow involved. So, to prevent a recurrence of war, I've decided to give the heart of God to the Ice God. Let her create a new world. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder and winked. Practice more Wanderer's Way, you can be more relaxed when you are beaten. Wendy seemed to think of something at this moment. I was wondering why you said such a weird thing last night. It turned out that you knew my thoughts. Lin Yuan smiled, but you, even if you don't have Wanderer's Way, lady won't hurt you. After all, Wendy's panel attributes are all unknown. Name, Wendy, Wind God Barbados. Skills, Wanderer's Way, Proficient Level, Unknown, Unknown. Life. Defense. Attack. Physical Strength. Lin Yuan didn't know what this meant, but according to his guess, it was definitely not too weak to show. Okay, let's not talk about this. The most urgent thing is to find the sky harp. Wendy's ears moved. Someone is coming, let's go to the angel's gift to talk. Then he turned into a wisp of wind and flew away. After a while, Kaya came with a team of guards. How is it? Have you found anything? Lin Yuan said, it's no surprise that the Fatui did it. This damn group of guys. Kaya cursed angrily, and then gave an order. Team 1, stay here to protect the scene. Team 2, Team 3, surround the Winter Embassy for me. Yes. The guards shouted in unison. Kaya, this is easy to alert the enemy. Lin Yuan stopped Kaya's behavior. Since the Fatui have the ability to steal the sky harp, they must have hidden it in an excellent place. We go to ask for it with great fanfare, and the other party insists that it was not them. We have no other options. Kaya looked at Lin Yuan. I heard your plan from Captain Qin, and I know that the sky harp is an important treasure to solve the dragon disaster. What should we do now? Let's go to the angel's gift, and we'll discuss it there. Okay, Kaya nodded. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Lin Yuan was trustworthy. They had known each other for less than 3 days. Logically, he should be very alert. Kaya shook his head. Maybe it was the other party's character of not changing his face when facing a huge disaster, or perhaps it was the unique ability from another world that made him let down his guard. The two came to the angel's gift. Although it was daytime, there were not many people at the door of the tavern. When they approached, they found that there was a closed sign hanging at the door. Pushing the door open and going in, the tavern was empty. There was only a red-haired cold man wiping the wine glass behind the counter. A green guy, Ying, and Paimon were sitting at a table not far from the counter. Lin Yuan, you're here. Ying saw the door open and waved happily. Lin Yuan nodded and walked over to sit next to Ying. Just as he sat down, the door was pushed open again, and a golden-haired woman walked in. It was Qin in casual clothes. Qin, how is the investigation going? Lin Yuan asked. Qin shook her head. We can only confirm that the Fatui did steal the skyharp through the ventilation duct, but we don't know where they hid it. Now, the knights alone can't find out the whereabouts of the skyharp in a short period of time. We must rely on other forces. Qin looked at the cold man standing behind the counter wiping the wine glass. The red-haired cold man was still wiping the wine glass, without looking up, but said coldly, the Knights of Favonius have always been timid and inefficient on the issue of the Wind Dragon, and they are also weak and conservative in diplomacy with the Fatui. I heard that the Fatui's diplomatic problems were finally solved by outsiders, which is consistent with my impression of the Knights. Now you can't even protect the skyharp, which is not as valuable as my wine cellar. What can you do? The atmosphere suddenly became cold. Paimon leaned over to the two and whispered, I didn't expect that there are still people in Mondstadt who don't give face to the Knights of Favonius. This red-haired man is so cold. The red-haired cold man turned his head and said, my little friend, I'm not giving face to the Knights of Favonius. It's just that they didn't make this city what I expected, even though they have the ability to do so. Also, my name is not the red-haired man. I have a name, Diluc. Ah! I heard you. Paimon hid behind the two in fear. Chapter 30. The old man was very happy. Okay, Diluc, don't scare our honorary knight. Facing guests from afar, this is not the style of the host. Kaya sat on a high chair in front of the counter, give me a glass of dandelion wine. I'm not targeting these 3 guests from a foreign land, but I think it's a pity for such people to join the knights, Diluc said coldly, also, our store is closed and we don't sell wine. Then, Diluc, who was wiping the wine glass, reached out his hand like lightning and grabbed a green sleeve from behind the counter. Hand, put down the wine you took from the wine cabinet. Wendy scratched his head awkwardly, he. Jin looked at Diluc, sorry, it's my fault for not governing Mondstadt well. But the Wind Dragon was one of the 4 Wind Guardians of Mondstadt many years ago. It was only in the war to protect Mondstadt that it was corrupted by the Abyss and then controlled by the Abyss Mage that it became like this. It is neither reasonable nor sensible for the Knights of Favonius to take a tough approach against the Wind Dragon. Measures, but as the acting leader, I cannot say these words to the public. Even under the diplomatic pressure from the Fatui before, it is difficult for the Knights to publicly express their goodwill towards the Wind Dragon. I understand that this will be understood by the public as connivance and inaction, but I have no choice but to do this. Diluc snorted coldly, but his tone was somewhat softened, this is also one of the reasons why I don't like the Knights. Qin Chong exhaled, but this time I have a way to solve the dragon disaster, but the key item, the sky harp, was stolen by the Fatui. I know, this is also a manifestation of my lack of ability, but for the future of Mondstadt, please, senior. Diluc was stunned for a moment, and the action of wiping the wine glass paused for 1.5 seconds, I told you not to call me senior. Well, let's cooperate once this time. Ying asked curiously, senior. Qin. Diluc. Seeing that both of them were a little embarrassed, Ying immediately knew that he had asked the wrong topic. Paimon shook his head as if he knew everything, it seems that there are some pasts that should not be asked about. Wendy raised his hand at this moment, since we have started to cooperate, can I have a drink? Diluc rejected Wendy categorically, no. Wendy said pitifully, let me have a drink, I will pay. He touched his trouser pocket, well. Use performance to pay off the debt. Diluc shook his head, it's not a matter of money, you don't look old enough to buy alcohol. Hearing this, Wendy became proud, you can rest assured, you were still there when I drank. Hey! As if realizing that he had let the cat out of the bag, Wendy laughed awkwardly and stopped talking. This must be Mr. Wendy. It's an honor to meet you. Jean came over and performed a very formal knight's salute. Diluc and Kaya flashed a trace of surprise in their eyes, and then began to guess the identity of this unruly guy. Hello, Captain Jean. I have heard of your name for a long time. Thank you for your contribution to Mondstadt, Wendy nodded. Thank you very much for your affirmation, Mr. Wendy. Lin Yuan shook his head. It's not my fault, Wendy. There is no fool here. In less than an hour, everyone will know your true identity. Okay, Diluc suddenly said. Have you found the whereabouts of the Sky Qin? Qin asked hurriedly. No, the wine glass is wiped. Diluc raised the wine glass, shining under the light. Everyone? Don't worry, even if my intelligence network is very developed, it will take some time. Leave the things that the knights can't handle to me. Diluc walked out from the counter, put on his coat, opened the door and walked out. Wait for me, we'll know the result soon. Diluc suddenly stopped and looked at Wendy. By the way, don't drink my wine. Wendy protested, don't remind me separately. When it was almost evening, Diluc finally came back. This damn Fatui, it took me a lot of effort. How is it? Do you have any clues? Qin asked. Diluc nodded. The sky harp was hidden by the Fatui in a secret base in the Whispering Forest, but the Whispering Forest is very large. I can only be sure that it is in the northeast corner. We can only search slowly. Qin Yin murmured for a moment, in order not to alert the enemy, search. The fewer people we look for, the better. Kaya, you stay in Mondstadt and keep a close eye on the Fatui to prevent them from making any other moves. Let's get going without further delay. Wait. Suddenly a voice interrupted the piano. Lin Yuan stood up. Diluc, let's draw a prize first. Diluc pondered for 1.5 seconds and nodded. Okay, this is another way to deal with Fatui. Everyone gathered in a circle and watched Diluc click pray 10 times, and finally a golden streak passed through the sky. Congratulations on obtaining the skill, meditation. There is a Diluc in Lin Yuan's bond column, and he glanced at the panel. Name, Diluc. Skill, meditation, entry level. Life, 100. Defense, 0. Attack, 250. Stamina, 100. Meditation? It looks good. People should really meditate more to avoid becoming stupid. Diluc nodded, obviously very satisfied with the skill he drew. As soon as the lottery episode ended, everyone left Mondstadt in the night and headed for the Whispering Woods. Mondstadt at night was particularly quiet, the sky was spotless, and a long Milky Way star belt hung in the sky, illuminating the road to the mortal world. The moonlight was also particularly gentle, and the white light shone through the leaves and scattered on the land, like a layer of icing. However, for the few people who were on the road, this atmosphere was not gentle, but a solemn atmosphere filled the air. Diluc suddenly sneered, this needle in a haystack search reminds me of the competition with the Fatui. Half a year ago, a thief dug out a treasure from the East Wind ruins in the Temple of the Four Winds. Paimon asked curiously, wow! What is it? Is it the cup that Barbados used to drink water? Diluc shook his head, no, although if there really is such a thing, it is already very precious. Lin Yuan heard Diluc's words, looked at his Mora balance, and suddenly had an idea and looked at Wendy. Wendy, your eyes are so strange, why do you feel like you are looking at a treasure pot? Lin Yuan patted Wendy's shoulder and smiled, it's okay. Diluc glanced at the two of them and continued, what was unearthed that time was a sealed vial containing a breath of the wind god. Paimon was a little speechless, this is also considered. It turns out that there are cultural relics in this form. Diluc nodded, of course, with such an artistic and beautiful creation, I would certainly want to add it to my collection. But after the news came out, the Fatui coveted the divine power inside and began to compete with me. They made a large number of fakes and put them in markets everywhere. And my way of dealing with it is to buy them all, regardless of whether they are real or fake, and I have been deadlocked with them until today. I have seen at least 2,000 bottles of fakes, and they have not been able to find the real ones so far. Paimon was a little surprised and said, as expected of Master Diluc, he is financially strong. By the way, does the bottle with a breath of the wind god really contain divine power? Diluc shook his head, according to my estimation, it does not. Paimon, then why did you spend so much money to buy it? Diluc, I just want to collect the original. Lin Yuan thought of the time when Dai Luk confronted Jean, saying that the value of the sky harp was not as good as their wine cellar. Looking at the meaning behind his words now, Lin Yuan shook his head. What Mondstadt Keking's behavior? Vendetta beside him looked up at the sky, whistling, as if he had heard nothing. Jin also joked at this moment. Since that incident, the Fatui have declared Dai Luk to be their least welcome person. Dai Luk snorted coldly, I'm honored. Anyway, they haven't announced who is the welcome person. The group chatted and walked, and soon they went deep into the whispering forest. The whispering forest at night was only filled with the sound of insects chirping. The trees were tall, and even the moonlight was mostly blocked, leaving only broken shadows. It should be in front. Let's search separately and notify others after we find it, Dai Luk said. Jean nodded, don't worry, as a knight, I am very confident in the skill of search. The key to this skill is, suddenly find what you are looking for inadvertently. For example, you feel safe and don't think about looking for it. You look around casually and suddenly find it under the foot of the table. Also be careful not to let your eyes be too eager, because the harder you try, the harder it will be to find it. Use the corner of your eye to accidentally see the thing. Paimon had listened carefully for a long time, thinking it was some secret of the knights, but he didn't expect it to be this. He was a little confused and said, Captain Qin, this doesn't seem to be a technique. Qin rubbed Paimon's little head, it's very useful. When the little turtle I raised went missing, I used this method to find it back. Paimon, Captain Qin, raising a little turtle. Qin nodded, yeah, what's wrong, little Paimon? Paimon shook his head, nothing, it's just hard to imagine. What a shocking picture. Qin? Paimon waved his hand, it just doesn't fit the image of Captain Qin. By the way, Master Dai Luk should understand, right? Dai Luk, I can't understand it. I also raised one when I was a child. What's so strange about this? Paimon scratched his cheek and said a little speechlessly, okay. You too. Okay, let's not talk about this. While it's dark, let's hurry up and search. Seeing that everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Lin Yuan hurriedly stopped them. Qin said, from now on, we will work in pairs, so that we can take care of each other if something happens. I will work with Dai Luk, Venti and Lin Yuan will work together, and Ying and Paimon will work together. Let's get started. Instantly, the few of them disappeared among the trees like fish jumping into the sea. Chapter 31. The dead tree was covered in dust, but the dead tree was still covered in dust. Lin Yuan took a few steps and looked up at the vast forest. Since the Fatui chose to place the secret base here, they must have made a perfect disguise. How long will it take to find it after searching like this? But he was not in a hurry at all. After all, he had a cheat. He turned around, patted Wendy on the shoulder, and winked, saying, you don't want Taverin to be delayed in getting help. Wendy, wow, Lin Yuan, what kind of an Ajumma speech are you making? Okay, there's not many people here, hurry up and use your divine power to find the Fatui's secret base. Okay, for Taverin's sake, I'll make an exception this time. Wendy hummed, flicked his finger in the air, and then the calm forest suddenly blew, countless winds came from all directions, swirling around Wendy. Hey! Wendy exhaled a long breath, I found it, I haven't used my divine power for a long time, and I'm still a little uncomfortable. Lin Yuan nodded, took out the communication props and notified others. Soon, Ying, Paimon, Qin, and Dai Luk came over. Under Lin Yuan's leadership, they soon found a house built of wood, which was camouflaged with leaves on the outside. A dozing Fatui guard stood at the door of the house. What should we do? Attack by force? Qin asked as everyone hid in the bushes. Lin Yuan shook his head, a strong attack is easy to alert the enemy. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Who knows if there is an escape passage like a cave in this house? If they escape with the sky harp, it will be difficult to find it again. Let me go up and try to see if I can talk to us to let us in. Ying, lend me your clock trick. Clock trick. In the confusion of everyone, Ying took out a palm-sized clock-like thing. But this clock has no scale, and there are only words around the dial, calm, resentment, joy, sadness, and an animated character in the middle, which looks very funny. What is this thing? What is it for? Wendy asked in confusion. Lin Yuan smiled, hee hee, you will know later. After that, he jumped out of the bushes and walked towards the Fatui guards. Wow, don't eat me! The Fatui guard who was dozing off was startled when he heard footsteps. He covered his heart and took a few breaths and said, "It turned out to be a human. I thought it was a monster." Lin Yuan asked, "Hello, can I go in?" The Fatui guard realized that he was on guard. "Hey! No! Stop, what are you doing? This is a Fatui important place. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Go away, or you will suffer." Lin Yuan nodded, then took out the clock trick, consumed 10 points of physical strength, and moved the pointer to sadness. Witnessed by the people hiding in the bushes, the Fatui guard started crying loudly without any warning, looking extremely sad. Wendy, what a powerful prop. Although Ying drew this thing for the first time, she had never used it. She didn't expect the effect to be so magical. Qin and I wanted to see how Lin Yuan could change the mood of the Fatui guards to make the conversation successful. The Fatui guard cried for a long time, as if he wanted to vent his sadness, so he cried and said, "Do you know? My confession to Serena failed, Wivu. I am Fatui, she is Mondstadt, we are born like wolves and sheep, it is impossible for us to be together, Wivu. She said that Fatui are all bad guys, and I know that we have a bad reputation, but I still want to do good things, Wivu. Lin Yuan, then can you let me in? Just consider it a good deed." The sad Fatui guard, "No, sir, although I also want to draw a line with Fatui, this is my job. If I let you in, I will lose this job. At that time, a Fatui who has been fired will definitely be looked down upon by Serena, Wivu. It seems that the emotion of sadness is not working." Lin Yuan consumed another 10 points of physical strength and adjusted the emotion to resentment. The Fatui guards instantly became furious, with veins popping out. "How many times have I told you? This is a restricted area of the Fatui. No entry without permission. Do you have to stand out in front of me? Don't blame me for being rude." Lin Yuan asked in confusion, "Oh? How rude?" Then he waved his hand, and several big men jumped out of the bushes behind him and stood behind him aggressively. Angry Fatui guard, "Hey? Are you trying to scare me with your numbers? Don't be so arrogant. I've seen too many people like you. Relying on your many friends, you are fearless, idle away your time, causing trouble, selfish, and don't know how to contribute to society. Assholes like you who ignore the rules. I will correct you." After that, the angry Fatui guard rushed up and was beaten up by the group. Of course, no one was ruthless. The angry Fatui guard covered his chest and said, "Damn it! I lost. Is this the bond of friendship? If I also have this power. Serena, can we have a different ending?" Fatui guard, "You go in, enjoy the rights of the winner." Paimon scratched his head, why do I feel a little guilty?" As he spoke, Lin Yuan had already opened the door and walked in. There was no one in the house, only a dim harp on the table in the middle. Sky harp. Wendy saw it, took 2 steps at a time, rushed forward, and held the sky harp in his arms. Qin also came in and observed for a while. "It is the real sky harp, great, now we can completely solve the dragon disaster." Diluc said, "Okay, now that we have found the sky harp, let's leave here quickly. After all, this is the Fatui base. If Fatui reinforcements come, it will inevitably delay time." Everyone nodded and rushed back to Mondstadt overnight. "Lin Yuan, what is your clock trick? It can actually force people to change their emotions, so powerful." Wendy asked in the Angel's Gift. Seeing Wendy asking questions, the others also pricked up their ears, they were also very curious. Lin Yuan didn't know how to explain it. After all, he didn't know the principle behind it. He could only explain vaguely, "Anyway, it's something from outer space. It's a magic item from a planet called Pinocone. Outer space." Wendy pondered for a while. There are indeed many planets and civilizations outside of Tivat, but I haven't seen them with my own eyes. It is said that some people can travel between different planets, such as Ms. Alice. Ms. Alice? She actually has the ability to travel between the universe. So amazing! Ying and Paimon exclaimed. And Ying thought more. She was originally from outer space. If she hadn't lost her ability, she would also have the ability to travel between the stars. So when facing the same kind, she really wanted to know the story. Maybe there are clues about her brother. Wendy nodded. That's right, Ms. Alice is not a native Tibet, but from outer space. However, the story here can't be told in 3 days and 3 nights. After the dragon disaster is resolved, I will slowly sing it for you. Of course, it would be even better if you can treat me to a glass of cider at that time. Qin nodded. The most urgent task is to resolve the dragon disaster, but this matter is not trivial. We have been busy all night and are exhausted. We should have a good rest first and meet at Genshin Winery tomorrow. Wendy nodded. Captain Qin is right. Evening is also Tavern's rest time. It is still quite irritable when it wakes up. I don't want to disturb it at sleep time. Lin Yuan, Ying, Paimon, and I Look also had no objection. Especially Ying and Paimon, who yawned all the way and were already very sleepy. Chapter 32. The next morning, Lin Yuan, Ying, and Paimon arrived at Genshin Winery. Genshin Winery is located in the southwest of Mondstadt, which is neither close nor far from Mondstadt. However, compared with the northeastern plate, which is rampant with monsters and has not yet been fully developed, Genshin Winery is located on the only way from Mondstadt to Liaport, and the transportation is much more convenient. The road along the way is wide, and there are post carriages between the two places, so it only took the 3 of them an hour to get to the meeting place. Genshin Winery is very large, almost half of Mondstadt. Of course, 90% of it is plantation land, and the only building is the central manor. The 3 of them walked through the fields full of crops such as grapes, apples, and dandelions, and walked along the green path to the outside of this century-old building. 2 uniformed servants of Genshin Winery stood at the gate, opened the door respectfully, and let the 3 people in. Wendy, Qin, and I Look had arrived long ago. Wow! Tavern Protection Association. Gather again. Paimon saw the few people and waved his little fist. Wendy took out the dim sky harp. By the way, I almost forgot an important thing. Repairing the sky harp still needs the dragon tears you collected before. Qin nodded. Fortunately I brought it, and then took out the dragon tears collected from the 3 temples and handed them to Wendy. Ying also took out the one she picked up in the Whispering Forest. Wendy, it's enough to have so many tears. Then next. The braid behind Wendy gradually emitted a green glow, and then the sky harp slowly floated in the air, and 4 purified dragon tears dripped on the sky harp like raindrops. The strings of the sky harp were like a lake with a small stone thrown into it, gradually fluctuating and emitting pleasant music. When everyone heard this sound, they felt that their hearts were about to be purified. Then the dim body of the harp gradually exuded a vibrant breath, and a sacred green light was like a green bud born when the world was first opened, symbolizing infinite vitality. Diluc looked at Wendy suspiciously, and then his nose moved slightly. What a vibrant breath, if it can be brewed into wine. It feels completely different from the original feeling. You are so amazing. B.A. Mr. Wendy. Qin said excitedly. Paimon clapped his hands. Great. Success. Wendy exhaled. The wind element overflowed to the point of being lively, so there should be no problem. Thanks to you, I can't do it alone. Qin said. Then where should we call Tavern? It's definitely not possible in Mondstadt. If it fails, it will cause irreparable losses. If it's in this winery, it's obviously. Diluc said lightly. Oh, it's not difficult to call the winery if it's gone. To make up for the loss, but it's better not to. Qin. Wendy looked at everyone. Do you know the Wind Dragon ruins? Ying and Paimon shook their heads. I don't know. Lin Yuan didn't speak. Qin and Diluc nodded. It used to be the castle of the lonely king of the tower. Later, his regime was overthrown, and the people of Mond built a new castle, and it was abandoned. Now there are no other living things except monsters and treasure thieves. Wendy said. Yes, the Wind Dragon ruins used to be the castle of the lonely king of the tower, and the wind element is still rampant there. The earth veins are extremely chaotic, which is exactly the environment that Tavern likes. After it woke up, it has always regarded that ancient ruins as its own nest. Lin Yuan, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, elemental power is rampant. The earth veins are chaotic, so there must be a lot of monsters in the Wind Dragon ruins. Qin said, yes, according to the Knight's investigation, the Wind Dragon ruins have the most monsters in Mondstadt. Mr. Lin Yuan, I know this is very dangerous. If you need it, I can. No, 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 Lin Yuan shook his head. I think you may have made a mistake. I know, I mean, if there are many monsters, that's really great. Qin, Diluc looked at Lin Yuan with approval. Mr. Lin Yuan, I have to admit that you are much tougher than the knights. Then he continued, but according to my intelligence network, the most difficult thing about the Wind Dragon ruins is not those irrational monsters, but the Abyss cult. Just like the intelligence your knights have found, I killed an Abyss mage in the ruins guarded by the Four Winds not long ago and learned about their conspiracy. Pi. Meng secretly leaned close to Ying's ear and conspired loudly, although Diluc hates the knights, he will protect Mond in his own way. Wendy joked, little Paimon's tone suddenly became doting. Diluc snorted coldly, let's be careful, because according to the information I got, we might run into the Abyss Apostle this time. Abyss Apostle? Qin was surprised, that's the backbone of the Abyss cult, much stronger than the Abyss mage. Diluc said, yes, if we use the Hill cult as an example, then the Abyss mage is an ordinary Hill cult, and the Abyss Apostle is a Fire Axe Hill cult thug. Of course, the actual situation is that the combat power of the Abyss Apostle is one level higher than the Fire Axe Hill cult thug, at least about the same as the Hill cult king. Now Ying and Paimon understood that the Hill cult king is an epic monster, and its combat power can be said to be devastating. Everyone looked at Wendy. If the Abyss Apostle really appeared, only this person could take action. Wendy was embarrassed by everyone's gaze and scratched his head, So you all know. Qin nodded, Baba. Mr. Wendy, then I'll leave it to you. Wendy said, since you all guessed it, I won't pretend anymore. I'll show my cards. I'm the wind god Barbados who is loved by everyone, flowers bloom when I see them, and tires burst when cars see me. Everyone. Seeing that everyone was not supportive, Wendy had to quickly change the subject and said to Qin, haha, but thank you for continuing to use the name Wendy. Diluc was a little confused at this time, wind god Barbados, why do you need to rely on human power? If he had this kind of power, he would have completely freed Mond from the threats of monsters, Fatui, and the Abyss cult. Wendy smiled, haha, how should I put it? People are talking about the 7 gods. The more original name is 7 rulers of the world. Dividing the world, each ruling 1/7, is our responsibility as gods. Only by fulfilling our duties can we accumulate divine power, but I don't like ruling. I don't think Mond will like it either. Qin said devoutly, you should establish a free city-state where no one is king. We will keep Lord Barbados's philosophy in mind. Paimon shook his head, you are so pious, Captain Qin. I never thought that it might be because someone is too free and doesn't want to take charge. Lin Yuan muttered, as expected, he is a brother to Morux, so similar. Ying said contemptuously, this what a powerful statement. Wendy, hey. You 3 are doing crosstalk. I don't care about my face, do you? Diluc also joined in, we have such a great god of wind, should we say it is good or bad? Jin spoke up to stop the crosstalk targeting Wendy, but let's put aside the topic of the 7 kingdoms and the 7 gods for now, and refocus on rescuing Taverin. The sooner the better, since we are ready, even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, we must move forward for Mondstadt, let's go. Paimon stood at attention and saluted, yes, Captain. Jin, sorry, I accidentally entered the working state. Chapter 33. The ruins of the Wind Dragon are located in the northwest plate of Mondstadt, and their area is almost 3 times that of Mondstadt. This was once the old capital of Mondstadt. Before Mondstadt became a free country, there lived a tyrant who ruled Mondstadt, the lone king of the tower. Everyone's legs were strong, and with the blessing of the breeze, it took only more than an hour to reach the entrance of the Wind Dragon ruins. The Wind Dragon ruins are surrounded by mountains. Of course, it is rumored that this place was still a plain in ancient times, but the lone king of the tower used his ability to pull up high mountains to surround it, acting as a wall and barrier. So if you want to enter, there is only one road left, a dilapidated road with monsters rampant. Fortunately, everyone is not an ordinary person. Although there are elite monsters like Ruin's Guardian that are stronger than Fire Axe Hill thugs, they only give everyone experience. Wendy, Qin, and Diluc also took good care of the 3 people. They knew that they needed monsters to upgrade, so most of the monsters were cut to residual blood and handed over to the 3 people to make up the last blow. Along the way, Lin Yuan's attack power increased to 98 points, Ying's skill power increased to 116 points, and Paimon also devoured 2 elite monsters, and his health increased to 230 points. It feels so good to be led by the big boss. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He suddenly understood why so many newbies liked to post in his previous life, "Big Boss. Weak. Hungry. Food." Everyone followed the road into a not very spacious cave. After walking a few hundred meters forward, they suddenly saw the light. The first thing that caught the eye was a high tower-shaped building in the center. Its appearance was dilapidated, and the raging wind elemental power around it condensed into a rich green. The surroundings were all the same broken walls and ruins. Below the tower was a moat with weeds and rocks growing beside it. In front of everyone was only a shabby bridge that led directly to the central tower. There were so many monsters that it was outrageous, the hillocks fighting each other, the ruins guards patrolling back and forth, and the slimes born from the elemental power being too strong. "Hey! It's a moment of decisive battle, and I'm still a little nervous." Jean took a deep breath. Diluc said lightly, "For the future of Mondstadt, all efforts are worthwhile." Paimon nodded, "Then let's go in," and then he flew over first. Ouch! Paimon seemed to hit a wall and was bounced back. "It's the wind wall," Wendy said, "Leave it to me." Lin Yuan rubbed Paimon's head that was hit, and joked, "Let's explore the area ahead later." Paimon put his hands on his hips angrily, "Damn it! Everyone, get ready for battle." Ying drew out the edgeless sword, and saw a group of monsters gradually surrounding them. The number was so terrifying that it was black and dense, like a wave. Logically speaking, monsters would attack each other, especially those of different races. This unity atmosphere only means one thing: the Abyss cult has controlled these monsters. Wendy plucked the strings of the harp. "It seems that we need to clean up the venue before the performance. Generally speaking, this kind of chores does not require the singer to do it himself, so, everyone, it's up to you." "Yes. Your Excellency." Wendy. Jean drew out a snow-white sword with a cyan gem inlaid on the handle. "Wind Eagle Sword, the soul of the Knights of Favonius, attack power plus 500, defense plus 30, physical strength plus 100. Lin Yuan took a look at the attributes. "Wow, it is indeed a 5-star weapon. Its attributes are much stronger than Kaya's Zephyr Sword. The reason why Jean can dominate the knights is partly because of this Wind Eagle Sword. With the blessing of the Wind Eagle Sword, Jean's attack power soared to 680, and she also has the skill Meditation, which is simply like adding wings to a tiger." Diluc was not to be outdone and also drew out a sword. This sword is much larger than Jean's Wind Eagle Sword and needs to be held with both hands. The sword body is dark red, as if it is precipitated blood, which makes people shudder. "Wolf's End, Sword of Honor forged in blood, attack plus 800. Wow, the two of them took out the things at the bottom of the box. They had never used weapons on the way before. Looking at the edgeless sword in his hand, Lin Yuan shook his head. "It's so shabby. It seems that he has to get a good weapon when he has time. I wonder if the weapon will be refreshed after the system is updated." There was no time to think, as the monsters rushed up like a wave. Lin Yuan, Ying, Diluc and Qin held sharp blades, looked at each other, stepped forward, and rushed into the monster pile. As soon as he entered, Lin Yuan felt the extremely strong smell of monsters in the air was like sticky sea water, which made people breathless. Swish! A thug hillock swung a stick and smashed it hard at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan moved his feet and slipped to the side of the thug hillock. He stabbed the sword with his edgeless sword and stabbed it directly into his head. His current attack power is as high as 98 points, while the thug hillock has only 60 points of life. He doesn't even need to use Soul Draining Strike to solve it with one move. Although using the skilled Soul Draining Strike to kill an ordinary monster can permanently increase the attack power by 2 points, there is a disadvantage that it will consume 10 points of physical strength. Physical strength is the key to releasing skills, and strenuous exercise will also consume physical strength. Now that monsters are in tide and there are many of them, physical strength must be saved at all times, otherwise once you are exhausted, you will fall into the monster tide, which is very dangerous. After killing the thug hillman with a sword, Lin Yuan felt the whistling wind behind him, and quickly rolled forward, then stood up and turned around to chop with his sword, sending another wooden shield hillman who was trying to sneak attack back to the ground vein. Ah! 3 thug hillmen roared and rushed up again. Lin Yuan kept using his sword moves, chopping, stabbing, and collapsing. The edgeless sword was like the sickle of the god of death, and he killed the 3 thug hillmen in an instant. Just when he killed the 3 hillmen, there was a sound of arrows breaking through the air behind him. Although Lin Yuan heard the movement, he had no time to dodge and directly resisted the arrow of the rocket hillman. Life -10. Lin Yuan felt like he was hit hard by a sledgehammer from behind, and felt a severe pain. His clothes were ignited by the rocket, and the situation was getting worse. He rolled on the ground and suppressed the flames behind him. Another thug hillman in a water slime rushed up in front of him. Lin Yuan, be careful. Ying stepped on the ground, leaped up, and chopped down with a sword like a mountain, killing the two monsters in front of Lin Yuan. If Ying hadn't suddenly rescued him, Lin Yuan would have lost a lot of blood by these two monsters. The reason why the monster tide is so scary is here. Although most of the monsters here are ordinary monsters with low stats, Lin Yuan and Ying should kill one with one sword. But ants are too many to bite elephants. 5 or 10 points of attack may not seem high, but if you take 10 hits, it will accumulate and your blood will bottom out sooner or later. Ying was not feeling well either. Her clothes were torn in several places, obviously caused by being hit by the hill people. Although her body movements were flexible, she could not help but lose sight of the big picture in such a large number of monsters. Lin Yuan jumped up with a carp jump, and took a breath with Ying back to back, and then rushed up again with the sword without a front. Fortunately, Dailuk and Qin took the pressure and resisted the few but high-quality elite monsters, otherwise the situation would be even more difficult. Of course, it can also be said that Lin Yuan and Ying helped them share the pressure. Chapter 34. The fire was so strong that it burned to ashes. Flame! Burn it all! Dailuk shouted, and Wolf's End instantly enchanted a layer of fire element. He chopped down with a sword and smashed it on a tall ruins guard. The shockwave and flames that burst out also destroyed the ordinary monsters around. The ruins guard had already lost a lot of blood, and this time it reached the critical value. The solid appearance was instantly shattered, and the high temperature of the flames even ignited part of the body. Just as Dailuk killed the ruins guard, several water arrow hillmen shot arrows and were about to hit him. Meditation. Dailuk released the sword master's skill at the moment when the arrow was about to hit him. A healing green light appeared on his body, and he was immune to some damage. The fire damage from Dailuk burned on the body of the ruins guard. Qin seized the opportunity and condensed the vigorous wind element with the wind eagle sword in his hand. Wind! Respond to me! Disperse! With Qin's loud shout, the condensed wind element tilted out, wrapped in the flames on the ruins guard, and directly hit the fire element to spread, and the monsters within 10 meters were instantly burned to ashes. Her attack power is now as high as 680 points. A diffusion reaction is not something that ordinary monsters with double-digit health points can withstand. Wow, it still has to be an elemental reaction. Lin Yuan worked hard for a long time, but he didn't kill as many monsters as Qin's random diffusion. Many skills are better than nothing. It seems that I have to go to the wind god statue to try when I have time to see if I can awaken the elemental power. Time passed by minute, and when everyone's physical strength was more than half consumed, the monster tide began to become sparse. Several people gritted their teeth and fought for mon stats tomorrow. Finally, when several people's physical strength was about to be exhausted, the monsters were almost destroyed, and the few remaining scattered monsters were also defeated. They had no intention of fighting again and fled in all directions. Puff! Lin Yuan pierced the body of the last wooden shield hillman with a sword, and his physical strength was finally exhausted. He collapsed to the ground, and the edgeless sword in his hand slipped out. Ying was not doing well either. His physical strength also returned to zero, and he lay beside Lin Yuan. The clothes on the two people were tattered, like beggars, and there were several wounds on their bodies, oozing blood. Life -1, life -1. Although Qin and Dailuk still had a few points of physical strength left, they supported each other and did not fall down, but they were also seriously injured. Lin Yuan, Ying. How are you? Seeing the two injured and collapsed, their clothes stained with blood, Peimen flew down from the sky with a face full of anxiety and tears. She shook Lin Yuan's shoulders for a while, and then hugged Ying's head and cried, looking like the two of them were in a miserable state. Although she used feast to swallow a ruins guard, consuming 100 points of physical strength, she was in much better condition than the four people because she was flying in the sky and far away from the battlefield. It's okay, Peimen, I'm not dead yet. Seeing Peimen shaking his arms and crying, Lin Yuan stretched out his hand with difficulty and wiped away Peimen's tears. Although this battle was very difficult and the sacrifices were huge, the gains were also rich. Apart from anything else, his skills improved a lot. A person's skills can only be improved qualitatively after being tempered in actual combat with blood and fire. Even if he is a softie, he will become an elite veteran after 2 battles without dying. Although he had fought monsters before, they were all small groups, with a maximum number of no more than 20 monsters, and the improvement in strength was not obvious. But today, after being tempered in this wave of thousands of monsters, he felt that his body skills, courage, and state of mind had improved greatly. Although he did not use soul-draining strike to increase his attack power, this value is only part of his strength. Sometimes body skills, courage, and state of mind are more important. Just like two ordinary people fighting, their attack power is similar, but the one with more flexible body skills, stronger courage, and calmer state of mind will definitely beat the other. This is true for ordinary people and masters. Even body skills, courage, and state of mind can make up for the disadvantage of insufficient attack. There is no shortage of legends of the weak killing the strong in this world. There is a saying, there are always creatures on the earth who dare to face the power of thunder. This is a typical case of courage and state of mind making up for attack power. Thank you all for your sacrifices for Mondstadt, for Tavern, and for freedom. In the name of Barbados, I bless you all. Wendy took a step forward and plucked the strings of his harp. Divine power poured out, turning into a gentle breeze, gently blowing, caressing the injured bodies of everyone. The ding-dong-dong sound of the piano is like the dripping of spring water, gathering into a beautiful song, and the breeze brings vitality, repairing everyone's injuries. Lin Yuan can clearly feel that the wounds on his body are healing quickly. He glanced at the panel and saw that the values are also recovering rapidly. After a while, everyone's values were completely restored, and all the wounds on their bodies were healed, without any scars left. But there is no way to repair the damaged clothes, so everyone had to wear them for the time being and change them into new ones after returning. It's amazing, my values and injuries have completely recovered. Qin put away the Wind Eagle sword and saluted to Wendy. Thank you very much, Lord Barbados. Wendy smiled. Hey, call me Wendy. Okay, now it's my turn. Wendy gently played the sky harp, and the sound of the piano turned into spots on the barrier formed by the strong wind. Finally, the raging storm slowly stopped, turning into wisps of breeze and dissipating in the sky and earth. The barrier was lifted, and nothing could stop everyone. They walked along the dilapidated bridge and smoothly reached the high tower in the center of the Wind Dragon ruins. Paimon looked at the entrance that was almost as big as the gate of the West Wind Cathedral, and wondered, this is the main entrance of the Wind Dragon ruins. Although it is already huge for us, but how does Tavern go home with such a body size? Wendy smiled and said, it doesn't need to walk where people walk, it flies, just like you. Paimon suddenly realized and scratched his head awkwardly, what you said makes sense. Diluc wondered at this time, strange, why didn't I see anyone from the Abyss cult? Qin also nodded, from the wave of monsters just now, we can judge that the Abyss cult is here, but they haven't appeared until now. They must be planning a bigger conspiracy. Lin Yuan looked around the mountains, as if looking for something. We will fight back against the enemy and block the water. No matter what conspiracy it is, we will break it. Ying said firmly, yes, we have come to this point. No matter what conspiracy it is, it can't stop us. Everyone nodded, their hearts were like high walls, connected together, solid and stable. Entering from the main gate, you will reach the interior of the Wind Dragon Ruins Tower. The interior of the tower is hollow, and several people can only stand on the edge. Looking down, it is as dark as the abyss of hell. There is a whistling wind blowing from below, blowing everyone tottering, as if they will fall into the abyss in the next second. What should we do now? Wendy, should we jump down to find Tavern? Although Paimon can fly, the airflow here is extremely unstable and it is difficult to escape if caught in it, so she hugged Lin Yuan and Ying's arms tightly, one in each hand. Of course not, the place below is Tavern's home. If we jump down, it will anger it. Now, we have to rely on the sky harp to lure it out. Stand firm, everyone. The best bard in the world is about to start plucking his strings. After saying that, Wendy plucked the strings of the harp, and the sound of the harp sounded, as if it had turned into a physical entity and fell into this bottomless abyss. Chapter 35. The dead body was buried, and the dead body was buried. Just when Wendy and others were summoning Tavern inside the Wind Dragon ruins, a tall ruins guard was standing on the cliff to the west. Of course, this is nothing, but what is surprising is that the ruins guard raised his broad palm parallel to the ground, and there was a person sitting in his palm. Who is so bold? He actually dared to sit in the palm of the ruins guard. This is a monster. Isn't he afraid of the sudden attack of the ruins guard? As long as he clenched his palm, this person would definitely be crushed to death. But this ruins guard was unusually quiet, without any signs of going crazy and attacking. The person in the palm had golden hair and was a teenager with a clean face and calm eyes, looking at the dilapidated tower in the distance. Buzz. The space around the ruins guard fluctuated, and a tall and terrifying man covered in flame armor walked out of the abyss gate. If Diluc and others were here, they would definitely recognize that this was the abyss chanter, who was more terrifying than the abyss apostle. The abyss chanter knelt on one knee in front of the blonde boy and said respectfully, "Your Highness, they repelled the monster tide. Should we?" The legendary monster, the terrifying existence of the abyss cult, the abyss chanter, actually knelt on one knee in front of this boy, and his attitude was so respectful. "Who is this person called Your Highness?" The boy spoke softly, his voice as pleasant as the sound of spring water. "No need, let abyss retreat from the wind dragon ruins." "Yes." Hearing that the long-planned plan was suddenly to be abandoned, the abyss chanter did not question it for a second, showing extremely strong loyalty. "How are the preparations for Mondstadt going?" "Your Highness, everything is ready, only the east wind is missing." The boy nodded, looked up at the sky, and murmured to himself, "Will there be what I want in the place leading to the sky?" The breeze was blowing gently, causing the white clouds in the sky to float slowly and the grass on the ground to sway slowly. It also blew up the boy's hair on his forehead and stirred up the waves in his heart. The boy called the prince smiled slightly, and his tone was like the warm sun, "My sister, you are finally here." Then the ruins guard slowly turned around, turned his back to the sun, and took the boy to the distance. The sunlight stretched the boy's shadow longer and longer. Inside the Wind Dragon Ruins Tower. "Wendy, why is there no movement after playing for a long time? Isn't Taverin here?" Paimon asked in confusion. Qin comforted him, "It's okay, Paimon. No matter what the result is, we have at least seen a turning point. During this period, the entire Mondstadt has been burdened with too much." Diluc sneered, but in the end, it was still the traveller and a singer who solved the problem. Of course, the knights can barely be considered to have done some hard work. "It's coming out." Lin Yuan's face suddenly became solemn. "What?" Paimon was about to ask, but suddenly a strong wind blew, and an endless storm came from below, blowing everyone unable to stand steadily, and they could only retreat to the outside of the tower. Roar! Only a dragon roar was heard, and a huge blue figure soared from the inside of the tower, with a six-winged body covering the sky, as if covering the sky with a curtain. Every time the dragon's wings flapped, it would roll up endless wind elemental power, flying sand and rocks, sweeping thousands of miles, so powerful and terrifying. Wendy had no choice but to release his divine power to protect everyone from being blown away, but the sky harp in his hand was hit by the storm created by Taverin, breaking several strings. Lin Yuan felt that it was difficult to breathe, and he used his arms to block the front, so that he could vaguely see the figure of the blue dragon. Name, Taverin. Level, Legend. Life. Defense. Attack. Everyone saw Taverin's panel clearly, a real legendary monster. No, this level can no longer be called a monster, but a powerful enemy worth remembering. It's just a pity that the dragon's posture is no longer agile, the color is no longer pure, and the abyss breath all over the body is like a rotten hell, corroding every inch of its flesh and blood all the time. As one of the former four wind guardians, Taverin, the dragon of the east wind, in the long years and endless darkness, the clear gem will be covered with dust and become dim, and the proud dragon will be corroded and filled with resentment. Lin Yuan and Ying looked at each other. Taverin's. The symptoms were more serious than when they met in the Whispering Forest. Wendy looked at the festering skin on Taverin's body, and her heart was filled with grief. "Barbatos. Are you here with them to hunt me?" Taverin flapped his wings and stopped in the air, staring at Wendy with eyes full of hatred. Wendy shook his head. "No, Taverin, I'm here to save you." Tavalin snorted hoarsely, "Barbatos, it's too late. My heart has been tainted by poisonous blood. My blood has been cursed by the abyss. My soul has been spurned by the world. The gem has been covered in dust. The dragon's heart has been burned, it's too late. Barbatos." Wendy's whole body exuded a turquoise light, releasing endless divine power to resist the storm raised by Taverin. His tone was sincere and warm. "No. Taverin. Dust can be easily wiped away, and doubts and poison can be easily crushed. Fly freely in the deep space. Just like when you and I met, I walked on the earth and sang the wind's songs. You are in the sky with thin air, overlooking the world. There is no snow and wind in the sky now, and the ground is full of green grass. It will be beautiful. If you have walked on the ground, heard the pastoral songs and wind chimes in the distance, and tasted the wine as sweet as honey, you will understand. If you were me, I would have seen your lonely appearance gliding in the blue sky and witnessed your beautiful figure. In this way, you will understand that such a sky and earth are worth fighting for. Wendy's ethereal voice slowly wandered in the ruins of the wind dragon. Everything was quiet, with only the whistling of the wind and these touching and sincere words. Taverin slowly closed his eyes, as if he was recalling the past years. After a long time, he slowly spoke. Go back, Barbados, I will not attack Mondstadt again, nor will I disturb the freedom of mankind. Go back, Barbados, I don't have many years left. Let me stay quietly in this ancient ruin and rot together. No. Taverin. I am standing here today not to ask you to promise not to attack Mondstadt again. Just because I don't want you to listen to the abyss doesn't mean you have to listen to me. Wendy's eyes were firm. Mondstadt is the freest city-state, the country of Mondstadt, the people of Mondstadt are the freest citizens, so I hope that the dragons of Mondstadt are also the freest dragons. If the freedom of Mondstadt requires me to abandon the freedom of a dragon to achieve it, then it is not true freedom. But the power of the abyss cannot be eliminated, and the curse on me cannot be eradicated. Barbados, I have been corrupted too deeply by the abyss. Even the gods can't do anything about it. Taverin shook his head and planned to fly back to the ruins of the wind dragon. Although Wendy's attitude and intentions made it understand that it was not abandoned, the power of the abyss could not be solved by anyone, and it was a deadlock. Finally, looking back at Wendy, Taverin couldn't help but think of the past. Barbados, let us fight side by side in the next life. No. Taverin. The power of the abyss is not insoluble. I found a way to cure you. Wendy saw that Taverin wanted to fly back and said hurriedly. What? This voice was like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, hitting Taverin's head, making his head buzz. He even suspected that his ears were corroded by the abyss. It's true, Taverin, I won't lie to you. I came here today to completely rescue you. Let you return to the sky. In that case, Barbados. I will believe you one last time. Taverin's nostrils spit out 2 streams of white-hot air, but it was mixed with scarlet-black blood, showing that his body was not optimistic. Ying, it depends on you. Wendy saw that Taverin was finally moved, and turned back to Ying. Ying nodded, but, Taverin is in the sky, I can't fly. Tevlin was very smart. Just from the conversation between several people, he understood that this blonde girl had the ability to purify the abyss. Then he stopped pretending, snorted coldly, slowly flew down, and lay down obediently on the ground. Even so, it would be as challenging for Taverin's huge body to climb up as it would be for rock climbing. Wendy smiled and said, Ying, the wind of Mondstadt is with you for thousands of years. I will guide the wind elemental force for you. Then countless wind elemental forces condensed into entities and turned into a pair of blue wings that flew to Ying's back. It fits well, like adding wings to Ying, Lin Yuan joked, patting Ying on the shoulder. Be careful, rest when you are tired, don't force yourself. The amount of abyss curses in Taverin's body is so large that it is definitely not comparable to the few dragon tears that were purified before. Lin Yuan was afraid that Ying would tire herself out by showing off. Ying nodded, well. Then I'll go. Everyone nodded, and then Ying flapped her wings and flew to Taverin. The first thing she purified was the most rotten parts, such as the abyss curses behind her neck, which condensed into crystals and emitted corrosive power all the time. Time passed by minute, and under Ying's purification, Taverin's rotten and decayed skin gradually recovered its former health, and his eyes gradually became clear, like the color of the blue sky. Finally, when the sun was halfway down the mountain, Taverin was finally completely purified. How is it? Ying, are you okay? Seeing Ying flying down, Lin Yuan asked with concern. It's really a bit tiring to purify so many abysses at a time. Ying felt her steps were weak and her legs were a little soft, so she let Lin Yuan support her. Ying, thank you this time. From now on, Taverin and I owe you a huge favor. Wendy stroked Taverin's dragon head and said. Paimon, in my opinion, it shouldn't be called a favor, it should be called a favor and a dragon's favor. Ha ha ha, little Paimon is really a joke, Wendy said. Of course, the success of rescuing Taverin this time is also inseparable from the efforts of Lin Yuan and little Paimon. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. Then he said to Jean and Diluc, the same goes for you too. Compared to the casualness of others, Jean performed a knight's salute with great respect. This is what I should do, Lord Barbatos. Let's go, it's time to go back. It's been a long time since I climbed on Tavern's back and flew through the sky. Let's go wild today. You guys come up too, it's fun. Under Wendy's guidance, everyone climbed onto Tavern's back and sat tight. Then Tavern let out a long roar, flapped his wings and flew high, soaring straight up, soaring into the sky, free and unrestrained. Fan. Wendy lay on Tavern's broad back, gently stroking the dragon under him, looking up at the blue sky and white clouds. Tavern, we haven't flown together like this for a long time. I used to protect you, but today you protect me, Barbatos. Why? Wendy's palms were filled with a strong green light, which slowly merged into Tavern's body. Because you are my dependent. Tavern, do you still remember my ambition when I became a god? Tavalin felt the connection between his body and Barbatos, and felt the bond of the wind god's followers returning to his body. He remembered the great wish made by the blue elf 100 years ago. When I am free, all the heavens, all the living beings, and the billions of dust particles will be free, not shackled, not trapped in cages. When I am free, all the past, all the present, and the future of billions of dust particles will be free, not subject to reincarnation, and not tortured. Chapter 36. The Wind Dragon ruins were far away from Mondstadt, but for Tavern, it was just a matter of flapping his wings a few times. Soon, everyone saw Mondstadt surrounded by walls through the clouds. Wow! It's a different flavor to see Mondstadt from such a high altitude. Paimon chattered excitedly. Lin Yuan also poked his head out. The usually huge Mondstadt was like a simulated toy at this moment, and the people inside were busy like little ants. Jean looked at the city she had fought for with curiosity, and said with emotion, this disaster has finally come to an end. During this period, the entire Mondstadt has endured too much. After I go back, I have to issue a notice quickly to clarify the misunderstanding to the citizens, announce the resolution of the incident, and restore the city to its pre-disaster state as soon as possible. Diluc said, finally, the backlog of inventory can be sold. Wendy smiled, then Master Diluc, can you sell me wine at a discount? Diluc, as long as you don't steal. Hey! How can you call it stealing when it comes to bards? Wendy protested with dissatisfaction, muttering something like using performances to pay off debts, gods have no money, and bards are not easy. Everyone smiled at each other, even Tavern laughed out loud, and the air was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Finally, Tavern landed in the Whispering Forest and put everyone down. The reason why he didn't land directly in Mondstadt was mainly because he was afraid of causing panic. Yawn. Let's go, I'm sleepy, Paimon yawned as he watched the moon rise above the branches. Indeed, after a busy day, it's time to go back to sleep, Lin Yuan nodded and walked towards Mondstadt. Hey? What is this? As soon as they approached Mondstadt, they found that the outside of the city was in a mess, with all kinds of broken weapons and roadblocks on the ground, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and monsters. There were also Knights Guards and Adventurers Association members wrapped in gauze and thrown on the battlefield to clean up, and nuns from the West Wind Church were healing the wounded. Captain Qin, Lin Yuan, Ying, Paimon, and Master Diluc. You are here. A lively voice sounded, and then Amber trotted over. What happened here? Qin asked. Amber sighed. In the afternoon, the monsters nearby launched a general attack on Mondstadt. Fortunately, we were well prepared and mobilized the knights in advance to defend the city. We dug various roadblocks and trenches. In addition, the monster tide was basically ordinary monsters like the hillocks, so the defense was successful. General attack. Jean's face became solemn. It seems that the monsters nearby learned about our visit to the Wind Dragon ruins and knew that the defense in the city was empty, so they besieged Mondstadt. Diluc pondered, the IQ of monsters is relatively low, and it is not easy to gather into a group. I think it is either the Abyss cult or the Fatui behind the scenes. Everyone, I have to go and see you later. Seeing that the city is now in a mess, Jean dared not delay for a moment. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Diluc said hello, but did not enter the city, but walked towards the wild. Only Lin Yuan and the other two and Amber were left at the scene. Amber put her hands on her hips and said, from your looks, you are the Knights of Honor who have returned triumphantly. How is it, has the dragon disaster been resolved? Lin Yuan nodded and told Amber what happened in the Wind Dragon ruins. Wow! The dragon disaster was resolved peacefully. You are amazing. Paimon, hehe, of course, after all, I am a little genius knight. Hands on hips. Amber enviously said, hey. When will I have such an opportunity? Lin Yuan smiled and said, this is all thanks to Amber's introduction, otherwise we would not have the opportunity to shine. Amber shook her head and said, no, no, the East Wind Dragon that protects Mond has reconciled with Mond, and the matter can be solved so perfectly, thanks to you. At that time, I brought you to Mondstadt, I just fulfilled my duties as a scout knight. Paimon, hehe, you're welcome, Amber. Everyone in the Knights is great. You also protected Mondstadt in this battle. Amber nodded, yeah. Thank you for your encouragement, little Paimon. But as the three heroes of Mondstadt, I should treat you to a meal. It just so happens that if the dragon disaster is over, the trade route can return to normal, and the ingredients for my specialty, honey carrot fried meat will also be supplied. Then I will go myself. I suggest that you guys have lunch at the Deer Hunter restaurant tomorrow at noon. Paimon touched his stomach and swallowed his saliva, really? He, I won't be polite then. But Amber, do you want to cook your specialty yourself? The Deer Hunter restaurant. Amber knew what Paimon wanted to ask, and smiled, I'm very familiar with the owner of the Deer Hunter restaurant. Don't worry, I often use the kitchen there to cook for myself. You must be tired after a busy day. I won't disturb you. I still have to continue cleaning the battlefield. You can go back and rest first. Yawn. Paimon patted his mouth, okay, Amber, see you tomorrow, good night. The three returned to the house and had a comfortable sleep. The next morning, after washing up, they came to the main street. The news that the dragon disaster had been resolved had long been posted on the streets, and the staff of the Knights were constantly promoting it, so everyone knew this exciting good news. Mondstadt, which had been decadent for a long time, is finally ushering in a new vitality. Compared to the previous desertedness, the main street is now bustling with people, and the shops along the way are also opening their doors, buying goods and cleaning, with a prosperous and lively atmosphere. The situation has changed, and the flow of people in the Adventurers Association has obviously decreased, and it is no longer as crowded as before. President Sarius stood at the door of the Adventurers Association, holding a thermos cup in his hand, and sighed from time to time, why doesn't the Wind Dragon hold on? We haven't appeared yet. Paimon, The Deer Hunter restaurant is actively preparing for stock and cleaning, and is clearly ready for a boom in business. Sarah saw the three people coming and said enthusiastically, they are the three honorary knights who solved the dragon disaster. The store manager specifically told us that you three will get a 40% discount when you come to our store to consume in the future. Paimon turned around excitedly when he heard about the discount, great. Alas! It's so ruthless. As an old man in the Knights, I have never been given a discount, a frivolous voice came from behind them. Lin Yuan didn't even need to look back to guess who the visitor was, and joked, Kaya, how about I talk to the owner of the Deer Hunter restaurant? Let him break your bones. Ha ha ha. It seems that after the war, you have not only grown in strength, but also possessed the virtue of knight humor. The three new heroes of Mondstadt are standing in front of me. As a knight, I feel really morale boosting. Paimon shook his head, Kaya is talking nonsense again. Kaya laughed, I'm telling the truth. Ying saw that Kaya seemed to have something on his mind and asked, Kaya, is there anything going on here? If you need our help. Lin Yuan quickly interrupted, if you need help, you can give me some raw stones. Kaya, haha, nothing, I'm just going to find a quiet place to sort out my thoughts. Paimon said contemptuously, other knights are working hard to clean up the battlefield. Kaya looked very tired, but thinking is also a very tiring job. I think it's easier to clean up the garbage. Paimon's contempt worsened, Then what are you thinking about? Kaya said, it's about, the Abyss cult. As you know, yesterday the nearby monsters gathered into a tide and launched a general attack on Mondstadt. There must be the work of the Abyss cult behind this, otherwise the monsters would not be so united. Ying nodded, yes, we also encountered a monster tide controlled by the Abyss cult at the Wind Dragon ruins yesterday. It was terrifying. Kaya continued, but the problem is here. The dragon disaster is raging, the Knight Commander is far away, and the defense in the city is empty. This is a very good strategic opportunity for the Abyss cult. But except for controlling the monster tide to attack Mondstadt, the Abyss cult has no other actions. I didn't even find a single Abyss mage in the monster tide. Even in the monster tide, there are not many elite monsters, basically ordinary monsters like hill cults. So, I guess this monster tide attacking Mondstadt is just a cover, and the real action of the Abyss cult is not to capture Mondstadt. What is that? Paimon was also attracted by what Kaya said. After all, who doesn't like secrets, especially the secrets of the Abyss cult? Kaya glanced at the three people, and waited until they were fully satisfied before he slowly spoke. I am sure that the attack outside the city is just to attract all the knights in the city. So I did the opposite. When the monster tide attacked Mondstadt, I didn't go outside the city to defend against the enemy, but stayed inside the city. And, I actually found a suspicious person in the city. And then what? And then what? Paimon asked anxiously. Kaya said a little embarrassedly, then I entangled with the suspicious person, but the other party was very strong and had high agility, and I eventually lost him. Paimon, but I didn't get nothing. Through some small tricks, I got a new piece of information. Kaya said to the three people, the information is, behind these gathered monsters of the Abyss cult, there is a leader. Paimon was surprised and said, leader. Sounds very powerful. Kaya, the plan to transform Tavern into a war machine was also planned by that leader. That leader is called Prince by the monsters of the Abyss cult. Prince? Ying murmured in a low voice, as if she sensed something familiar. Lin Yuan knew that the so-called Prince of the Abyss was the brother Ying had been looking for, Kong. Kaya glanced behind everyone, okay, let's stop sharing intelligence here. I think I saw Amber coming this way. I didn't go to the city gate to accompany her to defend against the enemy yesterday. She seems to be still angry with me. I have to stay out of the spotlight, haha. See you later. After saying that, Kaya ran away. Chapter 37. The two of them were in a mess, but the two of them were in a mess. Amber trotted all the way over, but still failed to catch Kaya. She panted and said, hey. Kaya actually ran away. He is guilty. Ying thought for a while and said, in fact, he has also been working hard in secret. Is that so? Amber was still a little suspicious. Well. You guys were not fooled by his sweet words, were you? Don't worry, I am here, no one can fool Ying and Paimon. Lin Yuan smiled confidently. Wow! What a reliable backup! I envy Ying and Paimon. Forget it, forget about Kaya. I've been cleaning the battlefield for the whole morning. I'm starving. I'll cook for you later. Amber, why don't you just order food? You're so tired, and I feel a little bad for asking you to cook, Paimon said. No, I have to do what I promised. Amber went into the kitchen. After a while, Amber brought out 4 servings of fragrant barbecue, with a small bow on it, the same style as the headband on Amber's head. Lin Yuan cut a small piece with a knife and fork. One side was bloody, and the other side exuded a subtle burnt aroma. It melted in the mouth, with a rich taste and distinct layers. He exclaimed, I didn't expect Amber's craftsmanship to be so good. Of course. When I lived in the wild with my grandfather, he taught me how to grill meat. This is also my unique skill. You can't eat this kind of barbecue anywhere else. Wow! It's delicious. Paimon didn't eat it with a knife and fork like Lin Yuan and Ying. Instead, he blew the hot air, then opened his mouth and ate a portion of grilled steak in no time. After eating the honey carrot fried meat, Paimon was still a little unsatisfied, and then ordered mond potato cakes, sweet flour stuffed chicken, thick vegetable stew, manner toasted muffins, satisfying salad and hot meat sauce noodles. Finally, he drank 3 cups of sunset apple wine before he burped with satisfaction. Wow! Little Paimon's way of eating is really unique. Amber didn't know what words to use to describe it, so she had to use the word unique. He. I'm a little used to using feast all the time, Paimon scratched his head awkwardly. But Paimon, with your body size, you ate so much, but you didn't explode like the wind slime, with air leaking all over the sky. Haha, Amber, you don't understand this, you can disperse the food into different stomachs. Paimon said as a matter of course. Amber was a little surprised, dispersed into different stomachs? The world is really full of wonders. It seems that there are still many things that need time to think about. Paimon said, what are you talking about? It would be strange if there was only one stomach, right? Everyone, are you serious? Paimon was keeping everyone in suspense at this moment. Hey, guess. Seeing that things were getting more and more outrageous, Ember hurriedly changed the subject. Recently, when Eula and I have time, we have been doing commissions in the Adventurers Association, and strive to earn enough original stones as soon as possible and draw gold. Hey? Can a knight become an adventurer? Of course you can. No matter what kind of body skills you have, as long as you have a heart willing to take risks, you can become an adventurer. Yeah, come on, Amber, I believe you can do it. By the way, I still have 50 original stones here, I'll give them all to you. Paimon took out the original stones he earned from selling things in the Adventurers Association before. I also have 50 original stones, I'll give them to you. Ying also took them out. Oh, don't you two need it? You need gems to draw. Amber was a little afraid to accept it. Ying forced the gems into Amber's hands. Take it, Paimon and I have already drawn skills, which are enough for us in a short time. Amber couldn't refuse, so she had to accept it. Yes. Thank you. By the way, the dragon disaster has come to an end. What are your plans next? Lin Yuan said, stay in Mond for a while and see if there are any clues about her brother. If not, go to the next country. Yes, Amber nodded, I will also post missing person notices in the streets and alleys, hoping to find clues. Yes, thank you Amber, Ying expressed his gratitude. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you that Captain Qin is waiting for you in the cathedral. It seems to be about the Sky Harp. You should go there quickly. Sky Harp. The three looked at each other, thinking of the broken strings. They had a bad feeling, so after saying goodbye to Amber, they hurried to the West Wind Cathedral. When the three arrived at the West Wind Cathedral, they saw Jean, Barbara, and Wendy already there. Wendy winked at Lin Yuan as soon as she saw the newcomers, and sneaked over to him and said, what should we do? Did you bring the Sky Harp? It's hard to explain to the West Wind Church now. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes at him, you ask me what to do? You've been using the Sky Harp the whole time. Wendy scratched her head, well, the Sky Harp is useless anyway, and it's troublesome to repair it. Why don't we just leave it like this? The church should understand. You're an honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius. Mond's savior. Seeing the three, Barbara saluted as a priest. Although I may not be qualified to say this compared to the acting leader, I still want to thank you all for your efforts on behalf of Mond. Fortunately, it was a peaceful solution. If we really mobilized the army to fight against Long Kai, if we fight, it's hard to imagine how it will end. Barbara looked at Wendy and Lin Yuan in confusion and winked, by the way, did you bring the Sky Harp? The guarantee of the acting leader is not unlimited. The Cardinal has been urging for a while. Paimon also knew that it was not easy to fool him, and said at a loss, I did bring it, but, this, is a little bit. Barbara thought that everyone was afraid of borrowing the Sky Harp to collect rent, so she explained, don't worry, we won't charge you rent. The church has always had a special offering allocation. Okay, take it out quickly. Barbara's voice was very nice, like singing, but at this time it sounded like a judge of the underworld urging people to die. It's not about money, Ying muttered, but seeing Barbara's anxious eyes, he knew that he could not drag it on, so he had to hold out the tattered Sky Harp with both hands. What is this? Barbara's eyes widened instantly, her pupils contracted violently, and she was stunned for 3 seconds. Everyone started to make small movements awkwardly, not daring to look into Barbara's eyes. Ah! Sky Harp. Barbara covered her mouth in disbelief, then collapsed directly, knelt on the ground, and prayed with her hands clasped together. Lord Barbatos, even if Barbara spends the rest of her life to atone for your sins, it is not enough. Lin Yuan looked at Barbara's distressed look at this moment, and couldn't help but think of the second creation he saw in the last life, when Barbara picked up the Thompson submachine gun. Everyone looked at Wendy, the meaning was very clear, if you don't take action again, we will take action, beat you. Wendy smiled awkwardly, and had to take the Sky Harp and use divine power to repair it as before. Hey! Why? Sky Harp. Seeing that the Sky Harp was intact, Barbara didn't think about the reason inside, and hurriedly took it from Wendy and hugged it tightly in her arms. Paimon also became curious, let me see. No, no. Barbara quickly protected the sky harp, although I don't know how it was fixed, I can't let you touch it again. Then she snorted arrogantly and ran back to the basement with the sky harp in her arms. Wendy, did you really fix the sky harp? Ying seemed to see the clue. Hey! Let's run away quickly, Wendy said embarrassedly, after all, the illusion I used to repair the sky harp, no, the spell, is not 100% reliable. What if the true form is revealed later? Hey! Everyone shuddered when they thought of that scene. Chapter 38. The two of them were very close. Wendy ran out first, and Lin Yuan followed, asking shoulder to shoulder, have you thought about it? Wendy nodded, I thought about it, even if it's not all my fault, but as a god of Mondstadt, I also have a certain responsibility, so let her beat me up and vent my resentment. Okay, then I won't help you, anyway I can't beat her. Hey, what are you talking about? Paimon flew over. While talking, several people had already run to a remote place outside the cathedral. At this moment, two Fatui appeared from nowhere and pounced on Wendy. Be careful! Ying shouted, rushed forward, and repelled the two with a sword. After being repelled, the two Fatui did not move forward, but knelt on one knee, as if to greet someone. Oh, finally I found my hamster at home, a cold voice sounded, and then an endless ice storm came, instantly freezing Paimon and Wendy's legs. Ying was pulled aside by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Lin Yuan to avoid being affected by the ice storm, and then he picked up Paimon who was frozen into an ice cube. Who is this person? Ying wanted to rush forward with the edgeless sword, but was held tightly by Lin Yuan. It's the 8th seat of the 11 executive officers of the Fatui, madam, don't worry, Wendy is fine, Lin Yuan blinked at Ying. Madam wore a dark red robe, golden hair and a hair crown that covered half of her face. She had a hot body, bare legs, stepped on ice crystals, walked in front of Wendy, and pinched his chubby baby fat cheeks. Oh my, I've caused so much trouble for Mondstadt. Lady looked at Wendy's cheek, then slapped her hard. With a snap, half of Wendy's face was swollen and red. After being slapped, Wendy stared at Lady fiercely, and a huge amount of wind energy burst out of her body, trying to get her legs out of the ice crystals, but unfortunately failed. Lin Yuan, who was watching the battle from a distance, admired Wendy's acting skills. See, this is an old actor. Lady was stunned for a moment, then saw that Wendy couldn't break free from her cage, and sneered, "Ha, the god who gave up ruling Mondstadt, only has this little power left. Oh? The capital you used to laugh at me is the power borrowed from Master." Wendy sneered back in order to make sure her acting skills were flawless. This sentence seemed to touch Lady's pain point, she narrowed her eyes, and endless frost burst out of her body. Humph! Slippery tongue! With a bang, the lady poked Wendy's body with a palm and directly took out a green chess piece. Ugh! Ah! Wendy was hit by a black tiger and fell to the ground in pain, gasping for breath. In order to make the atmosphere on the scene more exciting, Lin Yuan shouted very anxiously, "Wendy, are you okay? Hold on, I'll find the knights to save you." Then he took Ying and ran away with Paimon in his arms. Lady glanced at her but didn't chase her. In her opinion, she was very satisfied with getting Heart of God and beating up the Wind God. After all, this was one of the 7 countries on par with Haidong, so she shouldn't be too presumptuous. Is this the Heart of God? It's far inferior to the gorgeous chess pieces I treasure. Lady looked down at Wendy. Wendy supported herself on the ground with one hand and covered her chest with the other, and said weakly, "That's probably because your aesthetic taste is really bad." Lady frowned, "Tisk." Then she kicked Wendy out. "Let's go, before the knights arrive, don't let them catch me. After all, if I beat up the Wind God, I will be hated by others, ha 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 ha." "Lin Yuan, aren't we going to the knights for help?" After wandering around the street for more than 10 minutes, Ying finally couldn't help but ask curiously. "No need to ask for help, the lady will go by herself later anyway." What about Wendy? Why do I feel like you guys are hiding something from me? Wendy, she should go there by herself, Lin Yuan thought for a moment, anyway, he will be fine. In short, you can think of it as a performance by Wendy to reduce the guilt in her body. Performance, okay, Ying accepted this statement, and logically speaking, Wendy is the god of wind, so she should be fine no matter how you think about it. Achoo! It's so cold. At this time, Paimon finally thought and woke up under the sunlight. Hey? What happened? I remember we were in the West Wind Cathedral? It seems that a bad woman appeared and froze me. Paimon, are you okay? Ying wiped the water droplets off Paimon's body with concern. Achoo. It seems that I have a small cold, Paimon muttered with his nose. Lin Yuan came up with an idea, cold, then let's go to Miss Barbara, she is proficient in treatment. Then the three returned to the West Wind Cathedral and saw Barbara at the door. Hey, it's the honorary knight, what's wrong with Paimon? He looks very weak. Barbara hurriedly stepped forward and took the weak Paimon from Ying's arms. It's a cold, Barbara, do you have any solution? Lin Yuan looked around, and there was no trace of the Fatui and Wendy. A cold is just a small problem, Barbara nodded, and the water element god's eye on her waist lit up, and then Paimon's face gradually became ruddy. Lin Yuan saw Barbara's god's eye and suddenly remembered that he and Ying had no elemental power yet. He originally didn't plan to go to Fengkiti to find Wendy, but now it seems that he has to touch the statue on the way. Wow! I'm healed. Thank you Miss Barbara, Paimon regained his usual liveliness. It's okay, little Paimon. By the way, the bard who was with you just now seemed to have been beaten up, and then I wanted to heal him, but he left on his own. If you have time, go and see him. Barbara finished speaking and was about to leave when Lin Yuan stopped her. Barbara, do you want to draw a lottery? Ah? Lottery? Is it what sister? Captain Qin said. But I am not a knight, can I also draw the lottery? Barbara was a little embarrassed, feeling like she was taking advantage of the knights and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan waved his hand, don't be polite, Barbara, anyone I recognize can draw the lottery, it is not exclusive to the knights, and besides, that dishonest bard can draw. Okay, then I won't be polite, Barbara clicked pray 10 times, but unfortunately no gold was produced, only a life potion was produced. But Barbara was not depressed, still looking very satisfied. Lin Yuan looked at his panel, and there were already 10 people in the bond column including Barbara. Among them, the bond with Ying and Paimon is level 4, the bond with Qin and Wendy is level 3, the bond with Dailuk, Kaya and Amber is level 2, and the last level 1 is Lisa, Eula and Barbara. I haven't looked at the panel for a long time, and I haven't found that now that he can select the skills of Jean and Wendy, Lin Yuan's mind moved, and 2 options appeared in the skill column. Selectable target, Jean. Selectable quantity, 1. Selectable skill, meditation, proficient level. Selectable items, Wind Eagle Sword, Eye of the Wind Element God, Letter of Appointment as Acting Leader, House Key, Photo with Barbara, Pure White Boots. Selectable target, Wendy, Wind God Barbados. Selectable quantity, 1. Selectable skill, Way of the Wanderer, proficient level, unknown, unknown. Items available for selection, Eye of God, Fake, Century-Old Cider, Green Hat, White Silk, Small Leather Shoes. Lin Yuan decisively chose Wendy's Way of the Wanderer, but he had difficulty choosing Qin. Should he choose meditation? Or the Wind Eagle Sword? After thinking about it, Lin Yuan finally chose the Wind Eagle Sword. First of all, he already has enough skills now, Soul Draining Strike, Feast, plus the Wandering Sword he just got. The second is that the Wind Eagle Sword is too strong. Apart from anything else, the 500-point attack buff alone can instantly turn him into the top fighter in Mondstadt. The third is that Dailuk also has the skill meditation, so he can wait. Swish! As soon as he finished choosing, a snow-white sword with a cyan gem inlaid on the handle appeared in Lin Yuan's hand, exactly the same as Qin's. Lin Yuan waved it twice casually, and the blade was so sharp that it seemed to have cut cracks in the air. This is my sister's Wind Eagle Sword. Barbara was shocked when she saw what Lin Yuan was holding, and she didn't even notice that she had let it slip. Ying and Paimen were also shocked, but they knew Lin Yuan's skills, so they calmed down after a moment of shock. Lin Yuan put away the sword and said with a smile, Barbara, it's just a fake given by the system. The one in your sister's hand is the real thing. Mine is female, and hers is male. Ah? Female? Male? This thing. Are there still male and female ones? This was a joke, of course, but Lin Yuan couldn't explain it clearly, so he could only attribute everything to the system. After fooling Barbara, the 3 of them rushed to Fengkiti. On the way, Paimon remembered Barbara's slip of the tongue just now, and suddenly realized, so Barbara is Jean's sister, why did I say they look so similar? Ying nodded, indeed, they look alike, the same golden hair, the same eyes, the same nose, but the personality is a little different. But why don't they make it public? Hiding it so deeply? Maybe there is some unknown secret. Lin Yuan was actually very curious. He didn't know much about this aspect. He only knew that both of them were the best of the Gunhild family. However, from childhood to adulthood, the elder sister Qin was better. Of course, excellence also has a price, that is, it will bear too many expectations that should not be there, and these expectations will often become a burden. The wind is located in the east of Mondstadt. After leaving the city, don't turn around. Just walk along the road and you will see a plain and a towering tree that looks like a large broccoli. In front of the towering tree is a tree several people tall. The statue, from time to time, nuns from the West Wind Church come here to clean, pray and worship. The West Wind Knights attach great importance to the security here, and have added many guards to patrol along the way, so compared to other places, there are the fewest monsters here. Because it is rumored that this is the end of the first generation of Dandelion Knights, it is rumored that the great hero Vanessa, who established the West Wind Knights and revitalized Mondstadt, came here and boarded the Sky Island at the end of her life. When the three of them came here, Wendy was lying on the soft grass under the roots of the tree, drinking the dandelion wine that the nuns offered to the statue. Hey! Singing, you actually hid here and drank the wine that others offered to the god of wind. I was so worried about you. Humph! Paimon flew over, snatched the wine pot from Wendy's hand, and snorted coldly. Oh my wine! Wendy quickly got up. What are you doing? Haha! Ouch! Lin Yuan's movements froze. He didn't expect to hear a familiar voice even after coming to Tivat. Is this the Wendy who has been practicing for a year? The wine dedicated to the god of wind, isn't it for me? Good Paimon, calm down. Wendy quickly trotted to Paimon and coaxed and tricked him to get the wine back. By the way, Wendy, are you really okay? Although Ying saw that Wendy was alive and kicking, he was still a little worried when he recalled the scene where he was beaten up by Lady. Of course I'm fine. I'm the god of wind, Wendy blinked. Okay, Ying didn't want to ask about his past with Lady, so he changed the subject. I see that Lady is sincere to you, so, what is the heart of God? Lin Yuan laughed out loud when he heard Ying's choice of words. God is so sincere, haha. Wendy scratched his head. This is not a topic that can be discussed with ordinary people, but since you have noticed it, it's okay to tell you quietly. You should know that the Eye of God is an external magic organ that very few people in this world can have. It can guide elemental power. And the gods don't need primary organs like the Eye of God. As a substitute, our magic organs resonate with the Sky Island, that is, the heart of God. Ying glanced at Wendy's waist. Then what is this hanging on your waist? Wendy chuckled, hey! It's just a glowing glass ball, used to avoid unwarranted suspicion. Paimon asked with some confusion, why are these called organs, and they are both eyes and hearts? It sounds like they were taken off someone's body. Ying covered Paimon's mouth. Paimon, what you said is so scary. Stop talking. Wendy's eyes flashed with shock, but her face did not change. Hey, I don't know, anyway, everyone calls it that, maybe it's a customary rule. Lin Yuan also looked at Paimon in surprise. This little guy actually revealed the truth of the matter by accident. Oh! Ying! You covered me so hard that I can't breathe. Paimon broke free from Ying and stomped his feet. Sorry Paimon, I just feel that if you continue to talk, something bad will happen. Bad things. Everyone looked at Ying. Well, I can't explain it clearly, it's just a feeling in the dark. Ying shook her head.